Your hair is getting so freaking like long again.
I'm gonna cut it.
Are you?
Yes.
Why?
I told you I want to cut it off here.
You did say that. Oh. Hey y'all, hey. Hello, hello. Hi friends. I'm trying to share this a couple places. Hi Gigi. Girl, I was not expecting that take to do it brought the people, okay? It brought the people and I was not expecting that. I be feeling a little overwhelmed sometimes. Like it just be too much. But hi y'all, hi. Oh my goodness. Go away. I was gonna share this to my so let me add it. There we go. Hey y'all, hey y'all. Please like the live as you're in here. Thank you so much for the likes. It is super helpful. Hi Carlos, hi Sweet Tea. I think other folks came in, I just didn't see who, but hi y'all. Um, but yeah, I gave a take. Hi Milan, I think that's how you say that. Um, Hi Sheopatra. I gave a take about my predictions on, thank you for the rose, Gigi, on the couples as we're getting ready to prepare for them to like record the reunion and then for us to see the reunion. And baby, the people are mad. They're not all mad. I'm just kidding, but there were definitely some feelings in that post. And then one woman, I had commented about the E&M, and one woman was like, I wish you hadn't said it because they don't know what it is. And I was like, dang sis, me too. Me too. I wish I had just kept that one close to the chest. But I was trying to be honest. Hi Lavender Labs. Hi K Abu. I was trying to be honest about like what I actually think. And I should have just kept that shit to myself. Lord. But there's a lot imploding in Love Island universe right now, y'all. There's don't keep it to myself. I be trying to, you know what it is, Gigi, is that I really have to just get to a space where sometimes I'm like, okay, I just like can't respond to the comments anymore because people will repeat the same thing over and over to me. And then it's just like, okay, hi Katie, hi Danny, I can't just keep I can't keep repeating myself. You know what I mean? It gets a little fatiguing if I'm honest. So hi Jax. Yeah, I really do like sharing my takes. I think what I know exactly, Gigi. I feel like that's what feels so frustrating. Hi Paloma. Yes, that's how it feels. It feels like I feel like I don't think I'm crazy. Hi A&R. I feel like I give pretty fair takes. Like, I feel like I generally will critique everyone to an extent and I will name all of the things that, like, yeah, I see this as like a growth edge, even about people that I like on the show. Like, I try to be as like direct about this is me observing behavior and what I might conclude from that in the real world, also based on my experiences as a therapist. But people sometimes they just don't, I feel like sometimes they just don't listen to understand. And I just need to be okay with that. um, but yeah, I want to talk about all the things Love Island universe with y'all. I definitely have some things top of mind for my own self, but would be happy to hear what you all would like to hear me talk about. And like what things you all are curious about my perspective around. I have been yapping a lot already today on this platform. Hi, Olivia. Hi, Holly. Um, that is true. And you know what's funny about that is that like they'll say things like, "Oh, you're being very parasocial." But it's like actually your response to me making an observation about people that you don't know being so defensive is more parasocial than my observation of the behavior. But I just be letting them live. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes you caught me on the wrong day. you the 57th comment I done seen about this shit, and now I'm about to get in your ass. But typically I try to just let them live. Typically I try to just be like, you know what? I'm gonna let y'all have it. Hi Mwala. Hi Deskoki. Hi The Woman Is Red. Hi House of Goddess. Hi user a lot of numbers. Yeah, I try to just let them have it. I had one young woman come into my post and made a comment about how like my takes, she said these takes are very Nicolandrian of you. Maybe I shouldn't have told y'all. It's fine. Nobody's gonna go look for her comment and be a weirdo. But she left the comment and then I went to her page because I'm like, let me see. Because sometimes I will go and like see what I can find out. Hi, Amy. I think that's how I say that. Hi, Jade. Let me go see before I say anything. And then she was a young Black woman and she had a take I didn't love about Shelly and Alandria. And I just told her, I was like, you know what? Hi, Tony. I'm going to give you grace. I'm not even going to say nothing else to you. Exactly, Milan. It's like, we don't have to agree, but also y'all don't have to come in here and say all of that. What do you mean, J638? And if I say Nick and Ola are fake and they're just friends? Hi, Juanita. Hi, me being me, 084. I don't know what that question means. Hi, Living Butterfly. Do you mean like, how am I going to feel about it? Hi, Jen. Hi, Whitney. Oh my goodness. Hi, Shortney. That's wild, Gigi. Hi, Tony. Yeah, Jay, hi, Leo. I think what you mean is like, am I going to be offended by that? Hi, Sky Cell. I'm not. Hi, Bees. I don't know them people to be offended about that. You know what I mean? Like, hi, Tracy. I am going to let people come up today. Yes, I would like to do that. Jay, that's a great question. Ola wants family before 30. Does Nick seem to you someone that is ready to settle down? At the very least, we know that Nick wants to have a kid. He said that. He was pretty open about that in the villa. Hi, Najma. I feel like that's how I say it if I'm saying it wrong. Y'all, if I ever say your names wrong, please correct me. I'm not offended by that. He did say in the villa that like he thought about being a single dad. So like I think definitely like having a family is on his mind. And he had thought about doing it the year before, which I don't know if I would recommend that at 23 if you didn't have to, but so we know that like he wants to have children and I think he would probably be on board for it. But I mean, honestly, whether or not they would have kids together, like obviously that's for them to decide. She did say, and he did say, like he said that the baby challenge is what made him sort of like realize he was kind of like falling for her. Or was it the other way around? Y'all remind me. No, Juanita. I did not hear that. So Jay, to answer your question, I do think that like he's already told us that it's something that he wants to. Thank you, Bees. Yes, like he's told us it's something he already wants to, and like, so it wouldn't shock me if like he was ready to settle down. Yeah, baby Marcel was his turning point. Okay, thank you. I am remembering that right. Um, Jay, I understand that point, right? That he seems like the party and goofy guy, but I think that he also said, not I think, I know, he said pretty directly to Alandra, like, you bring out like a grown man kind of side of me, like you make me want to mature. And she even noticed that in the villa in their time together. So I think that they bring a nice balance to each other. Like he brings out the fun and goofy of her. But I think he enjoys the way that it causes him to rise to the occasion, if you know what I mean. Um, Yeah, I think he does too. Yeah, I don't think it's her job either. And I want to be careful about, cause I hear you, Milan. I want to be careful about making clear that I don't think she's going to turn him into a man. Like that's not what I mean when I say like she makes him rise to the occasion, y'all. I just think that it's already in him and she requires him to step up in a way that I think he enjoys. Um, and y'all, I also don't think that like they need to rush that. I do think that and I've been very transparent and honest about this before, that I do think they have a strong foundation just based on them having friendship and them being very clear about wanting to be in each other's lives regardless. So I think that if they get to that point, then they have a real good shot of being solid at that. Hi Miguel, hi Chantrell. Somebody asked me something in here. Hold on. Oh, Juanita, can you say more about that live?
You want a square?
No.
Yeah, Jay, I think that they're trying to do a better job of that. I've seen some videos, like my daughter, she watched the show with me, and so she sees things too. Hi, Marianne. Hi, Ann. And she actually showed me a video the other day where, hi, Princess Biddy. Hi, Nina. Where Nick was in the airport and someone was like, ooh, that's a hot take, Elon. But like someone like was engaging with him and then they kind of like touched him and he kind of like, he's like, you know, smiling and engaging, but as soon as he turns around, like it drops. Like I think they are getting a little fatigued with just like fan engagement. So I think they've been doing a better job of like, they'll post a picture here and there, but we're not seeing them like go live as much as we were seeing them before. So I think they are trying to find a balance. That is really interesting, Juanita. That concerns me only because of like what backlash she might receive because of it. Elon, tell me if I'm saying it right or wrong. Please always correct me, y'all. Hi Coco, hi Amara. Yeah, I mean, Juanita, thank you. Yeah, I want to hear more about why you think Taylor's a softer version of Kenny. Will you just like give me a little bit more in the comments? You know what, Ivy? Hello, my new mutual, Ivy. Oh no, Juanita. I also don't want them to move in together too quickly. Of course, like this is why like I like to go live, y'all, because I'm always gonna give you like my takes and my thoughts on my, oh my gosh, thank you for the hat. I'm going to give you my takes. Hi, Monique. Hi, Nikisha. Thank you for the roses. Thank you for the likes, y'all. Please like up the live. That's super helpful. I'm always going to give you my takes like on my page, but it's a whole nother thing to actually get to engage with me back and forth. Because obviously my take is just my curated, what I think pushed out. You know what I mean? And then it's really hard to just like keep trying to respond to everybody in the comments. So I like to be able to go live when I can. Hi, Millie. Juanita and hi Kitty. I do worry about the backlash she'll receive. Okay, I'm listening. I'm reading what you wrote, Elon. Hi Tay. Hi Seth. I do worry about yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me, Jay. Hi Joshua. Hi Yuli. That doesn't make any sense to me. Hi, Amy. Hi, Kevin. I am going to open up, hi, Zori, the panel. Okay. Yes. Okay. So yeah, we've talked about that. Hi, Kelsey. Hi, user with a lot of numbers. We definitely talked about that in this live before. But yeah, yes. That's exactly, I 100% agree with that take. As far as like, I don't know that that's what I think was driving Kenny completely. Like, I don't think it was just about him like being jealous of Janae. I think based on what they said, right? I don't fucking know. I haven't read the text, right? And I don't want to read the text. I don't think any of us need to be reading the text messages, y'all. Hard line, like some boundaries. Hi, Shawnee. Hi, Aisha. I'm going to open up the panel soon. Juanita, I can definitely speak to that. Oh no, they're starting to go fast. I agree. Taylor seems to dislike women in general and passes hate off his jokes. Yeah. 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 Milan, I actually, so I watched very passively last season. My daughter watched it more than me. Hi, Desi baby. I actually feel like, and I used to tell my daughter when would be watching, I'm like, that man don't like her. That was always the way that I perceived it, was like he didn't seem excited about her. You know what I mean? And like when you're in the early stages of a relationship, like you're freaking excited about each other. You just like are enamored with each other. And I did not see a lot of that for him. It always seemed like he was tolerating her. That was the way that I perceived it, right? I'm going to speak to that, Juanita. And so, yeah, so here's the thing, Jay. I think a lot of people took it as nonchalant. But nonchalance, I think people confuse nonchalance and disinterest. Hot take. Because my husband is an introverted guy. He's been on my lives before. Some of the people have been able to engage with him. He is an introverted guy. He's relatively like nonchalant, kind of quiet. He only speaks if he really has something to say. But that man was pressed about me. I was never confused as to whether or not that man liked me. And I think that's true too, Juanita.
And I still am.
And he said, and he still is. No.
You're not nonchalant. You're not a nonchalant redhead.
So I think, he just, hi Christina, hi Simply. He just
I'm just saying, you're not.
I am. You just made it.
So
My husband and my daughter are bantering in this room. Yeah, Jay, I think a lot of people really loved Janae, and I think this is why sometimes we just want our person that we like so much to be happy. And I think that we let ourselves overlook things that once we kind of step back, it's like, oh, maybe that was obvious all along and I just didn't see it, Yeah, so I don't think that Taylor has like, I think that Taylor definitely, he doesn't seem to like women as humans. And because he passes off his meanness as jokes that people like let it slide. But the things that he says, I agree, Ivy. I agree. And I just feel like when we look at the way that because we've been able to, with Taylor, we've been able to be fortunate enough for him and Clark to give us some lives where we can see some unfiltered, unedited experiences with them. And he doesn't, I don't like him. And not because I like know him as a person, but the behavior that I see from him. Hi Dope, hi KTC. Like it gives, and I've talked about this before, but it's like an abuse cycle, and I know that feels very uncomfortable for some people to hear me say, but that's what I see. It's very early behaviors of DB situations. And I said it on my video, this is the one time when people could actually say that love bombing is happening and it would be accurate. Because then we see the gift buying, the very public shopping, right? He needs to re-ingratiate himself to all of us. I didn't. Bees, they can be dangerous. You know what I mean? Like they can be dangerous. I agree, very push and pull. So, exactly, Gigi. So when I made my video, he had said, oh, hi, Tam. I could, hi, Rayon. Tell me if I said it wrong. Hi, Deidre. Y'all correct me if I say your names wrong, okay? Leisha, that's so funny. You know what? I really believe in Nicolandra's ability to be a great couple. And for me, I don't think I would be sad if they broke up, because I think that like they would stay friends and I would love that for them. Like ultimately, I feel like I like seeing her be so supported and like cared for by someone, even if he ends up not being her long-term romantic partner. Exactly, Jasmine. I will talk about parasocial relationships too. Yeah, I think so too. Sorry, y'all, the comments are going fast, so I'm trying to like read them and respond to them. But yeah, I do think that like they would remain friends. And something that I think is really nice about them that another creator pointed out that I think is important in any dynamic, y'all, any dynamic, is I don't know if y'all have had this experience. I don't know how old a lot of y'all are in here. I know only Gigi, she and I are the same age, but like everybody else, I don't know how old you are, or we're very close. We're within like a year, I think. But have you had the experience of like, you'll be walking down the street and a guy is like, hey girl, or whatever, right? I don't know. Hey girl. And then you're like, oh, I have a man, or whatever you say in response. And he's like, well, usually it's, do your man let you have friends? That's usually when they like to say. But then when you're like, no, like I'm not interested, whatever, you ain't that cute anyway, and they kind of dog you out. Nick got very publicly rejected by Alandria and still went to bat for that girl to stay in the house. Right? So the fact that I see this man, even when he couldn't gain anything from her, still being her homie, still riding for her, still having loyalty to her, I just appreciate that she has a relationship like that in her life, whatever happens with them romantically. Hi, Raven. You asked what I thought about parasocial relationships. I will say that most people use the word incorrectly. Like they think that you just talking about people is like you having a parasocial relationship with them. But parasocial relationships really has to do with like a perceived intimacy with these people, right? It's like you perceiving that it's something more than what it actually is. You feeling like you know them, right? It's not just you like discussing them, right? It would be like if you were speaking in maybe like absolutes about people, right? It would be like you, what's a good example I can think of? I'm about to date myself. Have y'all seen The Bodyguard? I'm old, y'all. But it's like, it borderlines like stalkery behavior. You know what I mean? Where like you think that there's something going on between you and this person that like doesn't even know you exist. So that is what a parasocial relationship would look like. And I talk to my adolescents and like teenagers about this when I'm like doing therapy and stuff. What do I think about people saying they can't lie when he cheated? We can talk about it. Period, Leisha. I was too young to be watching it, but I still did. I'm 39. So yes, I feel you. But yeah, parasocial relationships can be dangerous because it creates a false sense of connectedness. And then people are not, when you feel so connected to someone that you don't know, to the extent where you then struggle to connect with people in real life, that can be really dangerous. It can really cause you to distort your thinking. And it is a reflection of like distorted thinking. And so that's when I think it becomes dangerous and like something you definitely want to talk to a professional about. I think so too, you know. I think so, Jay. I don't know how old he was when he was cheating. But yeah, in order to be a cheater, you do have to be a liar. Like you at least have to lie in that moment. Let me be clear. So like when I was younger, my mom used to say all the time, like children are not bad, they behave badly. So I try not to like subscribe certain like labels to people as though this defines them, but that we can engage in certain behaviors. So that's why I'm clarifying that. So he definitely had to lie in order to cheat. I don't know if that's indicative of his character as a human. And I don't know how old he was to know like how reasonable he was at that time. I think that we all engage in behaviors that hopefully we're able to grow from at some point. Hopefully. I don't know if that's always true. But yeah, I think we all, oh yeah, sure. Oh, wait, hold on. Can you see them? Wait, shoot. It's because it's a green screen, y'all. Okay, there it goes. You know what? I actually don't think that he needed to reach out to Ciara. Hot take. Hi, Jen. I agree, Jen. I think we got to give some grace. You know what I mean? Thank you. It's like my favorite. I do summer colors all year around because I just do. But thank you. It's one of my favorite colors to get. I don't necessarily feel like he needed to reach out to Ciara. I mean, I think that oh, Leisha, I'll comment to that. Will you comment it again in case I don't, like, in case I forget? Will you comment it after I finish this statement? Yeah, so, ooh, Jay, this might feel challenging for you, friend, okay? So I'm just gonna say it the best way I can. I don't necessarily believe in being nice. I believe in kindness. So the difference between nice and kindness is nice is definitely more performative than kindness is, okay? Kindness means that we might have to be in some toughness together, but there's a level of compassion and care within that dynamic where we can do that. Nice is I'm just going to perform things that make everybody feel comfortable no matter what I actually feel. So I don't think that he necessarily owed her a conversation around it. I think that she actually was a little rushed in the expectation. I kind of felt like, you know, they had just come out. It had maybe been 2 weeks, I think, when she posted that video of them being out of the villa. And given what Alandria came out to, it seemed kind of selfish to expect them to then reach out. You know what I mean? And like, maybe you could say for Nick, but the reality is I think he also was, okay, a week and a half, Jen, even less time, right? I think that there was also a process of like, they're trying to digest like what they're finding out about what happened. And trying to decide, is this someone that I even want to engage with in any way? You know what I mean? And so I think you got to let people have a little bit of space to that's a lot of information to take in, to find out that your connection that you felt so like connected to got shipped out because they were being racist. Like, that's a lot, I think, to take in. You know, I would be very shocked if that was something I had heard about someone that I was with, and it would take me a minute to sort of process that, you know? So I think it was just a little soon for her to be doing all that, you know? But yeah, I agree, Gigi. I think that her feelings being hurt makes a ton of sense. You know what I mean? Like, of course. And that felt like something that either could have like been in our diary or gone to our therapist rather than the internet around what these two people owed you. So, thank you for the follow, Tony. Yeah, and you know, Juanita, not trapped in the closet. Thank you for the follows. You know, I don't disagree with that necessarily, Mimi. I don't disagree with that. Shoot, somebody had said something. Dang it. My brain, y'all. Oh, downplaying the kiss. Alandria has spoken to that, and I deduced that while they were still in the villa, but she did talk about it in an interview afterward. And she talked about how she downplayed it to her own self because she felt guilty. She felt like she owed Ciara so much and she owed Taylor so much, and she didn't allow herself to really let herself be honest about what she was feeling. Hi, Juan. Hi, Shauna. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think like she felt something, but she was like, oh, I don't want to do that. Like, I feel badly. And hi, Faith. She said like, hi, Lindsay. I knew how much Ciara was going like so mad about missing him. Hi, Date My Makeup. Thank you for the follow. That like, I didn't want to let myself feel this. You know what I mean? So I think that's a really normal thing to feel. I agree, Danae. Thank you for the roses. Like, he was just trying to care for her. And they had like a week of like press, right? Like, so again, it just felt like she asked for a lot very soon for them. And you know what, Gigi? I think that's a great point. I think that's a great point. Wait, Karen, are you talking about us getting over it while you're also in the live talking to us about it and listening about it? I'm confused, babe. Hi, Clyde. Yeah, so I just feel like, yeah, Gigi, because why do they be doing this? Leisha, like, come on. For real, Gigi, y'all are so funny. I love my mutuals. But yeah, so it felt a little soon for what she was asking for. I think she could have given it a little bit more time, even if she actually was feeling hurt, which I think she probably was. That makes a lot of sense to me that she would have been. I just think that she could have paused with acting like they owed her something. And I'm gonna be honest, I made a video right after she put out the first video of her in Mykonos. To add to the potential hate train of Valandria just doesn't sit right with me, right? Like, you're literally basically saying that this woman betrayed you, right? He wanted my friend the whole time, when you know that she's gotten so much flack on the internet around, what happened to being a girl's girl, explicitly about her and Nick now being paired. For you to do that felt intentional. And I wasn't fucking with it. Okay, Leisha, you asked me, House of Seven Goddesses. Yes, exactly. And somebody else said it about her twisting her words and him maybe not wanting to have a private conversation. Hi, Ebony. Hi, Brianna. I think that that's super valid. You know what I mean? Like, we watched her in the villa twist things, and I don't know if he knows this. I don't know what he's watched, right? But he definitely could be like, I don't necessarily want to have a private conversation with her because I don't know how she'll remember it when she repeats it to someone. You know what I mean? James, I think you might be talking to people in the comments because I'm not sure what you're referencing, but if you want to tell me, you can. I think you might be talking about Hilga, but I'm not sure. Oh, Fab. Yeah, I don't think that, like, he's too territorial. I don't think that, because I haven't seen enough to actually believe that. I just noticed that he has the ability to be territorial. Mostly what I meant by that when I talked about it in my video was how I watched him. Yep, Yanela, am I saying that right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Yanela. You can spell it phonetically for me if I'm saying it wrong. Hi, Maria. Hi, Lindsay. But yeah, so when he like poured out Elan's tea, when he threw away Elan's pancakes that he was making, when he went to Elan and was basically like trying to, like, you know, be the big man about like respect, and like, to an extent it makes sense, right? Because Sierra is your person, but they weren't closed off, and Elan was doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing in the villa, which was demonstrating interest in Sierra. You know what I mean? So it was giving territorial. Hi, Amina. So that's what I mean by, like, he has an ability, hi, Savannah, to be territorial. Yeah, it definitely was ego. It was so funny, Ivy, because the way Elan was like, dude, I don't give a fuck. He did not care. He did not care, right? And I think, you know, to some extent, y'all, that's like, we're all going to feel that way to an extent, but we have to remember the particular environment they were in. They were in an environment where that was supposed to be being done. You know what I mean? Where they were supposed to be exploring, I mean. And so it shouldn't have been so... He should have been able to strengthen his connection with her without having to sideline or attempt to sideline Elan in the process. I think so too, Maria. I think part of it was about competition at that point. You know, Jen, I'm not going to say anything about that. Yeah. So, okay. So, Leisha, you asked me about the obsession with Huda. I struggle to even say. I'm going to call her Hilga in this live because I don't want to draw the stands to the live, okay? Fans are welcome. Stands are not. They get a little cray-cray in here. But I think that the obsession with Hilga is really about people just being, hi KB, hi Katie. I think it's about people being obsessed with watching the behavior. You know, I think people think, and I obviously, I don't know everybody's take. I only know the people that I've been engaged with. Or wait, do you mean like them standing her? Let me make sure that I'm clear about what you mean. Yeah, this is true, Juanita. Thank you for the follow, Miss Glenda. I love that your name is Miss Glenda. Hi, Aunt Dee Dee. Hi, Sinal. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you mean like with the stands. Honestly, what Juanita is saying is what I think is happening. I think that people see themselves in her, and so and I've said it before on this like platform, I'm a former crash out. Okay. And honestly, y'all, depending on the circumstances, I still might. I'm going to just be completely honest with you. Okay. But am I crashing out a man that I've known for 2 days? No, I'm not. Okay. But I think that a lot of them see themselves in her is what it is. They don't know how to emotionally regulate and they feel like her behavior is justified. Okay. So that's one part of it. They also, if we want to keep it a buck, she is gorgeous, right? She fits very stereotypical standards of beauty. And yes, I understand that she's had work done and all of that, but people like to believe pretty people. They just do, you know? People like to believe attractive people. Right? And this is where we see the anti-blackness that came into play with Shelly and Alandria, right? Because they're objectively, in my opinion, gorgeous. But when you are trained to believe that blackness is not beautiful, it's easy to vilify them, right? And so yeah, Kenya, somebody asked me why I think people are so obsessed with her. So I think that she's beautiful. She's beautiful, right? Oh my gosh, thank you. It is a very particular, I just got on T. I just got on at like 40-ish minutes ago, maybe. My daughter's judging me in the corner. So she's beautiful and people want to, this is where parasocial relationships come in. You know what I mean? They want to feel connected to her. They want to feel like they can be her, right? Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the likes, y'all. And so that desire to be connected to her, when she wins, they win. And so they're going to support quite literally her rights and her wrongs because they want to be her, right? Now, what they don't realize is how much she has wanted to be other people, right? But they want to be her. That she is the aesthetic in the United States right now. Thank you for the follows, y'all. She is the aesthetic in the United States right now of like what beautiful is, what made it is. If you see people talk about her, they're like, oh, she's going to be like on the next Kardashian, right? Because she has that particular look. And so they see her as a gateway to success. And by being fans of her, they get access to that success. This is where we see parasocial relationships truly come in, is in her fandom. And I know. We're talking about Hilga Aman. Somebody asked me why I think that people are so obsessed with her, like fans are so obsessed with her. And so they see this in her and they absolutely believe in the behavior. So something that I've talked about in on my page before, and then I'm gonna open up the panel in like 10 minutes, y'all. Something that I've talked about too is the behaviors that I watched with her on the show are behaviors that I saw with my middle school students. It starts young. Thank you for the follow, Nola girl. It starts young. They think, I hate to see it. Exactly, Juanita. I hate to say it like this, but exactly, Juanita. But like they think that crashing out is cute. They think that crashing out is like evidence. Thank y'all for the follows. They think that crashing out is like evidence of how committed they are, and oh, I'm so into it, and you not just gonna bitch me or whatever. You know what I mean? But to them, it's cute. And the amount of times that I saw 12-year-olds crash out about boys or whatever, right? They do think it's passion, Miss Glenda. I'm not going to be disrespected. They think they're standing up for themselves, right? But they're also 12. So I don't expect them to have emotional regulation. You know? Ooh, Yanela baddies. And you know what, Jay? I don't even think she crashed out, to be honest, because I probably would have gotten his ass way harder than she did. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. She laid into him, but kept it very cute, in my opinion. In my opinion, it wasn't a crash out. I think she could have done a lot more. But yeah, so they see themselves in her, and they want to believe that her behavior is okay. Hilda or Katsy, can you tell me what you mean by that question? Leisha, okay, Kismet, yeah, I have a whole video about that, yeah. You know what? I actually don't believe that, Christine. And I'm going to tell you why, because I'm a watermelon supporter. I'm very clear about that. Okay. Oh no, I would have done worse than Olandria. I'm a watermelon supporter. And that to me is, I actually I guess you could say called out, but I made a video like, hey y'all, the brand that she's collabing with has been known to be funding the redacting of her people overseas. And the fans that made it to my page were like, you're just a hater. And I was like, y'all don't like that girl. Y'all don't like her for real. Because why would you want that for her? Why would you want that for somebody that you actually like? But it's because they would perceive her losing a brand deal as a loss for themselves. Because again, parasocial relationship. Come on, Jen. No, Juanita. No, not Huda Beauty, Stinky Pinky. It was Too Faced. Good question. Hi, Miss Glinda. So yeah, yeah. Breeze, nothing in particular happened. Hi, Sizzle. Basically somebody was asking why I think people Too Faced the makeup line. It was who she had TOO faced. It was with Amaya when they first come out. But sorry, hold on. I'm trying to get my brain back to where I was 2 seconds ago. Oh, somebody asked me why I thought that people were obsessed with Hilga. So I was responding to that. Oh, child. I know, Gigi, but that's just them attempting people that do stuff like that. So really, Jen? That wouldn't shock me. That wouldn't shock me. I don't even know why I said really, Jen, because that wouldn't shock me. That wouldn't shock me at all. Hi, Wilmer. Hi, Jakira. Hi, Annalie. Potentially, Jay, I would believe that too. Most people in entertainment are. Gigi, to your comment about them calling you the Z word, I'm trying. Hi. I'm assuming that's Chill Tech is how I say it. I feel like a lot of them saying things like that are the same type of people that then when, oh, Chili Cheese, thank you for correcting me. I love when y'all correct me so I can say your names right. Shoot, hold on, y'all. Brain fart real quick. Okay, yeah, people that do that are the same type of people that were being bigoted to Ciara in response to her racism. Like, those are the type of people that just like to get all up in that shit anyway, right? Because, and like just maybe people with bad praxis, honestly, and bad like political like theory and praxis at play. But yeah, a lot of those people, they just say that because they want to use it in a way to sort of further their own. Oh, thank you, Chili Cheese. Can you say more of what you mean, Bree's husband? Oh, do you mean like people calling people the Z word? I didn't, but Juanita, that don't shock me. Yeah, I appreciate that, Bree's husband. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like that's a big old leap. That's a big old leap. You know what I mean? But I feel like people use that because they already have bad political praxis themselves, or why are people so passionate about Error and Shelly hanging out? Yeah, I'll speak to that. I think they have bad political practice themselves, and they already have their own bigoted and xenophobic views. And so they just, like, I wouldn't be shocked, Gigi, if it's more motivated by their anti-blackness, and that's why they're calling you the Z word. You know what I mean? And I'm sure you clocked that too. Exactly, Juanita. You disliking her in and of itself doesn't make you anti-black or racist. It's how you go about it. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you saying? Thank you for the follow, Rita. Hi, Cecil. Hi, Jorge. Thank you for the follow, Jorge. So Rayel asked about that. Why are people so passionate about 404 and Shelly hanging out? 404, thank you, Jazz and Siobhan, for the follows. It is so weird. Thank you for the flowers, y'all. Thank you for the roses, Jasmine. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Part. Yeah, so hi, Lynn. I just feel like people, they... I was calling her Evergreen Tea, but it didn't catch on. But I figured another tree name would be funnier. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Bree's husband. That's already how you move through the world. You know what I mean? Thank you for the roses. And I think to Ivy, your point, and Cassie, to your point, I think it's about people feeling like, well, hold on now, sis. Hold on now, sis. What you came out to, they feel like by proxy, by how can I say it differently? By like having proximity to Ciara, I'm trying to like keep it where it's understandable. By having proximity to Ciara, that potentially it's an endorsement by, yeah, association's a great word too. Thank you, bees. Sometimes I get a little too academic in my head. But like, okay, Jen, I'm going to speak to that, and I'm about to open up my panel. So if y'all want to request, please do. Do I have my mods in here? Would you let me know if you're a mod and you're in here? Hi, Alexis. Hi, Period. Hi, user, a bunch of numbers. By her having association with 404, that it is potentially Shelly endorsing, thank you, Amina, endorsing Ciara's behavior. You know what I mean? And so I agree, Bree's husband. I actually feel like it might be too long at this point. And so I think that people are concerned about what this potentially means about Shelly. Well, I think it's two things. I think they might be concerned about what this means about Shelly's views. Hi, baby. How was the party? Good. Good. But I think they also are concerned about the backlash that Shelly will receive for being seen in the company of 404. Does that make sense? So I feel like people don't want her to get the backlash. They're like, no, sis, this is not a good look, right? And they're concerned about that part of it. And I think that people are worried about, well, what does this then mean about what you believe? And exactly, Ivy, exactly. It's like Asian hate is so dismissed. Like we didn't all freaking live through COVID. Like we don't all know how dangerous it can be. Like we don't all know, well, maybe people don't all know about the internment camps. Like we don't all know why that slur had so much power. It was used to target and redact people. So I think that, Pumpkin, you want to know what I think about her hanging out with her? I think that that's why people are concerned. You know what, Pumpkin, if that's what you're asking me, your Trapped in Closet series is too funny. Yeah, I think a lot of people didn't know Care Bear, and I think that that is fair, you know. That's true, Juan. I also don't think it's wrong for people to have opinions that they share, right? Like this is very normal. Tabloids have existed for a long time. US Magazine has existed for a long time. Like we've been talking about public figures and celebrities for eons at this point. Not actually eons, but y'all know what I mean. You know what, Katsy? To someone else's point, Jen, it was Jen that said they feel like that Shelly may just be, unfortunately, very neutral. I don't think that you're wrong about that. And I'm very stern about, if you are neutral in the face of abuse, harm, or oppression, then you are siding with the harmer, the abuser, and the oppressor. Now, I feel like I don't have enough information to make an assessment about what that means about Shelly, because I've heard a couple of different scenarios about how this went down, y'all. I heard that like they were at a brand deal and that Shelly didn't know she was going to be there. Only Andreina knew that everybody was going to be there. Then I heard that Andreina had invited both of them. Like I've heard a couple of different tellings of how it went down. So I don't know enough to make like, I feel, a fair assessment about Shelly based on it. But that's what I was getting ready to get to, Lene. I do still feel like she didn't have to take the picture. And I love Shelly. And I still don't feel like she... Okay, yeah. So, yeah, Bree's husband. I don't know enough to, like, know how it came about. And I think people are coupling it with the fact that she would, you know, her response to Kiki about 404 and then the picture, it just doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. And I think that you definitely do have to choose to make a stand about some things. And I hope that Shelly has people in her corner and in her circle that are going to help her to understand why that wasn't the right move, right? And not just about optics, not just about your image, but what does this then mean? What are you suggesting, right? By co-signing this, right? Like, I hope none of them would be, well, I shouldn't say that because a lot of them have been. I was going to say, I hope that none of them are like caught dead with Austin or like TJ but like, that's not true because a bunch of them have been already. You know what, Juanita, to your question, I really don't think it's like my place to decide that. And I know that that feels like, yeah, Jen, I don't like that. I don't know that I can give an answer to that personally. That's just like my personal belief around it is like, and I don't think we have to burn her, Juan, but I think we can like people and still hold them accountable, right? This goes back to my comment way earlier about the difference between niceness and kindness, right? Kindness is like, I can love you, but love also looks like correction sometimes. And so we can hold you accountable, and not us because we don't fucking know her, right? But like the people around her, you know what I mean? And we can have conversations about it as a larger public and as a larger community with each other around, you know what? We shouldn't engage in certain things. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay, y'all, I'm going to remember how to open up my thing. Give me 2 seconds. um Hold on, y'all. Nope, that's not right. Ah, hi Mimi. Hi Dominique. Um Yeah, I think at the very least, to Bree's point, Juan, it shows tolerance, and I do think that there are some things that we have to say. I draw a hard line at that. You know what I mean? And I do think that I will say that I think that Shelly's probably asking the same question Juanita's asking around, like, okay, well, what more does she do? And not really knowing how to navigate it. I understand how that can feel very tenuous and nuanced. I totally get that. You know, I'm not trying to shit on Shelly at all. I get that that feels very like, ooh, I don't know how to deal with it because I watched her make this video and apologize and be accountable, and she said it's out of her vocabulary. So how do I move forward with her based on also our history? Like, I get that it's very confusing. And thank you for the follow. And I think that it's really about, you know what? Who? No, I'm just kidding. Coco Bean. We don't even say her name. But I think that, you know, it's really about trying to tap into the community that was harmed by this and listening to what they're saying. And, you know, I hate to bring this up because, again, I don't want to like dogpile on her about all of it, right? She did. Juan, I'm not in the business of saying like whether or not it was sincere, simply because I'm not an Asian person to decide. And again, Asian people are not a monolith, y'all. Everybody will have their own feelings about it, okay? But I don't really get to decide whether or not it was sincere. But she did apologize. She did make I do think she's getting it bad. I think it's also because, you know, Coco, she was on much longer than Yulissa was, right? So I think people feel maybe more duped by her is the right word. Maybe they feel duped. Like, we watch, because I really liked her. I thought she was so fun. That's my husband, y'all. I thought she was really fun when she first came into the villa. Hi, CJ. I thought she was really fun when she came into the villa. You know what I mean? And then I started to see things that made me like, I don't know, girl. And then this came out. On God, Coco. Okay, I think that y'all have figured it out for me. Well, okay, I'm about to let y'all in. Period. Y'all are thebomb.com.
Hello.
Hi.
If you'd like to hop up, please feel free to request.
I haven't been on live in a while.
You know, Jen, I thought she was fun at first. I really did. She brought a lightness, and you know what I think it was is we were having so much, woof, that it was just nice to have a little breath of freshness for a little bit. See, we're talking about 404 Pumpkin at first. Okay, CJ. But yeah. Okay, Gigi, it didn't. Okay, now it's showing me. Got it. Thank you. Yeah, y'all, if you request, please let me know because I don't always see it, and then I can bring you in.
Yeah, can I say something about 404?
Okay, so y'all have been seeing panel, welcome up. Y'all have been seeing the comments and the questions. I agree, Kismet. I'm curious if y'all have thoughts that you'd like to add as well.
Yeah, I was going to
The
say something
empathy
about
shirt was
404.
funny. Katsy, I can't hear you. It seems like you're off mute, but oh, just kidding. It was me.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, go ahead, babe.
But yeah, like my thing about 404 is that not to nitpick in her apology, but I like after watching it like a bunch of times, like some of her stuff didn't really make sense because like she said like, oh, immediately when I learned of that word and stuff like that, like educate myself, I like informed my friends about that word, you know. And then her friends even come out and defend her while while she was being attacked and like all that all type of stuff. I feel like as a friend, if I actually had been educated by homegirl, I would have been like, yeah, she did educate us. Like low key, this is y'all just pushing too much. She learned this and that. She's educated now, but no, none of them did that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Some parts were just giving like fake. It just felt weird. But that was just my thought on it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Katsy, and I hadn't even thought about it, like, because she did talk about like she's done her best to educate other people, but we didn't see any of her friends come out and say like that they had that experience with her, and maybe she just hadn't talked to them about it, but like I think that could have lent a little more credence. And I want to just respond real quick to Anne's comment, y'all. Why are Black people involving themselves in defending 404s? Where's the Latinas and her white friends? Nobody in here is defending her. We're just discussing how Shelly is being perceived for having engaged her and taking a picture with her. And then we got a little bit onto her apology. I will preface this as we are talking about this. Nobody in my life, unless you actually tell me, well, even still, nobody in my life is going to like 404 is like an error code, and that's why she's called 404 for C error. Anyway, nobody in my life is like going to offer this woman acceptance of her apology. She already said, Bree's husband, that she wasn't invited. So she will not be there, which is why she did her, as Gigi put it, 10-part series, Trapped in the Closet.
Whole Trapped in the Closet series. Which genuinely felt more sincere than her actual apology, if I'm to be honest.
For real, it did.
So she will not be there. None of us are going to be offering her acceptance of her apology because we can't speak for a whole community. Even if you are an Asian person that comes into my panel, you can accept for yourself, but not for a whole community. We're not monoliths, and so we're going to treat it as individual experiences. But I just wanted to clear that up. We're not on here defending her. We're just having mostly a conversation about Shelly and then how it relates to 404. Juan, if you want to watch it, I've been recommending that people don't actually watch it from her so that she doesn't get the views because the video is monetized. And I don't know what she's doing with that money, and I don't think that she deserves to profit for like saying slurs. So I actually did tag a creator on like my video on it, where you can go to that creator who screen recorded it. She's an Asian woman, and she screen recorded it and is giving part of her take. So that's it. And then, okay, anybody else want to add to that? Sorry, y'all. I just wanted to address this.
Yeah,
I do.
For sure.
Okay, go ahead, Gigi.
So my biggest concern with the whole with Shelly being with Slorella adds this like, so we witnessed while in on the show and while they were in Fiji, this sort of mammification of the black women and how they were like having to do the emotional labor for their lighter counterparts. And I feel like this is Sierra's move to be able to shift the narrative and show that, hey, these people are aligned with her. And that burden is going to shift to Shelly. And I feel like that's why she's getting this backlash. I feel like that this burden is going to shift to her. And then it's the equivalent of, I can't be racist because I have a black friend, and I feel like this is what's going to happen with Shelly. So that's what I'm wary of. As far as her situation between her and O, I did give her a little Haitian side eye because, our Haitian mothers warn us a lot of the times, be careful because that's not your friend. So what are you doing with friends? You don't need friends. So I did give her a bit of a Haitian side eye, but also I am that type of person who I have friends who we have former mutual friends that I don't associate with, and we're not in the same room together because, my friends choose peace over my chaos. So they prefer not to have us to have friends. And also, we don't know the conversation that happened between Shelly and Elandria and if they are okay with this. So I feel like to be outraged on her behalf prematurely is a little parasocial. you know, just to use that word. I think it's our vocabulary word of the day. So I feel like it's a little, it is, right? So I feel like to be outraged on her behalf is just a bit premature until she says something about it. Um, but as far as Shelly, I would implore her to just be wary of the way she moves in these environments, especially with the way that she was perceived on the show. And we've already had media attack her and depict violence against her and put her in this toxic, like, I would hate for her to fall back into that because of the people that she associates with or chooses to associate with.
Yeah. Yeah. Great point, Gigi. Thank you so much. Y'all know Gigi is my mutual. I love having Gigi up here when I open up my lives because she's always going to keep it a buck. But y'all are all giving great thoughts. My other panelists, do y'all want to add to this particular conversation your thoughts around this look for Shelly and what that's like? Go ahead, Amina.
I do. Okay. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Okay. So one thing I want to remind people of is people always say like Sierra's an influencer, and she is, but she also worked for one of the biggest companies. So she's way more adept than people give her credit for. She worked for Passes, and I think it's past tense because that was also like one of the first female founding billionaires, or the youngest one that was Asian actually. So she used to work there, and she worked in procuring and managing other influencers. So she's way more adept than people give her credit for. So I always want to remind people of that. So that's just one point. And on to Shelly. The only thing is that they always, when they want to critique Alandria, they always throw around like these, they were friends type thing. But I think this was a traditional trio friendship where Shelly was the connector between both of them. So they ended up hanging out together. So my only worry is how well is Shelly going to manage this friendship?
Yeah.
Because it's going to be natural that they're going to speak about what's going on. And is she going to be able to like be truly partial when Sierra wants to vent about her feelings that she may still have towards Nick, and then whatever, all that stuff. That's my biggest concern. Also, I think you mentioned people digging in their heels, so I think this could be a situation where Shelly digs in her heels. It's like, F you guys don't know this for the friendship that I built with her, and I know her beyond whatever, situation in the past. So she's gonna double down and really go hard for Sierra.
Yeah.
I think so, because we want to think that they have all the information that we have, and they're watching all these videos and all these opinions, but they don't. Like, do they really have time to go watch the 10,000 hours of TikToks that we've been watching when they have like 50 million people coming at them? Like, no, they don't give a crap. So she's just going to be like, okay, this is in her past. She told me she's making amends. She's going to donate to whatever form. She's taking whatever cultural competency class or whatever. And that's going to be it for her.
I agree. I've talked, like you said before, on this in my platform about how people will dig their heels in if they feel like it's me against, or it's us against all of y'all. I definitely hope that does not happen. A lot of people have already shared it in the comments, but I don't think that if this was reversed, I don't think that we would be seeing. Do I want to say that?
Yes.
I don't trust that we would be seeing the same level of like.
No, because her friends did not stick up for her. They could have been like, this is not the Sierra we know. She will rectify this when she gets out of. They did none of that, girl.
Yeah.
And she was back on vacation with them in Greece. So what was that conversation like?
You see how she's still protecting them because she did not post them on anything. She's not posting that she's hanging out with them.
Yeah, and on her post, she didn't apologize. She came at Nick's family but her friends were dragging him. They literally put a freaking clown emoji over his face and called Alandria a shiny new toy during that Casa kiss. So it's like they were dragging him the whole season. Why would his family like you? Let's be real.
Yeah.
It's also why I think he doesn't have to reach out to her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. I'm just gonna put it out there. That's also why I think, like, knowing how big Nick is on family and on loyalty, even if her friends did this on her behalf, right? Because and I get like their perspective, like that's your home girl. You rah-rahing for your girl, right? So I totally get that. But if you're still expecting the kindness of a conversation, I feel like you have to do your due diligence and step in front of it and go, hey, I know they did this on my behalf, but I really don't agree with this, and I'm still open to conversation. I think if she wanted that to happen, that needs to happen because kindness works both ways. Aside from the fact that I feel like they already had their conversation, so I don't know why she expects an additional one.
Right.
Because when he told her in Soul Ties, I think this, I was on the live yesterday and we talked about this, and I replayed the clip like several times. It's like they have this conversation where he said, she makes it clear we're not boyfriend and girlfriend on the outside. We will focus on each other and not explore anyone else that walks through these doors, and focus on each other until we can't anymore. And then he says to her, that makes me happy because now I know what kind of relationship I want to have with you. He doesn't get all romantic about it. He just says, I know what kind of relationship I want to have with you. When you hear his conversation with Alandria, though, it's the same conversation, different font, where he talks about, wanting to take his little love plant on the outside and actually water it. I think, it's very distinctive the way they have the same conversations in two different fonts. And he's very intentional about what he's seeking to pursue, as opposed to the kind of relationship he wanted to have with her. Like, they had a connection ship. He and Alandria were building towards a relationship. And I said before, it's not to say that Sierra's human. We know that Slorella is going to, have feelings, and that she's entitled to be hurt. Like, not to be crass, but she's been throwing her flaps at him every 20 seconds. Like, you're going to feel some type of way. It is what it is. But I also do feel like he was very intentional in how he approached conversation with her. And if we're going to hold him to a certain standard, then we have to hold ourselves to a certain, like, we have to hold women and ourselves have to have a certain sense of awareness of the situations we're walking into. Because I think she was very aware of what it was and then built up this fantasy in her mind.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Can I let, I think I'm saying your name wrong, so please correct me. Is it Fatha?
Yeah, you got it right.
That's right? Okay. Okay, I want to hear from Fatha. Ella, I know that you tried to come off mute too, so I want to hear from you too. I would appreciate you, Gigi, naming that, because people don't give that enough credit, that when they had conversation, she was the one that said, this is what it's going to be on the outside. She laid that foundation, so the fact that she's acting so shocked, it just is
Yes.
okay. Fatha and then Ella, will y'all please share your thoughts?
I don't know if we're off of the Shelly topic.
No, you could say, you totally share. Yeah.
I made a video on the fact that I don't believe that Alandria and Shelly were friends, at least not the way we I think would have liked to have seen happen between the two of them. And I mentioned the fact that I think they connected with each other because there were two dark-skinned Black women on experience together, but it wasn't as deep as maybe we made it out to be. And I pointed the fact that I'm Haitian, I'm from Miami, I'm a dark-skinned Black woman, and I know why, I can see why Shelly gravitates more towards the Hispanic girls because of commonalities, because of immigration and diaspora and whatnot. And I feel like the conversation, basically, in the conversation, I said, well, I didn't like some of the things Shelly did on the villa. I don't think we should hold her to this standard where, like, she had to be basically Captain Save-A-Ho and trying to, like, save everyone or, stand up for everyone. So it's okay that she didn't, even though I wouldn't have done it. I understand why she didn't get up and, speak up on behalf of Maya or Olandria or whoever, right? But what I'm afraid of is the conversation that's being had is that Shelly is jealous of Alandria, and the people in the comments are saying she's because she doesn't have the education Alandria had. It's because Alandria is more popular, and I don't want Shelly to end up tarnishing her own brand for someone else that wouldn't do the same thing for you. And I feel like Sierra has come up many times to say her piece, but she hasn't once said, hey, I know I'm in this, like, racist situation, but at the same time, these girls are my girls. Can we not, be so racist towards them? She's yet to say anything. And she could, because she knows when she can come out and say something, and she's okay with whatever publicity she's getting. So why is she not using that time to say, hey, by the way, I see this is happening to these black women they were my sisters, that were my friends, instead of talking about, her expecting Olandria to put aside everything she's going through right now, whether good and bad, to go and embrace you. I don't get what Shelly's doing. I don't understand. I feel like she's not seeing the fact that people are gonna keep pushing these narratives, because I don't think Shelly's jealous of Alandria, but I don't think they were as, the kind of friends that we would like for them to be. And I think, she needs to be careful.
Can I just tell y'all, thank you for sending my panelists gifts. Thank you so much for doing that. I also, Ella, I want you to speak, and I just want to address this comment. It's an older comment now, but I scrolled up to it. So Curiosity 101, as Tata was speaking, you said, parasocial, you know nothing about their friendship. This is weird. I just want to name, and we already talked about it on here. This is not me shitting on you, but that's like this is not what parasocial relationships actually are. Tata is commenting on the behaviors that they saw in the villa and making an assessment based on those behaviors. And she's just using her critical thinking skills to draw some conclusions based on the information she had access to. She is not presuming to have a level of intimacy or closeness to them that would make this parasocial. So I just like to clarify that. Everybody's welcome to be in this space, but I try not to let people use psychological terms incorrectly if I can catch it. So I just wanted to clarify that. Ella, will you please share your thoughts, my friend?
Sorry, if I may, real quick, because
Yeah.
I think I was on a live with Tata before, and she made, just to continue on to her point, Tata, you made a point in our last live that I was on with you about the reason why you think Shelly and Sierra are together from a cultural standpoint. Would you mind explaining that? Because I thought that was a very interesting point. Although I didn't quite agree with it, I thought it was an interesting perspective. Would you mind sharing that real quick?
Yeah. So as an immigrant,
Real quick, Pauline, I see your question. After we finish this, will you drop it one more time, and then I'll have the panel address it? Okay, go ahead, Tata.
Yeah. So growing up in Miami, I have a lot of African American friends, but I've never been able to have the kind of connection that I can have with, let's say, a Jamaican person or a person from like Bahamas. Even though we don't have the same everything at this, we have things in common, that just to kind of make it as clear as I could. Versus whenever I'm around African Americans, it's always a sense of like, I'm learning to like assimilate versus I'm just connecting to them on a level of just basically, like, let's say, we can talk about how our parents raise us. Like in my culture, African American culture is different. We can talk about the foods we eat. It's different. We can't talk about the music because it's different. We can't talk about the things we do during the summer times because it's different. I feel like with the Hispanic girls, Shelly will always have that kind of connection with them that she may not necessarily have had with Olandria. And I feel like that is something that needs to be said. It's not something that is bad. It's just, I can see why she gravitates towards those people, because she has things in common with them. And I can see that the way we would want for her and Alandria to have this deep connection, she may not necessarily have that because they don't have those commonalities. And I don't know if I'm wording it correctly, but I feel like when I said, if someone says I'm trying a diaspora war, I'm like, I don't even know what that means. But it's something that we need to talk about. There's a gap between those two relationships when it comes to African Americans and non-African American Black people. You know what I mean? So people don't get why Shelly is hanging out with them. And I'm like, I can see why, because she has a lot in common with them,
I see you, Curiosity. I see your request. I want to let Ella speak, and then I will ask one of my panelists to drop so that you can come up and share. I do want to say, y'all, I'm happy for y'all to disagree in the comments. I want y'all to try to keep it respectful as you are disagreeing in the comments, right? And I think that, Tata is speaking from her experience, and Tata, if I'm getting it incorrectly, you correct me, okay? I hear her speaking from her experience or from their experience and saying, I would understand if this was also happening for Shelly. I don't hear her saying, this is what happens for Shelly. I hear her saying, this is my experience, and so I think that this could be happening for her too. Again, I want us to understand that when we use words like I think, or it could be, or possibly, we're not speaking in absolutes. We're not saying that this is absolutely true for this person. We're
Right.
using information that we have in our experiences to say that this is possible. It could be, right? So I just want to make sure that I don't think that Tata is trying to say this is definitely Shelly's experience. That's not what I'm hearing. Is that right, Tata?
That's correct. And Shelly is more Americanized than I am. So Shelly's experience is probably entirely different from me. But I'm saying I can understand why she gravitates towards those women. And it's not because she wants to be with them because she wants to go against Alandris, because maybe they just have
That disconnect.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Ella, will you share your thoughts? And then, sorry, Curiosity, you are in my queue, and I will bring you up in just a second, okay?
Sure. I wanted to start by saying I think people are reading way too much into this thing with Sierra and Shelly. Andrina explained it, and she said she had an event and she invited two people. She invited Shelly, she invited Sierra, and they both met up. People are seeing this and just reading into it as if Shelly and Sierra are these besties who hang out all the time. You guys saw them at one event. One. While she did say she extended grace to Sierra, I don't necessarily think that means anything. A lot of the cast members are still following Sierra. Zach himself also said he gave her grace. He doesn't speak for the whole Asian community, but he did also say he gave her grace. Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't excuse what Sierra did. I'm not saying it does or it doesn't, but I just feel like people are reading way too much into this one appearance of Shelly with Sierra, and then using that to say that, you know, her friendship with Alandria is not as close as we think it is. We don't know anything about her friendship with Alandria. We don't know what conversations they had behind the scenes. We don't know if she said, "Hey, girl, Andrina invited me to this. Sierra's going to be there. How do you feel about that?" You don't know what conversation they had for people to be making these assumptions about it. And, you know, saying things like Shelly's jealous of Alandria, she's jealous of the attention, things like that. Shelly doesn't strike me as the type of person that really cares too much about the social media aspect. She hasn't posted a single thing since she's gotten back. Not one. In fact, I think she's kind of doubling down. I think she's really trying to show that she really doesn't care what anybody thinks about her and her movements. And so she's doing what she, you know, that's why she's like moving the way she is. But I just wanted to comment on that because I feel like people are just reading way too much into this one appearance. People are saying in the comment section that she has a crush on Sierra. She has a relationship with Sierra secretly. Like, it's just too much. It's too much for just one appearance to an event she was invited to by Andrina, who also invited Sierra.
Yeah.
And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you for that. Are any of y'all willing to drop so that I can bring up Curiosity for a second?
Can I share something
Yes.
really quick before, and then I'll drop out?
Okay.
First I want to say my name is Jada because I know my thing is
Thank
really
you.
long. So, I was just gonna say that I agree with Ella. I don't think it's that big of a deal like people are making it. I don't think that Shelly's doing it maliciously, but I can also see the perspective where maybe their friendship in the villa was more of Alandria being there as a support system for Shelly, and Alandria seeing Shelly as just her friend, someone that she could share with, but wasn't necessarily going to for like advice. So people might feel a little more, I don't know if it would be like protective over Alandria because they don't feel like they have the same type of connection or friendship. So it might not be that serious to Shelly or Alandria, but we don't know that. So
Yeah.
that's just
Yeah.
my 2 cents.
Thank you for adding your thoughts, Jada. Okay, I also saw your comment, Ivy. Please feel free to like request and then you'll stay in the queue, but just let me know when you do request. I'm gonna let you come up, Curiosity, and you can share your perspective on this.
Okay.
Okay, Curiosity 101, what's up?
Guys. Yeah, I wanted to come up just because I'm Haitian and I wanted to give a completely different perspective. I 100% relate to Shelly because we both grew up in South Florida. She's very Americanized. I'm very Americanized. Culturally speaking, if you follow her on social media, you see her TikToks from before she went into the villa. Obviously, she doesn't post now, but before she went into the villa, and you see her lifestyle, her cultural choices, her music choices, where she goes, who she's friends with, all of these things. If you just do a once over, just click on 2 things on TikTok. And if you are like me, who is Haitian, I speak Creole fully, by the way. I was born in Haiti, so I'm really Haitian. However, I came to the United States when I was like 4. So even though I speak Creole and I feel like I'm really Haitian, I'm very American. Like I'm more American than anything else, right? Because I grew up here, for real, for real.
Yeah.
And so Shelly was born here, and Shelly is very American. I don't even think that she speaks Creole really. Like she might say a couple words, but she's not fluent. I can tell. I can tell just by the way she said like a couple of like Creole words before. I was like, oh yeah, she's not really fluent. She's like my younger cousins, you know. And so so Shelly's very American. So the idea of projecting this cultural nuance conversation on her, I think is completely unfair. Shelly is not more connected to Andreina or Sierra because we have no evidence that she is more connected to them. What we need to do instead of projecting is to listen to what these people actually say, what they said. And it's not as important to me what they said in cut up scenes and edited scenes in the villa, but we can use that as some context clues. But I'm really I put more weight on what they say in their interviews post because those are not cut up. They're not edited. You can't really trust what you're seeing on the show because they give reaction shots that belong to another scene. They do voiceovers that belong to another scene. These conversations are not real. Anyone who knows how you make a reality show, it's not real. And so to put these big weighted projections on what the relationship is and who was close to whom and blah, blah, blah. And then they come out and they're like, Olandria's like, me and Austin were super close. Never saw them talk, maybe one time. You know what I mean? Like someone comes out, they're like, yeah, we were together all the time. Never saw them together. Charlie's like, I cried more than anyone in the villa. Saw her cry twice. Like, so to put all of this weight and projection and our own experiences and this is what it is. And that's what I mean by parasocial. Like, first of all, we are misreading an entire show that is edited. We're misreading it and not understanding that the producers are selling us a narration. That is what it means to produce, right? And so they're essentially writing us a script through their production. So that's, first of all, so let's be humble about what we think we're seeing on the show. Secondly, if we want to deduce or we want to try to analyze what people's friendships are for whatever reason, I don't even know why we're doing this, but if we want to do that, then let's at least use the Islanders' own words post-Villa to be heavily weighted against whatever we saw in editing. So what did Olandria and Shelly say about their relationship? What did Shelly say about her relationship with Andreina? What did she say about her relationship with what's the other girl name? Sierra? What about what she has said would lead anyone to believe that she is closer to them for any reason, cultural or otherwise? She herself, in her own testimony, says in the villa and outside of the villa, the closest person to me is Olandria. She is my best friend in here. She is my sister. And when I leave here, she will continue to be my sister. They do an interview. They do a few interviews. I think Shelly and Ace did interviews when they left. She again reiterates, Olandria is my sister. That's the person I'm the closest to. I didn't want to leave her. I love all the girls, but she always emphasizes her special relationship with Olandria. She does a podcast with Keke Palmer. Once again, reiterates what Olandria means to her. Olandria does the same thing. Shelly leaves the villa. She says, I didn't even cry for myself. I cried for Shelly leaving. I didn't even cry when I was leaving, but I love Shelly so much that I cried for her. And how Shelly is my sister and I couldn't have done this without her. And both of them said this. Both of them said, we are always there for each other. We supported each other through this process. We couldn't have done this without each other. This is what they are testifying to us. Then we get on a live and we say, well, I feel like, Olandria was always there for Shelly, but I'm not really sure if Shelly was there for Olandria. Based on freaking what? Based on what? Because she went to a brand event and took a picture with Sierra? Like, what are we talking about? This is nuts to me. And then to add to that, then we project onto Shelly what her culture is. Shelly is a Black American woman with Haitian parents from Miami, Florida. All of her friends are African-American Black people. That is what they are. She is, yes, she's Haitian. She's proud to be Haitian. All of us are proud to be Haitian because Haitian people are very proud of ourselves and our history and who we are. And you could be 5 generations, never been to Haiti for however many years, and the person is going to tell you they are Haitian because that is our culture. But Shelly is, for all intents and purposes, an American woman, a Black American woman from the South. Why the hell would she not have anything in common with Olandria? Why would she have more in common with an LA girl like Sierra, who's Mexican and Puerto Rican, than she would with a Black woman from Alabama? What are we talking about? Like, stop projecting all of this nonsense onto Shelly and Olandria's relationship. They do this on every live. I'm sorry, I'm so passionate about this.
Sorry.
I am a Haitian person who was born in Haiti. My very first friend that I made in the United States is still to this day my very best friend, who is a Black woman. All of my closest friends, with the exception of one who's Korean, they are all Black. I went to an HBCU. I stepped. I listened to hip hop. I am a Black American woman culturally in many, many ways. All of my best friends are American women. I connect with them. They connect with me. They eat my Haitian food. I eat soul food. I teach them my Creole, whatever. We are one. Like, that is how I grew up in South Florida. Yes, I understand. I have cousins who came here older, and like, they may have come here like they were like 17 or 16 or something like that. And yes, they have more Haitian friends. They know more Haitian music than I do. They speak Creole better than I do. And I could see them saying something like, yeah, I connect a little bit more to like Caribbean or African or whatever because of these cultural nuances and these sort of like cultural differences that we may have. And I could see that, but that's not Shelly. That is not Shelly. There's nothing about Shelly that gives new immigrant. That is not Shelly. Shelly is a first generation American. Did you see her parents? Okay, let me give you an example. Shelly said that her dad came to her and said, anybody who's Haitian will get this. Her dad came to her and said, you like girls, don't you? And she said, well, yes, I do. He said, I don't care. Her mom said, you don't even have to come out to me. If you like girls, I don't care. What Haitian people do we know say things like that?
My parents.
Okay, you wouldn't agree that is very rare in Haitian culture? That is extremely...
And I don't know how old you two are, but I'm 39, and I have, like, when I say I had boats. Like, I have straight up boats. Like, I grew up in South Florida in the 90s when it wasn't cool to be Haitian. So like,
me too.
I get it. You know what I mean? Like, so I can, and the only reason why I wanted that, like, the only reason I wanted Tata to like to offer her perspective is because even though I didn't agree with it, because I think I said this in another live, even though I didn't agree with it, I thought it was a very interesting perspective because it's something that we don't talk about very often. So I don't think she was projecting per se. I thought that it was a perspective that she was.
But it's not apropos to Shelly. Shelly is an individual human, right? Like, she's not a project. She's not a theory. She is like an individual human. It is not. There's nothing about Shelly. There's nothing about Shelly.
But when you look at it, let me just say this one thing. Fair.
Let me just say one thing, please. There's nothing about Shelly, except for projection, that should lead us to believe that she is naturally or instinctively more connected to a Dominican woman and a Mexican Puerto Rican woman. First of all, when did Haitian people become so connected to Dominican women in the first? No offense, but like, don't we? Okay, whatever. But what? Like, there's nothing about that tells that about Shelly. We see nothing culturally that would tell us that. That is an argument to make a larger argument that somehow Shelly is closer to these people than she is to Olandria, because there is some kind of need, I feel like, in the fan base, particularly in Olandria's fan base or Nick Olandria's fan base, to position Shelly as some kind of like disloyal friend who really was never Olandria's friend, who isn't as connected to Olandria as Olandria is connected to her, to infantilize Olandria as if Olandria is not the same exact age as Shelly. And so she is some kind of victim of Shelly. That's what this is about.
Can I offer? Pause this for a second, Gigi. I want you to share, but Patsy also asked to speak. I want to just be clear in this live, y'all, that like I'm not on the wave of like infantilizing anybody. I think that I want us to have this conversation. I think it's an important conversation to have.
I think I've had similar conversations around Ace and Jeremiah with people before around how there can be this pressure to align with the Black people in the room, right? There's a books about it, right? About how all the Black kids sit at the same lunch table, right? So there is a lot of concept around it. I want to be careful about saying that things definitively cannot be true about people because we don't know them. I think that we can say it doesn't seem true.
We have no evidence of it, though.
Just that, right? But I just want us to be careful.
But can we agree that there is zero evidence for that premise? Like, I actually have.
But there's zero evidence either, and that's the
But
thing. It's zero evidence either
words.
way.
But I have their words, though. I have
right,
their
but here
testimony.
Here it is.
Okay,
you
go
have clips. You have
No. I have a full
clips.
interview. I have multiple interviews of Olandria and Shelly discussing what their relationship is. I have that.
Can I pose a question? Could it, because I'm a nerd, right? I think that more than one thing can be true at a time. Do you think that it's possible that she does feel connected to these people in this way because of her upbringing, the environment that she grew up in, and that she also does still see Alandria as her soul sister? Like, why do those things have to be diametrically opposed?
They're not
Right.
They're not. I agree. And I was going to make that next point, which is, it's like res ipsa loquitur, or it's like this idea that, for me, I feel like the simplest explanation is always, in logic, the real explanation. And then you have to show me that there's evidence that the simplest explanation is not the explanation before we go to explanation number 2. The simplest explanation is that Shelly is the closest to Olandria, just like Olandria says, just like Shelly says. They're not liars. I'm going to take them at their word. I don't know them. These people are telling me. I'm not going to tell them what their relationship is. So that's number 1. Number 2 is then there's a question of, let's now investigate or analyze who Shelly went to an afternoon brand event with to determine her relationship with Olandria. First of all, I think that is just such childish, false logic of how people think of relationships who are not in high school. But however, if we're gonna do this, the simplest explanation would be this: Shelly is friends with Andreina, or whatever her name is.
Andreina.
Andreina, I'm sorry, so bad.
No worries.
She is friends with her. She invites her to an event and tells her Sierra is gonna be there. Shelly says, "Great, I haven't seen Sierra since the villa. I didn't even get to say goodbye to her." Like, I mean, regardless of whatever anyone thinks of Sierra, we're talking about humans, right? Because I think sometimes we talk about these people like they're Sims. In real life, if you became friends with someone, you're stuck. Like, just think about like pledging for a sorority, right? Any sort of traumatic event that you've been through. And this whole event that these people have gone through is trauma, believe it or not. I mean, being stuck in a villa where you can't talk to anybody but each other, where you're being screwed around by producers and lied to producers, where you're trying to develop intimate relationships while also navigating friendships, where there is a whole bunch of toxicity going on around you, where America is constantly voting and playing with your head about who you are and what they've seen. You come out and everyone, some people, you come out and some of them come out and everyone hates you. That is traumatic, right? So all these people have been through a trauma together. So they are trauma bonded, first of all of them in some capacity. And they are trauma bonded. That's not
what trauma
means.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay. I know what you're getting at, but
okay, I'll take it back. Because I'm not a psychologist, so I want to take that back.
Yeah, for sure. Trauma bonding is when you are bonded to the person that has inflicted trauma upon you.
Okay, I'm sorry. What do you call that when two people go through a horrific?
You could just say that they have like a shared traumatic experience.
Okay, they have I'm sorry about that. So they have a shared traumatic. I've used that incorrectly before, and I apologize. They have a shared traumatic experience, and so I want to say what I imagine. The naturalist, most easiest explanation, like I said, logic tells you, is that she calls her and says, come to this event, or I have this event, and I have 2 tickets, whatever it is, and you can get free clothes. That's what influencers do. And she says, Sierra's going to be there. Shelly is not going to say, well, no. I mean, like, naturally, would any of us say this? No, I'm not going to go there because God forbid someone takes a picture and then the internet has a backlash against me, even though in reality, if any of our friends made any sort of mistake, worse mistakes, got arrested and went to jail for whatever, white collar crime, let's say, we typically, I would hope, none of us say, well, I'm not taking their phone call from jail. I'm shunning them. People do not act like this in real life. In real life, people have humanity. In real life, people are like, oh my God, you did this horrible thing. Why did you do that? The person says, I know, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to fix it, da, 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 whatever. In real life, you don't abandon your friends or people that you
If
love or people, let me just finish, or people that you've gone through a major experience with because the world has turned on them. And I'm going to tell you something. I became a bigger Shelly fan because of how she is not allowing the masses to dictate how she shows up for her friend who the whole world hates. Do you know the amount of courage it takes to be like, the entire world hates someone who legitimately did something terrible, and I am not going to abandon them in their hour of need. You're drowning. I'm not going to push your head underwater. So maybe Shelly was just like, I'm going to go there and see my friend who I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to. Maybe it just has nothing to do with Alandria at all. Maybe on her way there,
which is totally fair. If I can really quick for just a
I'm gonna
second so
have
we can get
Gigi
to the next
hop in
person to
and then-
speak. So
And then I'm gonna pivot us. Go ahead,
just
Gigi.
really quick, and I get that you're passionate about this, right? But I just want to posit a single perspective for you. We have these conversations because of the field that they are entering. It's in the public eye, into the realm of influence. So conversations like this are going to exist, and I think it's important to examine perspectives from all aspects, especially people who relate to her on a cultural level. And that's the only thing. That's the only reason why I asked Tata to share that perspective, because even though, like I said, I didn't agree with it, I did think it was an interesting perspective as being somebody who culturally we share this experience of being Haitian in South Florida and understanding what it means to, regardless of how Americanized you are. I think that I told Tata this in the last live that like I felt like there was a disconnect there because I feel like her parents are more Americanized, so there may be a disconnect in that logic. However, I do think it's still an interesting perspective considering the history of how Haitians were treated in Miami in particular. So it does leave a lasting impression throughout the generations. So I thought her take was interesting, and I think it's important to discuss, especially since optics' sake, people are going to discuss it because they are in the realm of social influence. Does that make sense?
Can we
I'm
talk
gonna-
about
I'm
the
gonna-
Haitian culture
Hold on,
part?
curiosity. Hold on, curiosity. I want to balance us back out because I feel like I'm hearing us in some instances really try to posit theories that we don't have evidence around. I think the most true statement in all of this is that it's fucking nuanced, y'all. It's nuanced.
Right.
Okay?
Absolutely.
There are lots of things that could be true at any given time as to what happened. I don't think that this one moment is indicative of her entire relationship with Alandria. I feel like that is unfair. That is unfair.
And also, can I ask a question? I've been wanting to ask this. I need to ask this. Why is there a direct relationship? Why is there a causation in any capacity between her seeing Sierra at an event and her relationship to Alandria? I don't understand.
But
this
that's what
thing.
I'm saying.
I
That's
don't
what I'm
even
saying,
get it.
Curiosity.
Olandria and Sierra, as far as I know, are not in some kind of war. I don't get why there is a choice that even needs to be made.
That's what I'm saying, curiosity, that there is no, one does not equal the other, right? The fact that she hung out with Sierra is not indicative of anything about her relationship with Alandria. They are separate things, okay? Her relationship with Alandria, we can only go based off of what they said. And y'all know that I'm big on that on my page, okay? Is that when we look at the evidence that we have and we can extrapolate from the behavior that we are seeing some things, but we cannot make up entire things, right? So I was totally fine with Tata's perspective only because you're speaking from like your individual experience and saying, I could understand why this could be true for her, right? I didn't hear you use any absolutes with her, so I feel okay with that personally, right? Ultimately, this is not indicative of their relationships, y'all. All that we're really having, and I know that like, and I haven't seen these Nicolandrian fans. I would be on their ass if I did. Because I'm a Nicolandria fan. This is, I don't feel like that's fair to use this as a way to attack Shelly. And to me, it just is a way to further the hate train that has already been leveraged against these girls. But I think that goes back to my original comment before I brought the panel up, right? Of like, if nothing else, Shelly needs to be careful of how people will leverage this and weaponize it against her. And I don't want that for her, right? I think that Andreina ultimately is the one that invited them. Right? She's the one that invited them. She's the one that took the picture. She's the one that posted the picture. Right? So I think that, ultimately this doesn't really mean anything other than we saw her take a picture with this girl and we can be curious about, but we don't know because she hasn't said anything. We can be curious about what that means as far as like do you align with what Sierra has said? Are you okay? Like, but we don't know anything. All we can do
Well,
is
she
be
already said
curious about
in the
it.
podcast.
Well, she said that she wanted to give her grace, but this
No,
was
but that's not
also
all
like
she
a
said.
couple of days.
That's not all
This
she
was
said.
also a couple of days after they came out of the villa.
That's not what she said. She said in the podcast she had not seen the post, but she knew generally what it was about. And she said Sierra was wrong and that she had taken accountability. So that
I
doesn't
did
sound
already, AV.
So that doesn't sound like there's nothing about what she said that said, "Oh, I think it was a good thing that she used a slur." Like there's no evidence of
I
that.
didn't say that, Curiosity. I didn't say that. So I don't want you to put words into my mouth. I never said that she was okay with it. What I said was, we see her in the post in the interview saying that, like, hey, let us give her some grace. This is, I had a conversation with her. I know that she's trying to move forward. That's it, right? And then we see this picture with her and Sierra. That doesn't mean anything on its own, but it can spark people's curiosity, and there's nothing wrong with that. But for people to start writing narratives on Shelly about what this means is inappropriate. And I don't think it's wrong for Tata to share her experience and to say, this is my experience, and that would be curious if that was also true for her. She didn't say that this was absolutely true for her, and I think that maybe you're approaching this from like an absolute, as though Tata is saying, this is definitely what is happening for Shelly. And
I don't think she was saying it's definite. And I want to make sure, Tata, I'm not trying to say that you're saying it's definite, but I think when we say these theories, right, especially being Haitian people, and as much as there's a lot of Haitian people in this country, it's been shocking to me how many people really don't know Haitian culture. Like I've heard it a lot on these lives where people make a lot of pronouncements about who Shelly is as a Haitian woman. They make pronouncements about her, who she is as a woman and who she is as a queer person. That's when all the, oh, she likes Sierra, which is so homophobic, by the way. Like, just because you like women doesn't mean you like every woman, but whatever. But my point is, they make people make a lot of judgments about who Shelly is as if she's like this mystery. People have very interesting energy towards Shelly. And I just want to say, first of all, I feel like the entire cast, she is the woman that people reserve the least protection for. I don't know why. She is
I'm going to mute you, Curiosity, only because I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that's actually happening in this live. And so I hear you wanting to defend her, but I don't think
live, not in this live,
that you need to defend her from. I don't think that anybody in this live is saying
not here.
Yeah, so I don't want us to
do. We're talking about in general. I'm saying in general, not here. You guys have been. That's the only reason I was willing to come up, is because you guys are super smart and respectful. Because I hear a lot of lives, and I would not participate in any of that. So I want to say, I'm not saying that you guys are doing this. I'm talking about in general, all the conversations online this week, and not just this week, for the last 3 weeks since the heart rate challenge, I would say, and even before then, but since the heart rate challenge. I want you guys to really pay attention to how Shelly is given bad faith for every action. Like, she is not, there's no good faith that we could deduce from her actions. So it's always, maybe she's not close to Alandria. Maybe, what about the fact that maybe she's just loyal? Maybe she's a kind-hearted person who doesn't want to dump on a friend that's already down. Like, maybe she's just a genuine person. It's never these positive attributes that we could put to the action, right? It's never like, okay, well, what I see from this is that she's a loyal, genuine, down person who like will ride or die even when you're at your worst. Like, maybe that's what it is. Like, but we don't look at, like, not you. I'm saying people don't look. So when I hear something like, well, maybe she was closer because of.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I hate to do that on my live. I hate it, y'all. No, I do. I really hate it. I really hate
Thank
it.
you.
I do so bad. But I hear the passion, and it's valid. And I'm the same way. I want to defend our girlies. And I just don't want us to keep arguing against something that's not actually happening in this space. I'm so sorry. Like, it literally is tearing me up. It's like, I feel so bad.
But she was taking
I saw it on your
offense.
face.
She was taking
I'm so
personal
sorry. I
offense.
saw it on your face. I'm sorry I opened that can of worms. I'm sorry.
She overtalked everybody, and whoever said Sierra's from LA, do not put that on us. I'm from California too. She is not. She is from Arizona.
She's from Arizona.
I'm from NorCal, but I will defend us. Don't put us. We got enough bad reputation. Don't put that on us.
I'm crying.
She's not from LA.
I just want to be very clear, because I did drop her, y'all. But I do think that she had valid points. It wasn't that she had invalid points. I just wanted to be clear that like a lot of what she was arguing against just wasn't happening here in this space. And so I just want us to be very clear about the way that we're navigating this space. I try to make my space a very particular way, and I think that's why people engage with my lives.
Yeah, and like I wanted to like enter. I wanted to say some stuff, and like I never really got the chance to, but yeah.
Go ahead, Tatsy. And you know, I want to pivot us if we can. Ivy, I know you came up, so if you have something that you want to add to this, please feel free to. And I feel like Pauline left already, but I do want us to answer her question. Gosh, it's so long ago now. But she did have a question about like why we think that Black men are saying that Nick is going to do Alandria way worse. The only caveat that I'm going to ask, oh no, not you, Harleen, it was Pauline. The only caveat that I'm going to add to that is that if you are not Black, I don't want you to answer that question. And then Harleen, if you can redrop your question. But Ivy, did you want to add something? I'm sorry. I want to remind us of what we were talking about. We were talking about why we think that Shelly is getting so much like conversation around it.
Right.
I'm not sure how we got so far into
Yeah, it kind of got really personal. I feel like that was an example of the parasocial nature, but you know, whatever.
You are correct, Ivy.
Yeah, it was like she knows Shelly personally, and you don't, unfortunately, you know. But I also do want to say, you know, she had said that culturally or just in general that Shelly is Black American. She is not. She is a first generation Haitian American. You know, that's okay. And there is a difference, I would say. And even when you grow up amongst Black Americans, there's still a difference. But okay, next. 404.
Yes, Amina, you know what? I usually do this and I just kind of let us free for all this time. We're going to not. I'm going to let y'all talk, and I'm going to set a timer on you so that you have your time to share. And again, I always try to craft this space, y'all. You can have whatever opinion you want to have in here. It's about make sure that you engage with respect, and make sure that you are mindful of other folks. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So just with 404, I agree that if the situations were reversed, she would not have done that. I think that she literally went down the classic path of where it's like, okay, like let me get behind a Black woman, let me get behind a woman of color, but you know, Black woman. And you know, honestly, like people aren't talking about Andreina like as much because she's not that relevant. You know, if we're being honest, yes, she was a bombshell. She's beautiful, but she didn't leave with a connection. So, you know, once she left, like nobody really cared to speak about her. Shelly and Ace were a very popular couple. And, you know, they're also very connected to the most popular couple, Nick Alandria. So, of course, like, the hate is going towards Shelly. I feel like Shelly, I don't know. I mean, from watching the Keke Palmer interview, I get that she's kind of maybe nonchalant. I don't know. Like, I guess she, you know, as people said in the comments, I saw people saying like, oh, she's hard to read or, you know, whatever. She doesn't really put her, you know, maybe reveal her true self. I don't really know. We don't know her true self, right? But from what she has revealed, and what she said in the interview, you know, she did come off like more nonchalant, and it's like, oh, well, this is what I do. I'm Shelly, and you can take it or you can leave it. But it's like, I feel like I wish that she had the wisdom, and I feel like at 27, almost 28, I think she's turning 28 next month or something. Like
this month, in a couple weeks.
Yeah. And I'm like, I feel like at that age, you should know that it goes far like, Sierra wouldn't have been kicked out of the villa if it was no big deal and an apology was enough. She would not have been kicked out of the villa for that. So like, you can't say, well, she apologized and she took accountability. How are you to say that she took accountability 2 days outside of the villa? You can't say that just because you had a conversation with her. And also, I am Olandria is my number one client. I do like Shelly, but Olandria is my number one client. And I feel like from what I've seen and the way Olandria already felt betrayed by Sierra for standing behind Taylor. So she was already like, not feeling her, right? Would I say it's beef? No. But she was already like, okay, this isn't really my friend. So I feel like it's I'm trying to think of the word, but it's probable that she is going to feel some type of way, or she does feel some type of way in regards to Shelly, and my time ran out, but
You're okay, Ivy. You're okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
but
don't be sorry.
It's probable that she would feel some type of way about Shelly meeting up with Sierra, especially when, even in the Keke Palmer interview, when she mentioned that, oh yeah, I have spoken to Sierra and da-da-da, she visibly reacted. Like, even though she tried to hold it back, but like her spine stiffened even more. You already know she has the perfect posture, but her spine stiffened even more, and she like rocks back and forth a little bit. Like she did not know that, So it's just like, okay, this is your soul sister, but you're keeping things from her that it may not directly, involve her. Maybe Sierra isn't talking about her at all, but I feel like, come on, so that's my thing in regards to Shelly. It's just like, think about your future, think about the optics of everything.
Yeah.
Like, you will be the one to be blacklisted, and 404 will be the one who gets forgiven and get her redeemable arc. And she'll, even if she's not an influencer, she can always go back to being in PR.
Yeah.
So
thank y'all again for sending gifts to my panel. I appreciate it. I do want to address this comment, and then I'm going to go to CJ. So I'm going to tell y'all the order. I don't know if you see the same order as me. CJ, Katsi, Amina, Gigi, and then Tata. So Brandy commented, what does accountability look like? Brandy, I actually have a video that talks about this. I'm kind of fussing in the video. I will just warn you. But accountability has several components to it. But if you're asking explicitly about Sierra, as far as I'm a Black woman, as far as I know, every person on my panel right now is a Black person. I don't think that we can speak specifically to Sierra, what that looks like. We're not a part of the community that was harmed. That really would be on the community that was harmed to determine what they feel like accountability is from her. And I want to be very clear that they're not a monolith. And so everybody might have different perspectives of what that looks like. But if you're just talking about accountability in general, this typically looks like some sort of self-reflection. It looks like some sort of repair, some sort of apology, and then actual change behavior, if you're just asking in general about what that looks like. Okay, CJ, I'm going to go to you, friend. We're talking about, welcome to the panel. We're talking about like what we think about, and then we're going to move to the next topic, y'all, after we go through this line, where we're talking about what our perception is of Shelly in relationship to going to this brand event, being invited by Andreina and taking this picture and posting it. Like, do you have thoughts around that?
I'm not gonna lie. I just now heard about this. I'm so bro. I'm dead ass so lost. I'm Haitian.
You're so
I'm a
funny
Haitian
to me.
American as well. And I told you earlier, I'll be back. I come back and it's like a fucking war with Haitians and what the hell's going on? I'm like, I don't think they miss you. I'm so confused, genuinely. I'm over here. And she's going on and on. I'm like, genuinely, what happened? I just want to know what happened. I don't even want to use my time to talk. I just want to know what happened.
Okay, CJ, basically,
I'm nosy.
Tata shared this very important perspective of this was my experience as a Haitian first gen, right, Tata?
Mm-hmm.
In Florida, and I was able to really connect with the Latina and Hispanic women, and potentially Shelly relates in the same way. Potentially she also is feeling close to Sierra and close to the Andreina, and she took that as Tata saying Shelly is closer to the Hispanic and Latina women and it's on some Buckle Andrea shit, and then got on her like save
You can
Shelly.
like both people though.
You can. And I was trying
Type
to get
shit.
back to the space of like it's nuanced. Like more than one thing can be
You
true at a
kicking
time.
her out was funny as fuck. I always try to start not to laugh. You kicked her out. It was mid talk. She was like so passionate too. It was
I
mid talk.
had
And you
to
just
because
like,
she was going for too long. She was going for too long. Okay.
I
Okay.
seen your
Yeah. Everybody
face.
did already speak about this question. So let's go to Pauline's question. So actually, I'm going to restart your timer, CJ, and let you talk about this question. We'll start at the top and work our way down. So the question was, why do we feel like Black men are saying that Nick is going to treat Alandria worse? And I want us to be very mindful. Like I might interject as we're having this conversation because I want us to be very mindful. Not that I'm worried about this panel in particular, but I don't want us slipping into like anti-Blackness or dogpiling or shitting on Black men in this process. Harleen, will you drop your question and it'll be the next one that we do, friend? Shawnee, can you pin Harleen's comment? So I just want us to be very careful about that. I will respond first about this, and then I'm going to shoot it over to my panel. So thank you, guys. So I would say I actually haven't seen that a ton, to be perfectly honest. I have not seen Black men having this huge focus on how they think that Nick is going to relate to Alandria. So I don't really actually know where that's coming from. And like, maybe it's just not on the side of TikTok that I'm on. Okay. But I will say that in general, I did make a video right when they were getting ready to come out, or right after they came out of the villa, just saying that misogynoir is definitely going to show up a lot in this dynamic. So I am a Black woman. I am married to a Black man, but I dated a lot outside of my race when I was in high school. I had white boyfriends. I had Mexican boyfriends. And when I tell you Black men used to try them, they used to try to test them simply because they were with me as a Black woman. And we were teenagers, right? So there is sometimes the experience of Black men feeling like, oh, how dare you sort of step into, oh, thank you, Pauline, you reposted it. There is sometimes, oh, they don't know how to pin. Amina, can you pin it? Harleen, will you post it one more time? So there is sometimes the experience of Black men feel like, well, how dare you sort of step into this space? And there is sort of a level of like misogynoir that can come around because it don't even always be about them like wanting you. Sometimes it's just about them like not wanting you to, not wanting that person to have you because how dare you like step into this space, step into our culture, number one. And number two, at least in my experience, there's also this, I think there's also this portion at play that Alandria is a dark-skinned Black woman. And sometimes misogynoir comes into play around believing like a dark-skinned Black woman can't be treated well by a white man. And I've seen them use really, I've seen a couple of people, I don't know if they've been Black men, use like really nasty, historically racist, derogatory remarks about her in relationship to Nick. And that shit is weird, but I can't say that I've seen it from a ton of Black men, but that would be the two things I would say. That gatekeeping piece of like, you can't step into my culture, you can't be with a Black woman, like she's supposed to be with a Black man, which I think happens with lots of people. And then also this piece of like, misogynoir, like this disbelief that a dark-skinned Black woman could be treated well by a white man. Okay, CJ, I'm gonna kick it to you. Hi, Miami. We are covering a person's question around why do we think that Black men think that some Black men think that Alandria will be treated worse than by Nick than any other man. Okay, go ahead, CJ. Sorry.
I don't necessarily have too much to think on this specifically because I haven't really thought about it that much. But if I were to guess, I feel like obviously we see most races and ethnicities date and marry within their own cultures. So I feel like interracial, what the hell? Interracial couples, I feel like they just like I feel like they just get more hate in general than dating within your own culture because I feel like it's more of a taboo type of thing. I think that's in America and all around the world because I feel like humans have developed a sort of like tribalism to them, and it's just like a natural thing to date within your culture, you know.
You're very similar. Like you share same culture, similar food, all that stuff. So I think interracial couples just like they just tend to get more hate in general. But I don't know if I've seen, like you said, I don't know if I haven't seen like black men hating on it, but I do think if you do hate on it, it's weird. Like if a white man wants to be with a black woman, then let the white man be with the black woman. Like just leave them alone. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. All right. Thank you, CJ. Katsy, I'm going to put a timer on you and let you share your thoughts.
Okay. So like my entire thoughts about this is that I think black men are feeling very rejected in a way because a lot of people do give them a lot of slack for being outside their race, but it may not be why why they think so. Because we give them slack because they always tend to talk smack about black women while they're dating outside their race. And black women, we never do that. So in their point of view, they're like, oh, well, I'm not saying y'all getting any slack for dating outside your race. Y'all giving us slack and this and that. So I feel like that's why they feel the need to feel so on edge, like that one black guy with AD from Love Is Blind. Oh, was it Love Is Blind? I don't know.
Married at First Sight.
Something like that. But yeah, that one black guy from AD, that was with AD. Oh, I'm glitching. It's my bad.
No, you're okay.
I'm glitching, my bad. But yeah, that one black guy that was with AD, he was talking hella smack about Nick Laundrie, and as a Nick Laundrie, it's true. He was. He said, "Oh,"
and defending Jalissa.
He was. Yep. Yep. And he was like
Clay.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that's his name. His name is Clay. So yeah, he was talking hella smack about Nick Laundrie and be like, oh, so they can go and be a whole interracial, but when I do it, it's a whole this and that. But no, Clay, because you were talking hella smack about AD. That's why we didn't like that. That's why it was a problem. It was never about you going out and dancing outside the race. No one would care. No one would care. It's a fact. No one would care. It was just that you came out here and talked about AD. That's why we made it into an issue. Because that's the entire point that that's the only reason that we care that black men are in interracial relationship, because they always involve us with black women instead of focusing in their own relationship. I did not see one time that Ola talk smack about Tay while she was with Nick. Not one time did Ola be like, oh, Tay, this is why you're no. She was very respectful, very all type of stuff. People were trying to find stuff for her to talk smack about, but no, she was very respectful, and that's why we support that relationship with 100%. So yeah, that's the main reason why black men feel this type of way, is because of how they act, not because of them actually being outside their race. But yeah, say what I said.
Yes. Shawnee, yes. Clay is the one whose mama got cheated on and his daddy took him with him to go cheat. Clay was a mess. Clay was a goddamn mess, okay? Yes. He needs to not say a word. He needs to just fade into the abyss quietly, okay? Okay.
I don't know why that tickled me. I'm sorry.
Amina, it is going to be on you, my friend. Share your thoughts, please.
Okay, so just to Harleen, I cannot pin your comment because you're adding somebody else, but I have it pulled up. Also, obviously, I studied sociology, if you can't tell, so I'm gonna zoom out a little bit because I have not seen that conversation come up my timeline. What I have seen that I do not like is that people are comparing Nick and Alandria to Kenny and Janae, which we have no evidence of that. Also, they're comparing them to Leah and Miguel from season 6, if anybody watched that, which I also don't appreciate, because just Leah and Miguel separately, I know everybody likes them now, but separately they did display a lot of anti-blackness last season, whether we want to talk about it now, because now everybody loves them. So what I'll say is that no, they did.
Go ahead.
My bad.
So I just think it's people in general, just if you've been online this whole season, a lot of people for some reason have enjoyed punching down on Alandria And I've seen it. I've never had to block so many other black women in my life, just like for their internalized anti-blackness. And you can be black and be anti-black, and that's what I've seen a lot. So I think it's just that for whatever reason, people have like they want to see her hurt for some reason, because
Yeah.
people like enjoyed Taylor humiliating her, and that's what it was, an attempt to humiliate and hurt her. So I want to name that. That's what he did during that Stand on Business Channel challenge. But just not to defend a white man, but one thing we can say a lot of things about Nick, but one thing he has been very honest with everybody, even Sierra, even Bella Dasha. He was very honest. He defended Olandria when he had nothing to gain for him. And you can't say he wanted to gain clout because she didn't have any. And after she had rejected him, and if you go back to Nick's first interviews, he talked about he always had in a fucked up way, I kind of like it when a girl doesn't like me as much. So he probably was hurt when she said she didn't feel anything after that kiss, but he still went to bat for her days later. He fought the whole villa. So yeah, so he's been very honest, and he was very kind to every girl. He voted Huda's ass every chance he got, but he still sat with her and was like, I don't want to see you hurt. And he even what's it 404 said they got in a big argument about her standing behind Huda. And I think so it's just like one thing, he is gonna do everything in his power to be kind to her. And I think like with his mama loving him so much, they have great support. Like his mama, girl, she'll probably disown him for messing with Olandria.
If nothing else, Alandra is still gonna be invited. Okay, she don't care. Oh, her name, Paris, we're calling her 404 because it is the code for error code. And people are calling her C error, so 404 is why. Okay, Gigi, it's on you, my friend. Thank you, AB. I know we had a derailed moment, y'all, but I really do try to curate my panel to be full of very intelligent, meaningful takes and people.
Also,
Okay.
the 404 error is not available or page not found, and clearly she wants attention for Nick, so that makes it even funnier if you understand computer error codes. So,
Like, girl, we don't, what is it, Mariah Carey? Beautiful gowns. I don't know her. Okay, go ahead, Gigi.
So much like Amina, I've seen discourse amongst black men talking about Alandria. I think the most disturbing thing that I've heard is the misogynoir and the masculization of her features, and I think that that's very, very bizarre. And the fact that I think that there's there's this, and I'm trying to find a way to put it because it's in the internet, and I don't want to be on Beyonce's internet acting, talking crazy. But to me, it looks like this: how dare somebody make this black woman look soft? And that's what it feels like to me. How dare Nick come from wherever he come from and make this black woman who's supposed to be, the strong black woman amongst all this mammification of her character throughout the island, make her feel soft and make her feel loved and make her feel wanted and make it feel effortless. And I think that this is what it comes from. And so they punch down on it and they treat it like, oh, okay, well, he's never going to do what we can do. But you didn't do it for her in the first place. She spent the majority of the time chasing the black love for the sake of black love, only to have it thrown in her face. And Nick literally prostrated to her when he bent the knee and took all of her digits into his mouth, and then proceeded to lick his lips to emphasize that yes, that girl can taste her nail polish when she kissed me. And it was just so effortless. And even, and I said this earlier in the comment section, what's even more special about it is that I think even if it was a black man or the type of black men that she was chasing and trying to be in relationship with, they would love her. But the difference between her and Nick is that he likes her both platonically and romantically. And that makes a difference. And that makes a difference for all relationships, not just in relationships, but I think that makes a difference in all relationships. Like, he not just likes her romantically, he likes her platonically. And most of the men that I hear this dialogue from look at her as an object. where it's not worth looking at it platonically. It's just a romantic thing.
I love
And
it,
that's
Gigi.
it.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to very quickly address Mila 1987. I see you in the comments, boo. I see what you're saying. I know that the panel's not directly responding to you. But I feel like I don't know if you're being honest or if you're rage baiting in these comments, if I'm keeping it a
It's
buck.
rage baiting.
Because I haven't seen anybody compare them to Kenny and Janae. Nobody, most of the Nicolandrian fans that I interact with are millennials, and I think all of us were able to clock very early on things between Kenny and Janae that we would not have put on to Nick and Alandria. I know that somebody also mentioned in the comments that the comparison between Leah and Miguel and Nick and Alandria has only been about the edit. That they got a bad edit, Leah and Miguel last season, the same way Nick and Alandria got a bad edit. I haven't seen anything else beyond that, but okay. Tata, please share your thoughts, my friend.
Sure. So for me, I see it from like a different perspective, I guess, because my mom is she's half black, half white, right? So I grew up with and being Haitian in Haiti, mixed people are they're not called black, they're called mulat. So like they're their own group of people, they can identify however they want to, right? So I didn't grow up with this idea of just like, I'm gonna say black love for the sake of, I don't know how else to put it. So I grew up with like, you can be with whoever you want to be with and it's perfectly fine. It wasn't till I was watching when Nelly and Ashanti got back together, I was just like, oh, I see the way we put like black love on this pedestal, which there's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like we put it on this pedestal at the detriment of black women, because black men are free to date outside of their race, which is perfectly fine. But when black women do it, then it becomes a problem, because black women are taught to have black men's back, stick beside them, and do not step outside of that no matter what. And I feel like for me, I haven't seen this discussion. I haven't seen the discussion where black men are saying anything, because I block things out. I'm protecting my peace. But I feel like that's probably where it's coming from. It's the aspect of just like black love is this thing that we need to push, but we're pushing it on black women. It's not both ways. It's black men can date whoever they want to date, but then black women, you stick beside the man no matter what he does to you. You stick with him, and eventually you be rewarded through marriage, or you rewarded through whatever. And I feel like that's probably what's happening. It's they want Alandria to have stuck beside Taylor. Eventually he would have grown up and like figured out, she deserves his love and affection. And I think that's what it is.
I think that's a great point. I'm looking at the comments in response to you as well, and people just naming, like to your point, and y'all know that we nerd out on these lives, but like, yeah, black women are the least likely to marry outside of our race. That's just statistically, that is just the truth, right? We do really. I've talked in this live before about how black girls are taught to armor themselves at a very young age. They're trained by their parents. The research demonstrates, right, that they're trained by their parents to armor themselves in order to deal with the inevitable anti-blackness and misogynoir that they will deal with as they grow up as little black girls. And it is very common, what I saw in the research when I was doing my thesis, y'all. If you don't know, you can watch videos to see what that's about. But it is very common to not want to have to deal with debating that within your romantic space. I don't want to have to educate you around things. And so oftentimes black women, we're already dealing with anti-blackness, and we're dealing with the fact that we are women. So we're dealing with misogynoir, this sort of, what y'all would call, what's the word, y'all? Why can't I come? What's it called? Y'all know what I'm talking about. What's it called?
Start over so I can hear it.
When we're experiencing both our blackness and our womanhood, what is it called? Why can't the word come?
Not womanism, is it?
Mm-mm. No. Our intersecting identities. Damn, that took too long.
That was above my pay grade.
I was gonna say hegemony.
I was like,
intersectionality?
My brain was like 404. But like, but that intersectionality, when you're already dealing with that and navigating that in the real world, oftentimes you don't want to have to also navigate additional things in your romantic dynamic. So it is very true to Tata's point that we will prioritize Black love, right? But oftentimes Black women were fed this narrative that love looks like a struggle, right? A struggle to, oh, he cheated on me for 17,000 years and just beat my ass. And then
Wait,
one day,
Tina, can I add something when you're
changed,
done?
you know? And it's like, what? Like, you don't have to struggle to experience love. And to Gigi's point, we are all old and deserving of that softness, right? So anywho, okay. Go ahead, Ivy.
Wait, Tina, can I add something before you're done? Oh,
Yes.
also I wanted to tell you, I wrote Harlene's question down, so when we're done, I'll just read it. I wrote it down. But also, this is something I wanted to add to Tasha or Tata, sorry, and then people can add on to it, because I don't know if you guys know who Mecca is, but she made a great point about, and you can go watch her video, that's why I'm mentioning it, that they didn't bring the right type of like kind of Black people in for the rest of the cast, because they were like, everybody wanted Alandria to dump Taylor and go with Jalen, but Jalen was kind of a blue collar worker, and then Alandria is a first gen college student. She's working in like one of the biggest corporations in Texas for her field, and she's very high up there. So it could have been also, like everybody's throwing the elitist conversation around, but it could have been that she liked Taylor because first off, he's a college grad like she is. He's an alpha, which is everybody knows alphas are like considered some of the smartest in the, hierarchy of Greek. So it's like if they would have brought, and then also Nick is also college educated, so it's not even the whole Black love conversation. It's also the pedigree of like where she fought, like, they match on that section. So I just wanted to add that, okay? And then everybody else can keep going.
Yes, sorry, I have to add one more thought because you just said that. But I also have said on my lives before that we know that Jalen, one thing that she said about him is that like it was kind of physical. And I've said before, Alandria is gorgeous, body is tea. I'm sure that she has had the experience of being sexualized throughout her life.
You said it.
So, yeah, and so I think that she thought with Taylor, like potentially what she thought was happening was like, oh, we're building something different. He's showing that he's interested in something more than the physical with me. And she just didn't realize that he also was not physically attracted to her because he was being a liar, right? So she thought the slower pace was evidence of something more. And it just wasn't because he was an asshole. But anywho, okay, Ivy. Oh,
Wait, Tina, can I ask you a quick question real quick?
yes.
Like really quick.
Yeah.
Does anyone know if it's a statistic? Because you mentioned the statistic for that Black women are the least likely to date outside the race. Do you know if there's a statistic for the opposite, like what demographics the most likely to date outside the race?
Black men.
Yep.
Is it Black men? I didn't know.
Yeah, it is.
Bro. I thought I was gonna say Asian American.
No, Black men.
No.
Asian America are the most.
I think Asian American,
into the race.
Asian men are the least
Asian
for
people
their.
say Asian women.
I thought it
Right.
was Asian. I thought it was like, I thought the most common interracial relationship, but this is years old at this point, was Asian women and white men.
Yeah.
my
I don't know
dad
if
is
that's
old
still
too,
the
so.
thing, but it used to be for sure.
Yeah, it used to be for sure. Yeah.
But we can look it up, CJ, but I don't know. You can get on your computer. You be clacking away. Okay, Ivy.
Yeah.
Okay.
They also don't have long marriages, even
Don't
when
make
they
me
do
bring out the
marry
Okay,
keyboard.
there
for-
goes
for
y'all.
Don't make me
Black
bring out the
Americans.
keyboard.
Asian and Hispanics. Jen just looked it up for us. Thank you.
Say that
East
again.
Asian to be specific. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, the Black men who have an issue, it's just like, really, I feel like it's like, there's the aspect of colorism for some, I would say for sure. But then it's also, I feel like Black men want to have a, like, kind of like state claim over Black women, and I feel like they all, like with that guy from Love is Blind, right? And he's like, oh yeah, like when we date outside our race, like everyone has a problem with it, but when y'all do it, y'all get praised for it. But it's just like, look at the way y'all are acting when she does it. Like, huh? I feel like Black women, we just want to see people who look like us, women who are genuine and kind, be loved properly, And it's like, we didn't care if it was Nick. It didn't have to be Nick. Like, I feel like, people are so like consumed with him being white and attractive,
Wait, Nick
conventionally
is
attractive.
white?
Right?
Like,
Exactly.
no, it's like they're so consumed with that. And I'm just like, yo, I don't know. I'm like, I feel like we're stepping into like the 50s. I don't know. It was just a really spooky time. And I feel like it still is, like, all over Twitter, all over TikTok. I'm just like, what is happening right now? Like, why are we even discussing their races still? I never bought that they were anything like Jenny. I mean, not Jenny. Janae and Kenny.
I do that all the time.
That I never bought that. And even with Leah and Miguel, I'm just like, I still have my reservations about Miguel, but I will leave it at that. And I still, I'm just like, I feel like Casa Boys, Bombshell Boys, like, they come in on a mission, because they've already been studying the cast members. So it's different when it's two OGs who didn't know anything about each other and they just naturally have electricity. Like, they were drawn to each other immediately. But yeah, like, I wish the best for them, like, yeah, that's it.
Nicole
Wait,
Mercedes,
question.
I think you're exactly right. We've been seeing a change in the country in general. And so, well, it's louder is what I'll say.
That's too far, girl. It's not that big of a change.
I'm like, let me think about that for a second. So yeah, I do think that is definitely contributing to some of the narrative. Amina, CJ wanted you to say a little bit more about what you meant about the anti-blackness from Leah and Miguel. And then Ivy, somebody wanted to hear a little bit more about your feelings on Miguel, if you both could share.
Yeah.
Okay. So the anti-blackness, first off, Miguel, when Serena went off on Cordell, rightfully so, because he said, "Is this how you want your wife to act?"
Ooh.
Right?
I remember that.
So that is internalized anti-blackness, and I mean, you can always kind of, no shade, but Miguel is biracial, and you can kind of see who raised him and who gave him ideas. So to me, mothers are the keepers of the culture. So mothers give you your idea of what it means to be whatever race you are, and to have respect for both sides. And to me, that pinged in my anti-blackness head, like, oh, it's internalized a
Can I
little bit
ask
for
you a
him.
question?
And also, UK have like a little bit different of how they see their racial politics and their black identity. Okay, go ahead with your question.
So, like, this is not me, like, I'm just genuinely trying to ask because I don't have any opinions on this because I literally just recently finished watching season 6. But do you not think it was just him, like, just talking about specifically the crash out and stuff, like saying, is this how you want your wife to ask? What about, what is it about that specific phrase is anti-black versus just him saying anti, like, that behavior?
Can I answer it?
Well,
Let Amina
hold on,
and
let me-
you can
Yes,
add in
go ahead,
top
sorry.
of
because he got everybody else in on it with Kendall and all that type of stuff he made it seem bad, as if it was like the natural. It went to that stereotype of the angry black woman when Cordell was completely okay with it. If Cordell had no problem with it and was like, Serena, come tell me why I'm a piece of shit, and then they're all trying to convince him that it's something wrong when she was justified in what she was saying, and then they're able to, even a year later, he doesn't have a problem with it. They think it's like the funniest thing. Like I said, it just pinged in my head. It doesn't mean that that's what it is, but like I said, it pinged in my head where it's like I have reservations about it. And then
Yeah, for
the
sure.
thing with Leah is that if I didn't really see, because we always saw her laughing at Janae, her being hurt that Connor chose her over Leah, and then getting in on the anti-black jokes that Connor had. So that again pinged in my head, and again, just like what I said with Shelly, Alandria, and Sierra,
What
it
jokes?
brought back to the trio conversation of Serena is friends with Leah, and then also friends with Janae, and they just kind of all happen to hang out with each other. So there was several things where Leah would be talking to Miguel and be like, why is Janae so upset? I've been mugged off and all this type of stuff. And they're laughing at Janae being hurt that she keeps getting like dumped left and right. And then Leah is laughing with Connor about the way he talked about Janae and saying the kiss was disgusting, and then that, you know, he's in a much better position now that he chose Leah. Just all the stuff that he said. And
Wait,
if
let me
Leah,
ask
if
this.
that's your friend, why is that funny? Okay,
Let me
go
Hold on,
ahead.
ask this.
let
Like,
Tata respond and then you can ask a
okay.
follow up. Go ahead, Tata.
No, I think she pretty much answered it. It's just what I was gonna say is when you look at it, like when Honda Civic is having her toxicity in the villa, it was just called a crash out. But the second Olandria said something to her, then Olandria was mean and Shelly was mean. The same thing with Leah was very much toxic on season 6, but Leah was just a crash out versus her. She shouldn't behave this way. That's not how. It's just, you know, that when it's a black woman, it's angry and it's mean. When it's the white woman or it's when it's Hispanic, it's either spicy or it's they're just crashing out. That's what I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
That's fair.
yeah. And mentioned in the
That's a fair
comments is like most
analysis.
aggressive. Okay.
But can I
CJ, you had a
also
follow
ask
up?
this though? And this is not me, like I need to word this carefully. This is not me saying anything. I don't have any opinions on this specifically, but like, do you? A lot of times I feel like certain things some people say are anti-black. Like what? I just what is it that makes something specifically anti-black? Because I feel like if it's almost like sometimes I feel like if anything is meant negatively towards a black person because they're black, it can be anti-black,
Can I
right? Like for
answer that?
example, I feel like Miguel has a lot of, didn't he have like family trauma or something like that from people screaming or something, and like his family screaming? So couldn't that be part of it? Like, hey, do you want your wife to be like that way? Like that's just like, I don't know if that's specifically anti-black. I'm just asking. I just want to understand more, like have more perspective on it. That's specifically.
No,
But
no, no.
yeah.
I see what you're saying, but I don't think he. I don't think he. I don't. I remember what. I don't. I haven't watched season 6 recently, but I did remember him talking about that. But I don't think he was talking about that in the situation. I think he was talking about screaming in general. That he did not like to argue because it reminded him of that time in his past. He wasn't saying that about Serena specifically, but when he did, I guess, and I said, I'm not saying that these are problems that I have, but I said those pinged in my head as things or reasons why I have reservations about them. I'm not saying that they specifically that this is what they are, but I'm saying when I hear those type of things from other people of color, it pings in my head because, like as Tata was saying, it's the natural inclination to automatically when black women, especially, are being maybe louder, or you automatically say, "Oh, they're aggressive. Oh, they're being mean. Oh, they're just being too much." Serena was rightfully upset, and she was hurt, and she had felt like she finally let her guard down with somebody, and so she was going off on him. But it was a very eloquent read. She wasn't like going super crazy like what Huda did for 40 days and 40 nights. Somebody she barely knew
No,
for two
yeah,
to
for
three
sure. I agree for
days.
sure.
You know,
It was
her
it was a
feelings were involved
tasteful
because
it
it
was a
was
tasteful
during
argument.
her feelings were involved because it was after Casa. So this has like, you know, and Cordell had put in the work and she had finally let it down. So for me, it was justified. So I was like, why is everybody like reading this as like such a negative situation? And if you want me to go to season 7, I have a problem with Pepe saying like, oh, Taylor stood on business. Like, no, he didn't. He was being a bitch, just like Landria said. So
And just
yeah,
to
he was
add
that
on
type
to
of
what
too. No, I'm just playing. He
I mean,
wasn't,
it was the
but I
first
didn't
time
like
he was
that.
straight up blunt, so I guess
He might
I
have
can say
meant
I'm
that
standing on
like Taylor
business.
finally was honest.
Oh, well, I'm hoping that was just like he said it for something else and they just edited it that way.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Because
But
Pepe
really
was been
quickly, just
about
to add
Alandria
on,
since day one
Go ahead,
too.
Gigi.
no, just really quickly, just to add on, to answer CJ's question, because I didn't watch season 6, so I wouldn't know. But to answer your question on what classifies as anti-blackness in a statement, my general rule of thumb is I look at who's making the statement, who it's directed towards, and whether it falls in line with the stereotype that's associated with a certain group. If it can check those 3 boxes for me, then most likely it's rooted in anti-blackness, if that makes sense.
Wait, can you go deeper into who's saying? Does that mean something
So
could be
like,
anti-black depending on who's saying it?
no. I think black people can be anti-black. So depending, but there can be an underlying tone of racism depending on who's saying it. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, yes.
Because I don't think black people can be racist towards black people. Can we be anti-black? Absolutely. So that's why I say it all depends on who's saying it. So, if it checks those three boxes for me, depending on who's saying it, who it's being aimed towards, and does it fall within a line of a stereotype, a negative stereotype or trope that is associated with with the receiving party's race, it can definitely fall into anti-blackness. So those are just the three things that I go for.
I think that's fair because, like, I feel like sometimes even when a black person or a black woman or a black man in general, like, even when they actually are in the wrong, in my opinion, I do think sometimes, like, certain people use that as a reason to just, like, spew out their inner racism. I don't know if you guys have seen that before, but it's like, I think sometimes, like, I see, like, even when like a black person is doing something that's clearly in the wrong, but they use that as an excuse to be racist,
Yeah.
Does
Can
that
I
make sense?
give like an example? I feel like it's something that can be hard to pick up on if you're not looking for it. Like, for example, like what's that guy's name who was in the football field but his wife was making a joke about how he likes fried chicken, right? What was his name?
I don't
Patrick
know.
Mahomes.
That was
Patrick
Patrick
Mahomes.
Mahomes.
Travis
Like,
Kelsey's friend.
it could be okay. This is his wife since they were kids, right? And he's black and he likes fried chicken. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with what she said. It's just
That wasn't
how
even his
she
favorite
said it.
meal, though.
You know what I mean?
He's biracial.
Yeah, and it's how she
But
said it.
And
Because
we
at
know
the end of
which
the
mama
day,
raised him too.
yeah, at the end of the day,
Yes, how she
Say
said it
earlier.
too.
yes, because at the end of the day, he's still a black man. No matter how much of a relationship you guys have, he's still a black man. She's still a white woman. And in the moment where she's saying it's like, okay, I feel like there's a level of like accepting of like your white partner can make a joke about black people, stereotypes of black people. That's like, you've kind of given them permission in a way. But I feel like that's something I wouldn't do in a stage where it opens to for other people to also make fun of this black man. I feel like in that aspect, that's when it becomes anti-black, because there was nothing wrong with what she said. It was just how she said it, where she said it, and the fact that she is still a white woman saying it. You know what I mean?
I'm going to respond to Kismet, and then, Amina, I'm going to have you read the next question. So, Kismet, you said he's not a black man. He is biracial. I am going to push back on that very gently, but firmly. Biracial is not a racial identity, because you can be any two races. There's no such thing as biracial as an identity. He would be a biracial black man. Race is based on phenotype. Yes, it is socially constructed. Yes, it's made up, but there are particular things that we have going on, right? There are particular things that money's made up too, but we all still pay for our groceries when we go to the store, right? Well, maybe you do. But so the point is, he would be a biracial black man. You can't say he's biracial, because what does that mean? Does it mean that he is white and Asian, or does it mean that he's Asian and black, or does it mean that he's black and white? Like, you can be any two races and be biracial. So he would be considered a biracial black man. I just want to make that very clear. Okay, Amina, will you read us our next question?
Yes. So Harleen wanted to know: do we think Andreina was being malicious when she posted the photo?
Maybe messy.
Photo again. I'm a little too employed for that.
I don't know if I think that it was maliciousness as much as I think that Andreina, she just be doing shit sometimes. You know what I mean? And I think that this was like a moment for her to be like, I'm with the girls, and it was a moment for her to like get a little bit of attention. Maybe malicious, clout chasing, yes. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I think it was about her being like wanting to throw Shelly under the bus. So there was a photo, CJ, of Shelly, Sierra, and Andreina, and that's what has been sparking all of this conversation about Shelly recently. But she did a lot of defending of Shelly when she came out of the villa. So I don't perceive her as someone that would throw Shelly under the bus based on the way that she. Oh, that would be an interesting discussion. Klay Thompson and Meg. I don't know enough about them to have a conversation about them, but I don't perceive her as someone that would throw Shelly under the bus. I think it was more so just like clout chasing. Like, I'm with the girls and let me, yeah, and she defended Landry too. Like Andreina, something that I will give that girl, and I've said this from day one when she came out the villa, is that girl does not give a F what anybody else thinks about her. She is not on no, oh, I'm gonna get along with you just because you're the most popular. Like she says what she thinks, she means what she says, period, no matter the consequences. So I just think it was a moment of her being like, I'm with the girls and maybe like being a little crowd chasing. You know what I mean? Personally. Do y'all have thoughts? Let me know if you do it and then I'll put a timer on you.
I do have a thought right here.
Okay. I'm gonna put a timer on you, Cassie. Go ahead.
Okay, my thoughts about the whole Andrew, let me not butcher her name.
Bombshell. Just say our bombshell.
Bombshell. Like homegirl, like I feel like I would say it's clout chasing, but I don't think she's a type to low-key do stuff like that. I just think that she just wanted to. She just wasn't even thinking, to be honest, because that's what happened with her and James Charles. If you don't know, James Charles is a child, predator, yeah, and like she decided to make some content with someone like that.
Yeah.
So my thing is that she doesn't really think when it comes to stuff like this. That's when, especially when they asked her, like, I think Ace asked her a question like, "Do you think Jeremiah was pursuing you too hard?" This and that. She didn't even think about answering that question. How that answer would affect Jeremiah. How that answer would come off as. She just said it. She just be doing stuff, and I think that's just Andrew bombshell. Let me stop. Bombshell. Be acting. She just don't really be thinking. No shade to her. That's how she be moving. There's nothing big, nothing small. She just don't be thinking. That's it.
I agree, Patsy. I think that I be trying to have grace because like I don't know these people, right? But I do know that like she went to school in like 3 different countries. I think she said, and like studied in 3 different languages. So like I think sometimes things get lost in translation that I don't think people give enough credit for, and I don't think she always is like as quick to catch it. You know what I mean? So I can agree with that. That I think sometimes it's just she's not even like thinking about it. Anybody else have a thought about that question?
Same. I think I pretty much I feel the same way. I don't think she really thought about it. It gives sort of like an absent-minded type of thing. That the action was very absent-minded, and she didn't really think that there was going to be a big hoopla about it. And given that she is a staunch defender of Shelley, I don't think that she would have done anything intentional in that sense. And just I wanted to say to your point, I'm going to sound creepy real quick. If I was built like that, I wouldn't give a damn what anyone thought about me either. So I'm just saying, she is resting all up in her pretty privilege, and I love that for her. But no, in all seriousness though, I don't think it was anything malicious. I think that even in this backlash that is exhibiting, she is in those comments like clapping back too. So I don't see it, because if it was malicious, I would think if somebody were malicious, they'd be throwing stones and hiding their hands. Like they wouldn't make any comments, they wouldn't defend, but she is very much giving it back. So I don't think it was just something that she happened to do and didn't think that it would be this big of a deal.
Yeah, I agree. Anybody else have thoughts?
Yeah. Okay,
go
no,
ahead.
I'll just go quickly. I like we said, she has defended everybody. She even said Alandria's waist is smaller in person. When they were trying to compare her, she was just like, her waist is smaller in person, and left it at that. Yeah, and I think she literally does not give a F. And like I said before, they are not on TikTok all day looking at all these like different opinions. Like to them, they're like, I don't care. I know them in real life, and she's not this bad person. So you guys are just gonna have to get over it. I think that's how they genuinely feel, because like they're like, I spent however long with this person, and I know them in real life. All this internet stuff is not real to us. You guys are talking about us. We're not talking about you. So I think that's how they both feel. And that same thing with Shelley and Sierra. Like we're talking about them trying to figure it out, and they don't care.
Yep. I'm pretty sure that it was a compliment. Siobhan, I see your question. Amina, can you pin it? But I agree that I think it was a compliment, AV. about Alandria's waist. She was just like, that girl's body is too. You know what I mean? Like she.
No. Somebody
that was
was trying to
definitely a
pin them,
compliment.
was trying to pin them against each other. Like, oh, you guys, you look good, but Landry's waist is so small. And she was just like, and it's smaller in person. She just responded to that and left it at that. She was like, it's tinier in person. So, and if you know Andreina, she has been going back and forth with everybody. She does not let you tear down anybody else in defense of her, because she'll come back and be like, oh, those are my besties, whatever, you know.
Yep. Ivy, you have a thought, I think.
Yeah. No, I do agree that she doesn't seem to think that she doesn't seem to think like, you know, critically, I guess, before she does certain things. But I do know that last week, I don't know, I guess I'm a little chronically online, y'all. Please forgive me. But last week, Shelly and Andreina had dinner together. Like they met up solo, you know, just them two, and had dinner together. And then, you know, a few days later, it's the meetup with the three of them. So I'm wondering if that was kind of discussed, you know, that does, you know, that kind of put my antennas up for a second. And I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I do feel like she's really just a side character. Like because I guess she went against Helga, and then Helga's HQ went really hard on her. She wasn't able to have the notoriety that she could have had because she's, you know, obviously gorgeous. So, but I feel like sorry for saying her name. Helga HQ really dampened that. And, you know, I know that she does clap back in her comments, which I love, but at the same time, I'm just like, I mean, bad publicity, good publicity, it's all publicity, right? So at the end of the day, like, these are people who did go on a reality show. You know, she didn't come out with a connection. She didn't come out with love. And she, you know, she said that she was going to take everybody's man. So I feel like maybe it's not super calculated, but it's like, oh yeah, I am getting a bunch of engagement. Like, I'm sure she's probably within the past 7 days or past, you know, whatever, since that happened, she's probably had a couple million, you know, clicks onto her page, you know, which would be probably a 300, 400, 500% uptick. You know, like, I've done social media management in the past, and it's like, yeah, you do what you need to do to get viewers, you know, to get eyes on the page, you know, and to get people in the comments. So her clapping back, she's getting people going back and forth with her. You know, it's a scheme that Todd set up. I'm sorry.
It's always Todd, y'all. To add to your point, someone had said earlier that they think that Shelly plays a little bit like neutral. And now that you mention it, I wouldn't be shocked if a conversation had happened at that dinner. I also saw the photos of their dinner. I'm chronically online too. And I wouldn't be shocked if a conversation was had and Shelly was like fine with it. I mean, we also all saw how Shelly navigated Hilga even after the heart rate challenge, right? Like, she chose peace. That is just clearly Shelly's nature. She chose, I don't want chaos.
And with Amaya too.
Peace. Let's just dead this so that we can move forward. It doesn't mean I'm rocking with you the same way, but I just need us to move forward and have peace. So it wouldn't shock me if she was like, I don't want chaos, and like, whatever, it's fine. That wouldn't shock me. Okay, we got a question.
Amaya after the whole thing.
What, CJ?
She did that same thing with Amaya after that whole incident.
Yeah. That's just how she sort of functions. So again, it wouldn't shock me. So Siobhan asked with 404 and Nicolandria, what is closure? This is a two-part question. And how do they do it and protect themselves from like a media spin is I think what you're asking, Siobhan, right? I will say that I don't think that Nick and Alandria owe her closure explicitly now that she's done this. I'm going to keep using your thing, Gigi, this 10-part Trapped in the Closet series. Like, at this point, they don't owe her shit. She was already weird to make the post that she made 5 days after they came out of the villa, or however long it was. Somebody thinks at 5 days when she was in Mykonos. And then to now make this series, I don't, like, at this point, There's no more conversation that needs to be had. She's drawn her conclusions, and I don't need to offer you anything else. In my opinion, she did not offer enough grace to Alandria and what she knew Alandria was coming out to as far as the wave and the train of hate. She took several days to get adjusted and then make her statement, and several days to start posting. Why did you think that they needed to reach out to you within the first week of them leaving the villa when they're on a press tour? It was giving, I think that I'm the main character, and she's fucking not. So at this point, she's entitled to her hurt feelings, but I don't feel like they owe her anything anymore. Could there have been a conversation at some point? Sure. But I think she moved a little bit too weird in these first couple of weeks that they were out, where now I personally don't feel like they owe her anything else. Okay. CJ,
Facts.
do you want to add to that? Or who wants to add to that? And I'll put it
Can I go first, please,
I
really
do
quickly?
not
Oh,
be
yeah.
online.
Let Gigi go first, CJ.
Wait,
I'm
Tina,
gonna
they
put it
don't.
Okay.
The TikTok pin,
So-
I'm just writing down the questions like as they come in if I see them.
Okay. Okay, cool.
So I'm gonna turn on my camera briefly because I've been doing a presentation when it comes to her closure. Okay, you ready for it?
Yes.
So this is the closure that she should get.
I'm screaming.
If she wants closure, this is her closure. Okay.
I'm
We've got this is
screaming.
option number 1. Option number 2.
I can't.
Option number 3. Now, if you notice, right, option number 3, I did circle here because I know how she likes to do her 2 little braids, right? Closure. That is all.
You're
Deadass.
wild. I can't.
Diabolical.
I can't. I'm screaming. Okay. Does anybody else want to give thoughts about whether or not you think Nick Alandria, that wasn't the question. The question was, how do they do closure, and how do they do it in a way that avoids the spin?
I'm low key just super confused because I don't be online that much. Like I be on TikTok and shit, but I don't know how y'all be seeing this stuff because y'all be knowing the conversations they be having. Freaking Andrina
Okay,
and
CJ, don't blast
Shelly.
us for being chronically online.
No. Because hold up.
Seriously,
How
I
you
feel
know
judged.
Andrina and
But they
Shelly?
say we have no
You
job.
said Andrina and Shelly went on lunch. Like, bro, the villa was over. But anyways, that's besides the point.
I follow Andreina. She posted a picture.
No. I be at work, bro. I
You
be
saying we're
employed.
dumbass?
Oh, so do I.
No.
Thank you very much.
I'm
I'm
always
CJ.
like that.
okay. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No.
I
Okay,
be at
but
work
what,
and I had a whole time to make a whole presentation and find options for Sierra closure,
yes,
okay?
yeah, you got it. You
Pepe
got
and
it.
Iris are live.
No, wait, but
No, I'm good.
what posted Sierra? I mean, wait, are we allowed to say that?
So basically, Slurella went online and did a 4-part Trapped in the Closet series about how she expected Nick and Alandria to come out of the villa and embrace her, and nobody's reached out to her. And now she's hurt.
Questions from her
You're
IG.
irrelevant, bro.
No.
You
As
got
well.
kicked out in the middle of the night.
Funny, because that's literally what CJ said. CJ was like, get offline and go read a book. Get offline and have a life.
Right.
Like just a little bit. Like no shade, but shade. You know what I'm saying? Like,
CJ,
that's it.
whatever, bro.
I
no,
read
because
plenty, okay?
how you know how Adrina
Yeah, I want
and
to
Shelly
you,
had a
Ivy.
conversation?
Move CJ next and she's offended all of us.
Why you still on next, CJ?
No, because that's crazy.
No.
Like that's deadass crazy. Gang. He said I seen Adrina and Shelly had a conversation. That's genuinely crazy.
Well, we knew that they went to dinner. Okay, let us know how it is, Ivy. We knew they went to dinner. Well, I follow Andreina. So she posts a lot of pictures to her story on Instagram. And so I seen them out to dinner. That's how I
Okay,
knew.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Whatever you say.
Whatever, CJ.
No.
Anybody else?
Well, in all seriousness, just really quickly, in all seriousness, though, I don't think that she's owed a conversation. I think that, like you said, she moved very, very weird. If she wants closure, I have Amazon options for her. But I think that that's about as much as she's going to get. I think that door to kindness, she sort of closed it when she allowed her handlers to be on her socials acting out and then not correcting it. and then still expecting the focus to be on her. So I think that that's like a little disingenuous on her part. I think what it is she's trying to capitalize off of the social capital, the social currency that Nick and Alandria have as a couple. And she's trying to shift that narrative in sympathy farm is what it felt like to me. Because she's still getting so dogpiled on, rightfully so. I think that she's trying to shift that narrative and sympathy farm to be the woe is me. I think that's why it started with the whole post in Mykonos. I enjoyed their clap back because I felt like if you needed closure, girl, when you made your post about being in Mykonos, talking about catching flights and not feelings, and their response was to also go to Greece and be like catching flights and caught feelings, girl, wrap it up. Call yourself Reynolds, it's a wrap. Call yourself Reynolds, it's a wrap, girl. I don't know what more you want.
Yeah, that
Can I
was
say
all she
something?
needed.
Can I add to that as well?
Yes.
Okay, so my thing about Sierra is that Homegirl first came out with a statement talking about, oh, well, I'm so happy for my main couple, this and that, Nick and Landry, all type of stuff. And then weeks later, she then switched up and be like, yeah, I was so hurt about that. Like, I mean, I get being hurt. Anyone will be hurt by that. But like, don't start switching up. Like, first time you like you claim to be, all for them, and now you're like, oh nah, I'm like hurt by that and like this and that. They betrayed me. Oh, I feel like she's victimizing herself. That's the thing I don't like about Sierra. She be victimizing herself 24/7. Like that's like in her apology, in like everything, she just kept victimizing herself. Like it was never really about you. That's just it. And like in the whole like post, it was just pure myself. Everyone like she thinks that they owe her a lot of stuff for being their friend. And like I hate friendship like that. No one should owe you. No one you shouldn't owe someone for being their friend. It should be a back and forth type of junk. Like I hate friendship like that. And Sierra's the type of person. And like I would like to add to the fact that Sierra's the type of person who will be like, who will expect so much from you, but then will never give anything to you back, That's the type of friend Sierra is. And like that, and like I saw that stuff when she was with Shelly, when they were like together and stuff like that. Like I was thinking to myself, if Shelly had done the same racist stuff Sierra did, Sierra would not have talked to Shelly, no doubt. She would not have taken a picture with her. She would be like, well, I would like to keep my distance from her because of the distance social climate. Some bull crap like that. That's my thing. Like that's why I'm so mad about Shelly being with Sierra, is because Sierra would never do that for you. That's why I'm so mad about Shelly hanging out with Sierra. I'm not really that mad. I just don't really care. But at the same time, I'm like, bro, Shelly, really, bro. Out of all the eyeliners, that's your bae,
Right.
But yeah, that's just how I feel.
SG, sorry if you're uncomfortable that I voted Phoebe to stay. I did it for Nick. Well, Ola did it for Nick too. Y'all are so mean, but funny. I love it. No, yeah, I agree, Katsy. I think that if the roles were reversed, we would be getting a PR answer as to why she's not fucking with Shelly, why she's not around Shelly. I think that's very like obvious from the way that we've watched her navigate everything else. Thank y'all for the likes. Thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate it. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to go watch Iris and Pepe's live.
Yeah, be for real game.
What they talk about?
What they doing over there?
You do what you have to
Somebody
do.
said boring.
Right. What they doing over there?
You want to go watch?
That lame ass random bro. That's like side characters.
Wait.
bro.
We like Pepe
They're
though.
so
We like
irrelevant
Pepe.
to the main
Not
plot.
too much. We like Pepe.
Pepe was there for the
We like-
experience.
I like
he was
Pepe.
there.
I like
He was just
Pepe
there to
as
crack and have a great
individual.
time. Pepe was there to crack and have a great time, bro.
Not you'd rather
No,
watch paint
let's-
dry?
I'd rather watch
No, Pepe and
I
Iris
just don't
are
think
so,
that he and
yo,
Iris truly have anything in common. Not that we've seen. Let me say that. From what we've
Honestly, he
seen, I
had
don't
more.
think him and Iris have anything in common.
But that's kind of okay. So I made a take today, y'all. That or
Summer
yesterday
fling.
that went a little. People are mad, okay, and people are in my comments.
Yeah, I saw them
Defending the hell out of Pepe and Iris, okay?
Reddit loves
Oh,
them.
Lord.
Reddit
They are
loves them.
like crashing out about like how they're so close to each other and like they're doing normal couple
Oh,
stuff
God.
and like, and I'm like, that's cool, but like I haven't seen anything.
Bullshit.
I do want to watch for Science Perfect and Rachel. That's exactly.
Wait. Okay. Let me
You can watch
answer
on a different
what you
phone,
don't
T.
watch.
Stop
I want to hear
playing.
what you got to say.
Watch on a different phone.
I'm like, I need the data, y'all.
Yeah.
I need the data. I tried to get my daughter to watch it for me. She's like, I'm not your mole.
Damn. You taught her too well. look at
Not
those
your
boundaries you
mole
taught her.
is
Look
wild.
I know,
at
right?
those boundaries you taught her now. Yeah.
Not
She
your
said, "No,
mole is
ma'am."
crazy.
No, ma'am.
Screen
You
record on
could.
the iPad.
Do you not? You should get another device instead.
Yeah, babe, can I use your phone?
I don't know, like watching Iris pout her lips for the 40 minutes, like that just would make her.
Speaking of pouted lips, panel in chat. Quick question. So in this 10-part Trapped in the Closet series, did y'all peep that Slurella talked about how the reason why her lips are so poked
Yo,
out is because
chill
she
with the
bites on
nicknames.
the
I'm so
inside of
confused.
she bites the inside of her lips of her mouth.
That's not what's going on. We all
Yo,
had
I'm
eyes.
so confused with the nicknames,
Listen,
bro.
Wait, that's
I'm
what
not
she
chronically
said?
online.
Yes.
Yeah, she said
who's
that when she
Florella?
discussed her
I'm doing
her
it so I
duck
can
lip, right?
Yeah.
She discussed
It
her
don't.
duck
It
lip.
don't.
So
I'm
Slurella
chewing my
says
inside my
that
mouth right now.
Oh,
because
Slurella.
she has really bad chronic anxiety, she bites the inside of her mouth, and it causes her top lip to protrude.
No.
She got bad filler.
I got a great
This
picture
is
for
exactly
this
why I
too.
don't trust her in a conversation with Nick. This is exactly why I don't trust her, because she lies to lie. Like,
Slurella.
girl.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, I want to give my response about the closure situation because people forget what did Alandria say when she saw. Oh, also their votes are sent in advance. Somebody from season 5 said their votes are sent in advance, and that's how the producers decide who's gonna go first. So they 100% made Sierra go last so that we could watch Olandria see her walk past her and go stand near. That's an edited photo, CJ. That's messed up. So
Are
we
you
can
still in your dream, girl?
see Olandria's eyes widen when Sierra.
Yo, get the fuck off that lame ass live.
We can't see it.
Stop
Yeah, we
playing with
can't
me,
do the
bro.
background.
Yo, get off that live. What are you doing, bro?
Alandria said that was a dagger to her heart. So friendship over. She doesn't owe her
Yo,
anything.
Tita, if you don't leave the live alone, bro.
Okay. CJ, why you have this picture up? Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah, take it down.
So you gonna end the live or something?
What did they do to her
No,
face?
I'm watching it on my husband's phone, and they are boring. They already got like a question of like,
did we not warn you?
who was
We
the
literally
nicest
told
person
you
in the
this.
villa, and like
How
they
many people
wouldn't
did they
even
have
just
in there? How many
answer
people did they
that.
have in
We
there? That's what I wanna know.
literally told you this. We
How many
told you
people are
they
in
were like
there?
this.
How many thousands are
You don't
watching this
learn.
show so popular? How many?
How many watchers? They have 17,000.
Damn.
God
damn.
damn.
Never mind.
Yo, people need to be like actually get jobs. Like what the fuck?
Taylor and Clark will have like
Man,
yo.
it was like it be way higher with my client. I'm just saying.
Yeah, they get
Hey,
50,000.
hot take,
It be
hot
getting
take.
Not
This-
flops.
Here's a hot take. Here's a hot take. My client is Ace.
Period.
That's okay.
Oh, okay.
Period.
Never mind.
Okay,
Cool.
like is that a hot take?
How's that a
Like,
hot
am I
take?
supposed to be like?
It's a hot take in a different live that I be on. So
I mean, I get not like
Talking
an
about
egg.
Brandy's.
what other live do you think I'm talking about?
I don't know your life, CJ.
No.
I mean, I get not like
Okay,
an
you know
egg.
what? Fuck it. I think Ace never did anything wrong in that villa other than like a couple of minor things.
I
Okay,
mean,
let's talk
Listen,
about it.
yeah, let's talk about it.
Don't do
Let's
too
do it.
much.
Because
Shit.
Don't do too much.
No, I'm doing too
will-
much. I'm doing
Don't
too
do
much.
too much.
Wait,
Don't do
chat,
too
y'all
much.
gotta
I'm
get
in
in
a
this.
doing too much
Chat,
mood.
y'all gotta get in this.
No,
Y'all
that's
didn't
too
do
much.
too much move.
Let me say something first.
Wait, let me put a better appropriate picture up.
You did a lot of
Alright.
stuff.
But
Y'all
because
gotta
I
get
would
it.
like
Okay.
to, cause I would like to
Let's
interject
go.
a little
Let's
bit.
go through everything. Shit, I have time.
Okay, I got you. So so like Ace in the beginning when he was with Amaya, my thing is that he told Amaya that like, oh, I can't wait to get in bed with you. All type of and like like kind of show her like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be intimate like that with you. And then when they couple up, he then switched up and like, yeah, I'm not ready to go for all that type of junk. I want to keep it neutral, this and that. My thing is that you could have set that boundaries before you made it seem like you was gonna get freaky with her. I'm just saying. My thing is that I'm
She
cool
was
with
the one that
boundaries,
said
but
she was
set
gonna
that.
freak, right?
My thing is that I'm cool with boundaries, but set that at the beginning. Don't set it when we about to get the freakiness going on.
Freakiness.
Like I'm just
She
saying
was the
that's
one that
it.
was talking about the making her ad clap and stuff. Also, we know
I
how
mean, I
Amaya
get
is. Like,
Wait, what? Who was talking about making an ass
She said
clap?
she can make something else clap, but clearly she
Yeah,
can't because
she did
imagine
say
the
something like
challenge.
that.
The talent
that shit was not
challenge.
clapping.
Nothing
Shit,
was moving.
it was snapping. It was not clapping, bro.
Okay, bro, right?
Maybe a couple of
Not too much
snaps here and there, but
under
Oh, my daughter
papaya.
said it was Amaya. Okay, can I
so
can
I'm
I
doing
give
too
my
much on
take?
Amaya. Amaya
Yeah,
is
they're saying Amaya.
overrated. Fuck it, I said it.
I mean,
Amaya is overrated. I said it.
That's
Shit.
actually not a hot take in this
it's
live.
not hot take either.
Well, goddamn, I just be on the wrong lives then.
This is a safe live, CJ.
I mean,
It's
she
a
is
safe
like
space.
they
Oh my
only
god,
wanted.
I feel so
It was a
comfortable.
pity vote. It was a pity vote. They wanted her
Listen. I
to win.
don't think Ace was ever wrong for setting his boundaries, and I feel like it's different for us seeing it as because we don't typically see black men because black men are usually over sexualized. We don't see black men setting boundaries even when they're being harassed by older women. We don't see it. However, Ace was being manipulative with how he was setting them boundaries, when and where he was setting them boundaries. That's all I have to say.
Wait,
Agree.
how? What do you mean? Can you go?
Y'all, we have some questions in the comments. I see them. I want to tell them so that Amina can write them down for us, and then we can finish this question.
Anika, Nicole, that one?
And Paris, should we hold Amaya for her comments when she was a teenager, or do we give grace? Which I think is attached to the other question.
Comments.
I think we need to give her grace because
I think
her background, based on her background alone, I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised. Nobody is. And I feel like that conversation is a much deeper conversation than just your regular average colorism.
Agree.
Yeah. I want us to come back to that question just because I want us to give it like the full attention it deserves. I want us to, do we feel like we're wrapped up about Ace? I have a take about Ace too.
Okay.
Wait, say it.
I want to hear your piece, please. I feel like I'm on an island by myself.
Okay. I have complicated feelings about Ace. Okay. Because I feel like in the conversation with Amaya, I actually don't think that he was wrong to have the conversation. And as I've watched parts of the show back, I've watched like particular scenes back again. I feel like we got something, like something was not, like something feels missed because we see them having the conversation on the dock and it's the third conversation. And the way that he's saying it, he's like, this is how this conversation is going to go. And just like the pressing around it, I'm like, was there something else happening that we did not get to actually see? Because his insistence around some of the stuff doesn't make sense in the conversation, but it feels like something was cut out. But I will say this though, I have always said, and I stand on, I do feel like, okay, we get it, Ace. Like, let it go at this point with the Amaya conversation.
He was beating that horse.
I feel like he was beating that horse to death. I do not think that Ace was playing the game, personally. I feel like he was attempting to engage in the experiment, right? Love Island is a social experiment. It's a dating experiment, right? I think that he was trying to engage in the experiment of, yes, I know that I really like this girl and I'm attracted to her, but I'm here to get to know lots of people and see if there's a connection with lots of people. I don't just want to go with what feels like the safe choice. And so I think he was actually trying. I think if Amaya had not responded the way she did, that they would have actually explored a little bit more in their connection.
It was
For
the fact that
sure.
she responded the way that she did, as though he was wrong to want a boundary, that I think rubbed him the wrong way. And I will say this
Right.
too, right? We know that Zach outside of the villa and even in the villa, he said to her, but has said also like that there were things that she did that made him uncomfortable. So I do think that we were not seeing everything. Okay. So I
Exactly.
want to give Ace some grace around the reason why he was having that conversation. I also again feel like but I do have some critiques about how he navigated things with Shelly. I don't feel like, this is my take, I don't feel like if Coco had stayed in that villa, he would have been as pressed as he was about wanting to lock shit down.
Amen.
Agreed.
And because
I
he
feel
voted
like
for her to
he was
stay.
pressed
But I
that
think
like
part
that.
of the reason why he was pressed is because he didn't vote for Coco to stay.
No,
But
he
he
voted for
wanted
her
her
to
to.
stay.
He wanted her to. So even if he was swayed, he wanted Coco to stay. And I think had Coco stayed, that we would not have been seeing him act the way that he acted. I also, people were mad about this take, y'all, but I don't care. It's my take. It's what I saw. Okay. I did not like the way that, yes, he did change his vote. I did not like the way that after the heart rate challenge happened, somehow he became the victim the first night. So people are like, well, his feelings were hurt too. But if you watch it, y'all, actually watch the heart rate challenge, that man was and smiling, and he didn't have a reaction until he saw that Shelly was clearly pissed off. So then he
It's
kind
like
of
a
was
Will
like,
Smith thing.
right? He was like,
Yeah.
"Ooh," exactly. He was like, oh. And then when he saw Shelly over there going off, he don't know what she's saying. So my opinion was when she came over there and he's like, how are you? Then it was like, well, I need something to be upset about, right? You know what I mean? It was like he needed to be the victim in the situation. And so I'm not saying that his feelings weren't hurt. I'm just saying the way that it played out did not seem like it was genuine as much as it seemed like, well, you hurt me too. You know what I mean? And I didn't love that he did that. I did appreciate that Shelly held space for him around it, even though I don't think she agreed with what he was saying. But I also did not like the way that he navigated the boundary conversation. And I've said this plenty of times before. When Shelly and he started to have this conversation around boundaries, she said her first sentence, and the very first thing he said in the edit that we got was, that doesn't make you right. He immediately got defensive, and now they were not going to reach any sort of solution. And then they didn't really seem to resolve things as a couple, even though I know that they had lots and lots of conversations, because they said this after the villa. It wasn't until the dock conversation where Shelly made breakfast and they sat on the dock and she said to him, I don't want to explore anymore. I'm committed with what we have. Then all of a sudden we see a shift in him again. And I just didn't love that. But that said, I do think that he and Shelly are really adorable together. I don't think that he was scamming. I don't think that he was being a manipulator of the villa. I think that he was attempting to have the experience how everybody else was having the experience. There were just some things that I didn't like about the way that he moved in the villa. So those are my thoughts.
That's fair.
I think it came. Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, Katsy.
Okay, I think it came from cause Ace is young. I think cause he's 22. We got he is 22 years old, so he is a youngin', and he don't really. And I feel like it's also his first relationship as well. He's been around the streets, but he has never had a girlfriend.
That's a red flag.
Never really, had someone to be with. So that's also as the fact. I'm not no Ace defender, but I do see that the little parts do make sense why he acts the way he's act. Doesn't excuse anything because he was too weird to these girls. I hated the way he acted. Reacted to Shelly saying that oh, I wanted to close off and then he was like, cool. What do you mean cool? What? That was the craziest response I've ever seen.
That blew me. That blew me.
That was the craziest response I've ever seen. I'm like, bro, cool? Bro, that's actually crazy. But everything else also, I think he's also, I think he ruined the whole dynamic as well. He was horrible at the whole talking stage stuff. Not talking stage stuff, but what's it called? The little connection stuff. He was horrible at that. He would be like, oh yeah, I'm building this connection. No, you was not. You was just talking. And I feel like he just likes to hear himself talk and then lick his lip, and then hear himself talk, lick his lip. Hear,
Like the
Not
pigment
the
off
LL
his
Cool
lips.
J.
it was
Not you
given
call it
that.
LL Cool J.
He
It
knew
was
it was
given that
Shelly
low
since
key.
day
So
one.
it was just some weirdness when it came to Ace. But I do mess with him. At the end of the season, I started to see like, okay, this dude is cool. But in the beginning, I was a massive Ace hater. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, that's my piece. Ace is
I
just a
feel it.
youngin who is new to
I
dating.
feel it. I agree with that. I do think that they were pissed off at me and my take about that too, Cassie, because I was like, the boy is only 22. Like his brain is not done developing. Like this is not a. I'm not being a hater. This is just science, y'all. Like there are just some things that he doesn't quite know how to do yet. That's not. It's just an observation. It's just the truth, and they were mad at that. But I agree. A lot of it is attributed to the fact that he is younger, even though he's very mature for his age, and he clearly likes to be self-reflective. Like the first question he asked his siblings when they came in the villa was, what can I do differently? Like he likes to grow as a human, you know? So I think that is all true. And I do think that he is still very young and he doesn't have the practice of a romantic relationship. So I think that those are really great points. Who else wants to get your piece off about Ace?
Oh,
I
I just
mean,
want. Sorry, Katsy.
oh
I
no, go
was
ahead.
just
Go ahead, Amina.
telling you to mute because your mic was picking it up, and also it cuts down on the need to like interrupt people or to laugh. So like, just mute when other people are talking. So that's why I was telling you to mute, and then you. So yeah, sorry.
My
But
bad.
that's for everybody. Like mute because people are just like, jumping in on each other. So okay.
So I am a reformed Ace hater. I think it was very well known as my little names for him. You know, Lord Farquaad. You know, Mighty Morphin Mini Ranger, Thigh High Private Eye. I was not an Ace fan, and I think a lot of it was because there was this like feeling of like feelings of grandeur that came from him. Like that's like the vibe that I got from him. Like there's just so many feelings of grandeur that are unwarranted. While he is personable, and that's not to say that he's not successful within his own right, or, you know, he shouldn't be proud of his achievements and his accomplishments despite the things that he's overcome. I just feel like it was too performative for me. And that, like, it created this, like, to me, it looked like he was trying and I think you put it in the perfect words. I don't think I had the verbiage for it. And you said it, Tina, that like he was trying to like really, instead of have the experience, like play the game, he was trying to do this social experiment. And in that, I think it made him, it came across to me as if I'm better than everybody because I've clocked that it's a social experiment and I'm trying to do it while the rest of you are trying to play a game. And I think that's what it was for me. And also the heart rate challenge situation, I saw it right away and I said it. They tried to tear me up for it, but I was like, that man had no, I was like, because I said it, and I think I may have said it in your live too, where I was like, it very much gave like those stories we hear on TikTok where it's like, my boyfriend wants to be open so he can explore his coworker, but is now upset because I'm getting play too and now wants to close us off. That's very much what it gave. Like, it was so textbook. I was just like, how do y'all not see this? Like, literally this stuff is on my FYP every other day, which really speaks to what my algorithm is doing, but whatever. But that's what it was to me. And I was like, how are y'all not seeing this? Like, if Coco was there, trust he wouldn't be this pressed. And notice also in his conversation with Shelly, the first thing he does is throw Coco in her face. So it really wasn't about Chris, him being upset. It was his ego. It's a lot of ego for that little body. And it was the ego.
Wait,
because the first thing says, well, I could have kept Coco, and when that's a man's first argument, you already know he's reaching and grasping because he knows that to some extent he is in the wrong. And it's weird because Shelly had already absolved him. She was like, I'm not even mad at you. And it wasn't until afterwards where it was like, you know what? I think I am bad. So he was already like off the hook. He shot himself in the foot.
But
that's
like,
a great
you
question,
don't think,
Siobhan.
here's my thing though, like, how can you be mad at it? This is the one thing I disagree with Shelly on. How can you be mad at Ace for kiss? Because she specifically said, oh, you was kissing all these other girls in a challenge. How can you be mad at him for kissing other girls in a challenge when you doubled back on a dude in the same challenge? On one dude.
So CJ, I think a point of clarification, I don't think that she was saying she was mad at him for kissing every girl. She was, and this goes back to like, again, they were no longer having a conversation once he made that statement. It was about her saying like, how are you mad at me doubling back when you went and kissed every girl? I think it was more about that than her being mad about him kissing every girl. It was saying, how are you calling me out for this when you literally went and kissed every girl? SG just joined the panel, and SG, I want you to give us your thoughts. I'm going to step away real quick, but y'all continue to chat.
No problem. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I want to take it all the way back to the first episode real quick, because I feel like but like when people have these conversations, a lot of time we like parse out like these particular things that either like spark something in us, or that we saw like, I don't want to say wrong in, but we saw like some kind of like mishandling of the situation, or like how we would have felt we would have managed it differently. But I think Ace's issue started like night one, when he immediately got what he wanted in Shelly, right? And then when Yulissa went down there to kiss him and he kissed her, and then when Jeremiah kissed her on the cheek, he looked straight at Shelly and was like, I messed up. Because he realized in that moment that now Ulissa's going to pick him. He's going to lose Shelly. And he didn't, quote unquote, play the game. It's like he didn't think about that part of the game. You know what I mean? Like it was like a misstep on his end. And so from that moment on, he was, even though he might have been, quote unquote, leading, he was playing on the back foot the entire time, because he was mad at himself more than he was mad at Jeremiah, but he couldn't take it on himself. So he put that on Jeremiah. You know what I mean? So that already caused kind of like this friction on the male side of the villa. And then with old girl being yanked out of there 2 days later, it was like that was an exploration or an explorative partner that he kind of missed out on. So Ace was the only person in the villa for the first week that slept alone or didn't have a partner. So he used that time, either wisely or unwisely, to start going after Shelly while she was with Austin. Right. And so I think people always kind of trying to figure out, like, why were Alandria and Austin best friends? Well, because Austin was connected with Shelly, Tay was hanging out with Nick and Ace and Taylor, and Shelly wasn't trying to give Austin all of her time. So I feel like Alandria kind of like felt bad for Austin and was like, you know, kind of like playing like a little bit of an intermediary for them. And so all these like side friendships were happening. And I think people missed out. It's like I even myself, I thought when Ace and Nick walked in together that they were like straight cool from the very beginning, and it was them two and everybody else was just an add-on. But Nick said no, really it was Taylor, Ace, and Jeremiah at first, and that they were the cool ones. And then I think Jeremiah and Huda got so close and so tight and kind of closed themselves off that Nick ended up being closer in that group, and Jeremiah kind of ended up being on the outs. And then that caused, you know, even more kind of a little bit of a friction or tendency in that side of the group. And then Austin also kind of got left to the wayside. So now Austin's over here with no guy friends. His only romantic interest, or the person that he's trying to associate himself with, is Shelly, and Shelly's constantly being pulled by Ace. So he's like lurking in the background, kind of just like waiting, you know, like for, I don't want to say attention, but for some sign from Shelly to say that she's interested in him, as well as, because he can see the interest in Ace. He's laying in the bed with her and he's still not really feeling it, you know? So I feel like he becomes ostracized. Alandria starts her, you know, therapy basically with him, while all the guys are kind of like now watching Jeremiah and Huda. And after you had that first game or whatever where they did the briefcases and Ace decided he clocked that it was love bombing and Jeremiah, he said that out loud. And then America goes to try to break them up. Ace in his brain goes, America agrees with me. America agrees with me. So that's the reason why they were willing to vote Huda off at first. It's only because y'all gave them the opportunity. If y'all would have gave them the opportunity to vote Jeremiah off first, they would have got him out of there first. It's just the fact that Ace took that as representation as, okay, America's listening to what I'm saying. They agree with what I'm saying because that's the reason why they switched up these partnerships. And so once that starts happening, Ace starts going even harder for Shelly, you know, because I also think to myself that first week, Nick was so stressed out on all those bumps on his face because he was juggling 2 girls and he wasn't ready for that, just like Taylor wasn't ready for it after Casa. He was stressed out. He didn't know what to do. I think he looked at Bella with 1 body count and was like, yeah, that's a high wall to climb. What he should have done was kept Bella, traded Bella to Taylor for Alandria, and then that would have fixed the entire game. But because he got rid of Bella thinking that Taylor stood up for Sierra, so he thought he could probably pawn Sierra off to Taylor and still get Alandria, but then found out that Sierra didn't want to let him go neither. You know, I think he thought Sierra was more of like a mover and a shaker and Bella was going to be more of a hanger or tagger on. And he was like, okay, so I got to get rid of this one. She's too good. Like, let's get her off the island. Let's send her back to God and her family in Hawaii and the beach. And I'm going to stay over here with Sierra, have a little bit of fun. And just like Ace and everybody else thought, like, you know, explore a little bit and then find somebody that you really want to lock in with and like maybe grow a little bit with, but they didn't want to lock in with that first person. Like, that's the reason why Shelly even told Ace, like, I thought about not picking you at first because she was even in that same kind of mindset as like, if I want to be with you in the end, then maybe I need to allow you to explore other people so that you don't feel like you didn't get the experience that you came here for. And so like and then all of a sudden it became girl's girl. And then it became Hood of freaking Island and Hurricane Hoodie came in. And then, you know, Hannah was on the side, just jumping side to side, doing her own little thing, which also, you know, caused a little bit of friction in the villa. And if you remember in the beginning, I mean, as much as Pepe and Nick are friends now, he was, Lil Bro and him slapping him on the stomach while he was taking Sierra. And if anybody goes back and watches episode 16 between minutes like 24 and 30 and like pauses and slows down, Nick covers his face when Ace kisses Ola, and he frowns when she kisses Taylor, but when Pepe kisses Sierra, he smirks. Okay, I really think that was the moment when he was like his last-ditch effort before Casa to try to get Sierra to turn her head to Pepe or Pepe to turn his head towards Sierra. You know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons why I think Hannah ended up out of the house as quietly as it's kept, because they needed somewhere else for Sierra to go, and she wasn't moving. And if you notice, I think it was the Megan Thee Stallion challenge when Audrina came in as the first time that, you know, Sierra was accused of throwing cat. And then when Iris came in, you know what I'm saying? So like every bombshell that came in, she made sure to like keep it on top of him. But what all that did was from the beginning was cause when Jeremiah closed off with Huda so fast in those first 2 weeks, it created a backlog of girls for the remaining boys. Shelly wasn't leaving Austin because she was loyal. Taylor wasn't leaving, or Alandria wasn't leaving Taylor because she was loyal. So that left Ace and Nick juggling all these bombshells on their own and not really being able to get towards, or they were 3 steps removed from the women that they wanted to be with, but and they couldn't move around because Jeremiah wasn't moving around, Taylor wasn't moving around, and Austin wasn't moving around. So it's like they had to create movement because nobody else was moving. And I understand, like, yes, Ace is performative, and you know, I think the dates I felt like they did less dates on Love Island this year because Ace was planning his own dates in the villa, so they didn't get as many dates outside the villa as they normally would. But I don't want to talk forever. Like somebody, like, you know,
Okay.
I can talk about this all day. Like, so
Gigi, I just want to push back. Bella was an airhead. You can go back to.
Oh yes,
go back
I
to
totally
that.
agree.
No. Hold on. Let me speak. You can go back to that scene where they're talking about her and Nick are talking about dreams, and she said something about she was having a dream that they were at a graduation for Love Island. Nick asked her, "What degree would you have?" And she goes, "All of them." You can literally see
she said the highest.
And be like, "Oh, this girl is beautiful, but she's dumb as hell." That's the same thing we're joking about him when the light starts to go out of his eyes with Sierra. He had that same look. So no, she was a dummy. So Taylor might have liked her because she's pretty, and he would have went for her, but no, they were not going to swap. He had to let her go. And you guys forget that the producers have a lot of power, so they're watching this. So yeah, if they really wanted them to swap, they would have let it happen.
Y'all, I see questions in the comments. I saw one about what we thought about Amaya, and I know I said it, I want us to come back to it, but then I also saw comments that apparently those were shown to be doctored. And so until I can verify the validity of the photos, we're not going to comment on those, because I don't want us to have takes about things that are potentially not valid.
Okay.
But someone...
That one. Okay, so what about Anika's question?
Will you tell me what Anika's question was?
The question, hold on, where's my paper? Her question was, what do you think about Ace advocating for Coco to stay at Ola's expense? Okay, after Tina, CJ, you go. Everybody else can mute, please. And we're going to go down the line.
Okay, so I will say that my opinion about it really is that, again, I think that Ace wanted somebody in the villa for himself, right? I think that as much as he liked Olandria, I think he knew already that Taylor really wasn't going to double back with Olandria. And I don't think that he knew that there was something between Nick and Olandria. So in his mind, Olandria was safe to go, and I'm going to keep my connection, right? And then we hear... what's the boy's name? 3D say like, well, I think she should go because like, what if she wants to still explore me? So I think that Ace probably felt like he and 3D were on the same page around not wanting Olandria really to come back. And I think that, I know people don't really give him credit for this, but like Nick says what he says about voting for her, but then TJ says like, yeah, Olandria's getting my vote too. And they didn't do it in the audio. I watch all my shows with captions, so you can see it in the captions, but TJ's like, yeah, she's getting my vote too. So I think it really boiled down to the other boys. I think Pepe probably advocated for her. And so I think that Taylor and Ace probably felt sort of like forced to vote for her. And then that's what, like, obviously the Casa girls, they ain't even really getting no votes, right?
Oh, no, remember Nick jumped in and was like, TJ, she tried to explore you? Pepe, she tried to explore you?
Right.
Anybody. So he was counting on them fingers too.
Yeah. So I think that it doesn't shock me that Ace did it. I think that Ace and what's that boy's name? I be blocking him out. 3D. They had a lot more conversations. Clearly,
Yo,
where
these
like
nicknames are killing me.
Is Taylor?
No, dead ass.
3D
I'm
is
too
Taylor.
employed
It's
for
short
this.
for 3D.
3D. Goddamn, what was the other one?
3
Florella.
Woody.
Slurella.
Slurella. Okay, so
Slurella.
it does not shock me because I feel like Ace and 3D or Taylor definitely have more conversations than we got to see. And Taylor definitely, I think, was more upfront with Ace about what he felt about Olandria, which is why Ace knew he wasn't physically attracted to Olandria, but Nick had never heard that, right? So I think that Ace probably felt like she was a safe choice. So it doesn't shock me. I don't necessarily have a feeling about it other than I think he was playing a game for himself. You know what I mean? But I do think, again, if Coco had stayed, I don't think we would have saw him being as pressed about wanting Shelly to like make a decision and close off. CJ, we're going to start with you. You can share your thoughts if you have any about that.
Now, why the hell do I have to go after you, bro? Like, you're so concise, and then you just have me go after you, and I barely know half the shit y'all talk about because I'm actually employed.
You want me to start from the bottom? I'll start from the bottom, CJ. I can start
please
with you.
do. I'm just chilling for
Okay.
leave me alone, bro.
All right, Gigi, I'm
Okay,
gonna have to go.
I would like to start to say, as a gainfully full-time employed specialist with the Office of Inspector General, it is not my fault that you have to go and punch it for 9 to 5, and I can engage in all my foolishness and tomfoolery from the comfort of my home. Okay, that's my take for you, CJ.
Chill, bro. Chill. I'm joking, bro.
No, I'm joking, kid. I think I feel the same as Tina. Like, I think that Ace at that point was playing a game, and it was very much a trying to one up Shelly. However, he didn't account for. I think he knew of Nick's attraction and how in his feelings for Elandria because Nick says in his interviews that he made it very much well known that he was like interested in Elandria, and we're post her friend zoning him, right? But Nick wasn't gonna let it happen. Like, he's sitting behind 3D, that his leg is jumping, he is blinking extra hard, that poor baby is ticking like we all know what. Coco was never gonna make it, so I think Ace's stance was irrelevant because Nick wasn't gonna let his wife go home. He just wasn't gonna let his wife go home. He was like, I don't care what deity I gotta call on, she ain't going nowhere. So, like, again, you can see the way he even addressed Clark. He said, respectfully, you've been here, what, 3 days?
Right.
And in another 3 days, he can change his mind. So he was like, in a very respectful manner, shut the hell up. You ain't got nothing to say. And then even the way he turned and talked to everybody else and was like, Austin, Taylor, TJ, Pepe, like, was good. So I don't think Ace really was so for me, Ace was a non-factor in that moment. If there was ever a moment where he was a non-factor, it was there.
I agree. Okay.
Please vote for Elandria.
He did eventually, but he started with advocating for Coco. He wanted Coco to stay first. Okay, Tata, what do you feel about the fact that he initially advocated for Coco to stay over Elandria?
I think from my point of view is a little more sensitive than that. I feel like in that sense, like, there's a lot of things about Ace I didn't like the way he moved. Like, I don't dislike him, right? But I feel like in that moment, I just kept seeing Taylor's already moving wrong about Elandria, and I was just thinking, here goes one black man mistreating a black woman. And I get that Coco is also black. So when Ace spoke up for Coco, I was just thinking, I don't know why, but that one really hurt me. And I think that was when I was like, I have nothing else for Ace. After in that moment, I was like, I have nothing for him because you knew that boy did not like her. He expressed it to you, and you were the one pushing him to go do these things for her. And even at some point, you even told him you either get behind it or you let her go. So you knew he did not want her. It's like, at what point did you stop and think, you know what, let me stand up for this black woman and be like, don't do this? I feel like black men tend to just stick one, like, they will see another black man do something bad, be friends with the woman, and still be like, that's my, I don't know. It just, to me, I had a very sensitive take on it. I just did not like seeing it.
That makes sense. I see your comment, Unknown. I'm going to address it real quick. So Unknown had said, like, Coco didn't get to explore the men in Casa. And then I said, yeah, but that's how Casa works. And they said, sure, but Elandria got that chance and had nobody she wanted. The thing about it is, Unknown, unfortunately for Coco, she wasn't an OG. Hi, Brandy. So the OGs are the ones that get to explore Casa people, and they get to decide whether or not Casa people stay. Coco was not owed a chance to explore anybody from Casa because she didn't come out as an OG. And we wanted her, a lot of us wanted her to come back next season as an OG, but now she done talked herself into a black hole, and baby could stay home as far as I'm concerned. Okay. But so that's not owed to Casa people. They're not owed the opportunity to explore each other. Okay. The Casa people exist truly and only for them to explore the OGs. And Casa was done differently this year. Typically, them girls wouldn't have been there to begin with. The girls would have been the ones to go to Casa, and the boys would have just been sitting at home waiting on them to get back from the villa. So she was never owed that. Wait, who muted Amina? Oh, just kidding. Never mind. Amina muted somebody else. Okay. I'm like, no, we don't mute the mods.
I muted somebody that tells us we need to get jobs. Baby, I got a full-time job and I work from home.
Yeah, they can go, because I don't know why y'all do that. Y'all be like,
I don't know why they would say that,
but then y'all be in
that's
here with
so weird. Right, like, why would anyone ever say that,
baby.
dude? The fuck?
You're here too.
Come
CJ,
on
you done
now.
got them started on it.
I would
But yeah,
never say
they're
something
not
like that.
they're
What are you
not
talking about?
owed the opportunity to explore the Casa guys, because that's not how Casa works.
the OGs are there to the OGs explore the Casa people. And again, Casa was done differently this season where girls and guys came. Typically this season, because the guys went last year, the girls would have gone and the boys would have just been sitting in the villa. So Coco was not owed that opportunity. And as far as I'm concerned, she can't come back to the villa. So anywho.
Wait, can you tell me which episode that was that Ace told Taylor to get what'd you say? To let Elandria go? Was it when Jalen was there?
I don't recall which episode, but it's one of like I honestly don't recall which number. But then one of them, he told her like, you either like get with the program or you let her go. He said it. He said it to him at least once.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and look.
Yeah, so shit, what was I gonna tell y'all? I don't remember.
The last thing you said was that Casa girls aren't owed the opportunity.
Right. She wasn't owed that opportunity. And yeah, somebody said she didn't. Yeah, I feel like Casa was whacked this year as well, Brandy. It didn't really give what it needed to give. But somebody said like as soon as Coco got behind the mic, she started dogging out all the black girls in the villa, and that's accurate. Like she could have said nothing, and instead she went onto a person's podcast who is known to be anti-black from her time in reality TV and had the takes that she had, and she could have just said nothing. It was unnecessary.
Is Amaya black?
Is who?
Like, is Amaya considered black? Like,
Amaya identifies herself as Afro-Latina. She said that on her live. So then, yes, she would be considered a Black Latina according to herself. Yes, and I would read her as that personally. But she did say that she identifies as Afro Latina. Stop, Ivy. I mean, I'm gonna verify the validity of those posts, and then I will come back for us to talk about it another time. But that's definitely what those posts were giving, if they are accurate. But
what posts, bro? What do y'all be seeing?
There were some posts that got shared. People are saying they're doctors, so we're not gonna like go into detail and like talk about it. But there was a post shared about her saying what it's like to bring your like black partner home to your Dominican parent. And then there was another post that she talked about where it was like, this is them pursuing a light-skinned girl and pursuing a dark-skinned girl, and it was like percentages. It was anti-black AF, but people are saying they're doctored, so I'm not gonna like lay into her about that. I do want to go to SG and let you address the question, which was if you have thoughts about, because you don't have to have thoughts about everything, y'all, but if you do have thoughts about what you thought about yeah, so I don't know, Brandy, so I don't want to talk. I don't want to get on her if they're not real. You know what I mean? And exactly, Kimmy, people be confusing race, ethnicity, and nationality all the time. She identifies herself as Afro-Latina, which would be racially black. Her ethnicity would be Hispanic Dominican, and her nationality, I think she was born here, so she would be I think she was born here. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. But anywho, SG, what is your take around whether or not I heard that too? So I don't know. I don't know if I heard that there were reposts. I don't know enough. I haven't gone to look at it because whatever. But I will.
Because you weren't employed, but not that unemployed.
You said what, CJ?
I said you weren't employed, but not that unemployed.
Yeah, like I work for myself and I get to do what I want to do, and I'm not necessarily going to look and see if these posts are all real, you know? Anywho, SG, do you have thoughts around feelings about Ace initially advocating for Coco over Elandria?
I think Ace was more willing or wanting Coco to stay once he found out that Chris was staying, and Huda made sure to make it extremely evident that he was going to be exploring and she was going to be exploring, and Ace knew exactly who he wanted to explore. So I think he just wanted some tit for tat. He wanted to have somebody in there that when Shelly was occupied or preoccupied, that he could be also preoccupied with. I think is what it was. I think if Chris had never came back to the villa, had Huda brought back JD or just came back single or whatnot, that Ace would have locked it down as soon as they came back from Casa. But I think his bravado, his pride, his ego, his can't lose mentality made him decide that he wanted to watch Chris try to quote unquote take Shelly from him. However, he realized that he was soon going to become the Austin in the situation that he had created before. And he wasn't willing to be Austin. And then not only that, when Chris went over there and pulled his card off jump, off rip, he wasn't expecting that. That was a whole nother level for him because he thought he was going to have this quiet war where he was just going to whisper in Shelly's ear and make her breakfast and keep grabbing bushes. And Chris was like, hey, I don't want no dick swinging contest. You're a man, I'm a man. And then Ace threw down a gauntlet that I don't think a lot of people got the cultural reference for, especially if you're not in close proximity to Black men, is when they were having that conversation, Ace did lower his guard for one moment and said, I care about her. And when Chris peeped that, he realized that this was no longer just two men that were attracted to a woman. This was one man that cared about a woman and one man that was getting to know a woman. And so he took a pause back. It put a pause on him, but then his Aries in him jumped up again and was like, I'm going to write you my Shelly and more and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But when he saw how hard Shelly got mad about that Huda situation at the heart rate challenge, he pulled all his energy back. And that was the actual switch up. That was the switch up that happened. And I think because people haven't watched the seasons in the past and they don't know about the heart rate challenge, it's normally one-on-one. It's not normally like this huge performative couples ordeal where you're going around on everybody. You typically go for the person that you're interested in. Ace made it seem like he was interested in everybody, making Shelly have to worry about all women when all he ever had to worry about was Chris, who she had alerted him to, and maybe a little fling with Sierra if him and Nick were okay with it. But other than that, she didn't go around being performative on everybody. She went back to Chris so that she didn't have to choose somebody else and piss off one of her girls or somebody else. And I'm pretty sure Sierra told all them girls that Nick said he wasn't gonna kiss nobody.
SG, please, bro. Yo, like, have you ever considered like being on a radio type shit?
Actually, I love your accent. I don't know where you're from, but I can hear it and I like it. Okay, Amina, do you have thoughts?
I don't have like thoughts about that specific. Well, okay, so obviously my thing is the pattern of like what does it say about Ace? Because also we can wake up the conversation of like technically he was telling Taylor to lie because he was like, all he kept telling him is lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in. Well, he kept telling him, you know, about the whole physical connection. So it's like now, and you keep saying, I love Alandria, bro. But like, what does it say about you that you were willing to sacrifice? So like, how do you really feel? And I mean, I was clocking that him, Taylor, and Nick, they were in an alliance like the beginning of the season where they thought they were going to be top 3. So it's like, were you willing to let him lie just so he can make it to the end? Because that's also why we want to get in Taylor's ass. Is because basically he lied for a freaking boys trip. Because if Clark had never gone, you know, never showed up, he was just going to string Landry along. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about like the whole Coco situation, but as a whole, I don't have a good feeling about Ace as a person. And like, what does it say that only the white men stood up for Alandria when all these men said that they care about her? Because Taylor says it too. Well, he was telling Ace that he liked her and stuff like that when Jalen was there. And then Ace has said so many times that he likes Alandria and he cares about her, but you allowed one of your quote unquote friends to like basically humiliate her. And we never saw anybody hold Taylor accountable for that. To even be like, dude, that's fucked up. Like, even if you don't like her, you don't treat people like that. Because we gave Pepe so many props for for telling Grayson like, "Hey, I'm just not feeling it." Even he even did that to Andarina, or So it's like, what does that say about him? That's my only thing. That it just, like I said, it pings in my head. That's all I'm gonna say. Is like something like that pings in my head and it connects back to the other things. Like, I don't know. I would, because then it's just like, okay, so you allowed that, and I know they got in a fight after that Casa dumping. So I really wish that we would have saw it. So I would have a little bit more respect for them if I felt like they had like went to bat and been like, Taylor, you're fucked up.
I will say this. So far be it from me to give a man grace. No, I'm just kidding. But but I will say when Ace and Taylor had that conversation and Ace was like telling Taylor what he needed to do. And Taylor was like, I don't know, the physical attraction is just not there. I watched Ace have like a physical reaction. Like he was clearly taken aback by that statement. And I watched him, he sort of was like, well, I mean, you got to figure it out. Like, you got to figure out what you're going to do. And I read that more so as like, oh, well, damn, nigga, if that's how you, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Well, damn, dude, if that's how you felt, then like, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? So like, it seemed like he was shocked by Taylor saying that. And then I will say too, that I think something was cut out when we were watching, after the Stand on Business challenge, and Taylor was sitting over there and he was like, whatever, he was trying to plead his case to the guys, right? About, Mika, I actually don't think Taylor is a colorist. I think he just don't like black girls, but we can get into that. We can wait that conversation up in a second, because I don't think he likes light brights either.
Like I said, I will give him grace because I think there's a lot we didn't see. Like I really think they stepped in his ass after that Stand on Business challenge.
That's the one that I think, because when
how did Andrea find out that he tried to vote her off because she said it like during the Stand on Business challenge. So I really think there was a blow up after that Casa dumping, and we just didn't see it because Nick was pissed. And even when he's they're sitting at the fire pit, and after the challenge too, he was mad.
I agree, Jada, in the comment, because so after the Stand on Business challenge, when they're sitting there and the guys are talking, and then they go back to the room, they're like getting ready for bed. TJ says to Taylor, they're all acting like you just forgot about Alandria. And it's like, well, what do you mean? Because we didn't see anybody say anything to him. So I feel like they cut out an entire conversation of the guys potentially getting in Taylor's ass about it.
Well, yeah, and like Alandria said, everybody was shocked for a reason. So
yeah.
I think, but I hope, like I said, I can give him grace and say maybe there's a lot we didn't see. But if there isn't, what does it say about him? That's my only worry. Just like those patterns don't lie, like I said, like I always say.
Okay, y'all, I have two people that want to come up. Let me know if you're willing to drop. If not, then I will just put a timer on you.
I'll drop down.
I am willing to drop after my little 2
Yes.
cents.
Okay, go ahead, Katsy.
Okay.
You never know any of the topics. Can you drop?
Right, CJ. You're not chronically online enough.
Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna drop after because I do got church today, basically 32, basically. But so about Ace and the whole situation, my thing is that I keep saying my thing, but my thing is that Ace is the type of guy that will always he tends to stick to the same his like mentality basically, because if you don't, because like he had like he set this like rule that like if you don't have nobody like you're out regardless. Like he set that type of rule, so I feel like regardless, I feel like he will definitely kick out Ola regardless, even though if she wasn't if she just because she didn't really got nobody, so he was like, yeah, she's out the game. I feel like that was his entire mindset, because like that's what I would have thought too as Ace as well. So I think that was his entire thing. I don't think he was actually going like hating on Ola, like wanting her to leave for Taylor or something like that or whatever. I think he just was like, she don't got nobody. Taylor is with what's her name, Clark. Like that's what it was giving to me. But yeah, Coco wise, I think he just wanted that to also get back at Shelly
because Shelly, the whole Chris and Shelly situation, he wanted Coco just to be a little backup too, which is weird. Ace is a weirdo, no shade, but yeah, that's my entire mindset about it. It was nice being here. I enjoyed
Betsy.
being here. Thank you.
I enjoyed you being up here with us. Feel free to come back anytime.
For sure.
CJ, I'm gonna let you give your thoughts about this, and then Kalisha, you just joined us, and I'd love to hear your thoughts too.
Yeah, so like I feel like with the whole I just in general Love Island, I feel like with the decisions, like we always get the most like quote unquote juicy parts of the edit. So what they think would stir it up the most, like last year with the whole Leah thing and how like they released it after at the reunion. So I don't like know for sure if it was like him fully advocating for Coco to stay over Landria because he ended up switching his vote, and I want to know what made him switch his vote, or if it was more of like a thing of like him just like considering his options, you know. I don't know if it was like him saying avidly like I need Landry to leave and Coco to stay. I think it was more of just like him considering his options. But I low-key forgot this part because it was like so irrelevant to me. But yeah, that's all I have to say about it.
Okay. Thank you, CJ. Kalisha, will you share your thoughts too? Or do you have any about this in particular?
Yes, I do have thoughts about it. I feel like people have very high and unrealistic expectations of Ace. When it comes to Alondria and Taylor, when Taylor said that he was not physically attracted to Alondria, that was literally like what, day 3? And Ace literally said to him, hey, she's over there putting in as much effort as possible for you. Figure it out. At some point, he started doing things for Alondria, like planning dates, because we saw when Alondria even did the little candlelight thing for him and said she was reciprocating what he was doing. So Taylor was doing things to make everyone, including Alondria, believe that he liked her. When Jalen got there, and Ace even voted for Jalen to leave under the guise that he didn't want Taylor to lose his partner. So how is it that Ace is being held responsible for Taylor not manning up and saying, hey, I'm not attracted to you? That's a very unrealistic stance. And even if we're looking at it as friendships go, I have a best friend. If my best friend is talking to a guy and she doesn't like him a certain way, I'm not going to go to the guy and say, hey, I don't think my friend likes you as much as they should. I'm sorry. That's not how life works. That's a very unrealistic stance from where I'm sitting.
I agree as well, because like it would have been like, oh, Ace is like spreading gossip if he went and told Alandria, yeah, Taylor doesn't think you're attractive. Like that adds nothing productive or anything like positive to the conversation. It should have been Taylor to tell Alandria to her face versus like telling everybody else like certain things that he doesn't find her attractive, or he kind of just sees her more as a friend. Like he should have been more confrontational with Alandria, and no one else should have like had to tell her that, because at the end of the day, it would have made them look bad.
It was Taylor, Ace being honest with Taylor about like just being honest, not encouraging him to lie and manipulate. That's the question.
I mean, you could say that. I think you could say that, but for me, at the end of the day, it's like it's uncomfortable because you never know how someone's feelings are going to change. It was day 3 already. Like some people like to call themselves slow burners. Like you don't have to be initially attracted to someone in order to like them. Like some people start to like other people as they get to know them. So it can be different for some people.
But we also don't know that to be true, that he didn't tell Taylor that. Given the fact that we don't see all conversations, there's no way for anybody to say definitively that Ace did not tell Taylor that. But at the end of the day, it's still not Ace's responsibility. It was Taylor's responsibility to say to the girl that he was spending time with, hey, I don't like you. And it's very unrealistic. And it's also unfair for people to put that on Ace. Ace, with his chest, every single time, no matter who he was getting to explore, told them the truth. Why is he also responsible for telling Taylor's person the truth as well. That's not okay. He told Amaya he didn't want to explore. He told Shelly every time he wanted to explore someone else. Why are we making him responsible?
No. We're not saying that. We're saying it shows a pattern that he's willing to maybe encourage his friends to be dishonest. We're not saying that it was his responsibility. But if he was on Jeremiah about exploring, then he also should have told, because you can also be a friendship couple. I don't know if you've ever seen Love Island, but you can also be a friendship couple. So it does not make him look good that he kind of, what we saw was encourage Taylor to lie instead of say, hey, be honest with her. Maybe you guys can just be a friendship couple, because the producers are watching. They will bring somebody in there for you if they know you don't like your person. That's what they did with Jalen. So that's all we're saying. We're saying, does it say anything about his character? That's it. Not that it was his responsibility.
Oh, sorry.
I want to say real quick, y'all, and then hold on. I want to say real quick what's happening in the comments, and then I want to let, I think it's Bora respond to this. So, ZL said, not really, because when it was flipped with the Maya and Shelly getting into it over Ace, Alandria gave Ace a heads up. And then Violet also mentioned what happened last season, where PPG encouraged Serena to keep trying with Cordell, but Serena actually told Cordell where she stood. So I think there is something to be said. And I know somebody said that they wanted to request, please just request, and then I will drop someone and bring you up. But yeah, there's something to be said around, like, yes, Taylor needed to be honest. Ultimately, that is on him to be a bigger man, as Zach would say, right? And be honest and direct about his stuff. And no, we don't see everything. We can only go based on what we've seen, right? But we did see Ace encouraging Taylor to still court Alandria and still kind of like pursue her and still trying to save, get rid of Jalen. And let's be real, that was about doing that for Taylor, because he don't give a fuck about Hilga, right? He was getting rid of Jalen. It was not about saving Hilga. And so it's like we watched him make moves that suggested he was moving with the intention of keeping his friend on the island, even if it was at the expense of someone else he calls his friend, which is Alandria. Okay, Bora, can you go ahead and share your thoughts for me?
Okay, speaking on that, I do think Taylor is responsible for himself. Like, he is a grown man at the end of the day. But Ace, as his friend, he could have been like really honest. He could have been like, yeah, I get that you don't like her this way, but you can always say to her, like, I don't like you this way, but I still want to continue our friendship or something like that. It could have always went that way. He didn't have to say to her, like, say to Taylor to continue courting her, because at the end of the day, you're just leading that person on. Like, he's doing things that would make Orlandria think that he was really interested in her, when behind her back, he was saying like a completely different thing. And I just think that, like, he could have, I know, like, we only see like an hour, but I'm pretty sure he was saying to Ace, like, yeah, I'm doing these things for her, but I'm still not feeling the spark, because there's no way you're friends with somebody and you're not going to tell them your feelings. So there's a 90% chance that he probably did, like, say to Ace that this and that, and Ace could have told him. We don't know if he didn't, but based on what we see, it seemed like he was enabling it.
Amina, I see your question. We have definitely deviated a lot. I don't mind that we did. Because I don't know if we had a whole bunch more thoughts on the whole choosing Coco over Alandria.
I do have thoughts on that.
I have a question about Huda and Shelly. Do you guys think that Huda was jealous of Shelly, like, during like the later part of the season, or even earlier? I don't know. That's the reason for her name, Hilga.
I think so. I think so.
Yes.
I think so too.
100%. If you're arguing about pancakes and then like mentioning what a girl is wearing over what you're wearing to get the attention of the man that you're coupled up with, I think that says something. And she also was interested in Ace. She said that in her interview with Call Her Daddy. So I think like she was always comparing the things that Ace was doing for Shelly to like her and Jeremiah's relationships. I do think that in some way she was feeling some sort of way with the way that her love connection in the show was going.
Yeah, I agree, Peter Smith. I agree. I'm going to let this question ride because this is a new person to our panel. And so I want to honor their question. But I agree. I am so over talking about Helga.
Oh my God, you're calling her. Oh my God.
Because I be trying not to draw the stands, y'all. They be great in the comments.
I just realized because I was like,
say her name, they won't come.
I thought you were talking about Iris.
I was wondering that too, but then I realized I was like, oh.
I genuinely thought you were talking about Iris.
No.
I'm like, Hilga. Who's Hilga?
Helga from Hey Arnold.
She had a whole shrine to Shelly. I believe it. I'm about to make a.
I definitely feel like if nothing else, there was a coveting of what Shelly had. Even if it wasn't about Shelly explicitly, I think if any woman was getting the level of attention and pursuit that Shelly was giving, she would have coveted it.
I
It just
think, yeah,
happened
I
to
think
be
I agree
Shelly
with
that
that.
was getting it.
I agree with
That makes
that.
sense.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that.
I think it definitely started to show more when she got with Chris, though, because Chris was also interested in Shelly. And so it definitely, like, you could see her comparing that she was getting a bigger flower than her, a better pancake, how
Two
she dressed.
pancakes
He
and I
got two
got
pancakes
one.
and I
She
got
one
one.
flower and I got
He got a
none.
flower and I got none. Like, baby, why
I
are
was
you
like,
Dr.
bragging about
Seuss,
it?
bro.
I was
Dr.
like, get a grip of
Seuss.
yourself. And then I think she was trying to prove a point to Shelly when she did that little challenge with her butt all in Ace's face. I think that was trying to show that she was. I think she was trying to see if her body could like stray or like make Ace feel type of way to like also court her. I think she was trying to get there at that point with that. It didn't work out, obviously, and so she apologized. But then when she got on that little podcast, she was like, "Oh, I definitely liked Ace at first." I was like, "Yeah, you're
Yeah.
weird."
I
She
think
said I didn't
her.
pull him for nothing. Okay, I saw that we had more questions in the comments. Y'all, please drop them again because sometimes they just go too fast. So Maya, I see your question. I don't actually know that that's true. I don't know where people are getting that from. I haven't seen it on the episodes. I haven't heard it from any of the Islanders afterward. Taylor said that when Nick came to him and asked him about exploring Alandria after the Casa dumping, that he was like, yeah, go for it. So I don't like to speak to things that are speculation on my lives. So if you can tell me where it came from and we can like validate that actually happened with Taylor and Nick, then I'm happy to talk about.
Where was the speculation that Nick told Taylor
that Taylor told Nick not to pursue Alandria?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, it happened.
Yeah, I heard that. They keep saying that it was an article, but it's an AI article. I've asked somebody. They sent me a DM. It's not substantiated, so that's not true at all.
So that's what
Can I
want
say
us to be
something on
careful
that?
about. I want us to be careful about AI, right? Because we'll go to Google and we'll look at AI, but AI is just farming all the content that people have already been posting.
And
So if you
reputable
repeat
news
something
sources.
enough, it's gonna pull it up as though it's a fact.
Reputable
Can I
news
say
sources
something
as
on
well.
that?
Yes.
I did watch the clip where it was an interview. I don't know if it was it was an interview. He was with Clark sitting right next to him, and they asked, "Do you believe that Nick and Landria are real, or they really have feelings for each other?" And he said yes, because Nick expressed to him from the beginning that he really liked Alandria.
Right.
He did not say that he gave the okay for them to
Well,
explore, but he said that Nick told him.
He did say so I know they did a bunch of like press tours right after. So I don't remember. I don't know if it was like Access Hollywood or Blavity. I don't know who they talked to, but there was an interview right afterward where they asked him about it, and he was like, yeah, I mean, like after the dumping happened, like Nick came to me and I watched that interview myself. So I did hear him say that Nick came to him and asked him what he felt about it, and that he told him he was cool with it. He's like, and then Nick came to me and told me that, there's nothing there. So he talked about it very explicitly. Somebody asked, you actually asked another person in the comments, but I think this could be a good topic for the panel. T, you said, do you think Alandria should have been aware due to the lack of affection? And I'm assuming that this is about, should she have been aware about how Taylor was not attracted to her physically? Do we want to explore that, panel? Do y'all have thoughts about that?
I do.
I think.
Yeah.
Which
Okay, perfect. So I'll start with the Zaria, or I'll start with you, Tata, because I didn't hear you on the last one, and then we'll circle back up to the top folks too.
Okay. I think subconsciously she knew because and like when she would have those moments when the photo booth or whatever, the confessions, she expressed it, I think, because she also talked about how the people she's been with tend to like kind of be very sexual with her. I think I think she was telling herself that that's not the case, but I think subconsciously she knew that he wasn't like that, like into her, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. I agree with that. Hold on, I'm sorry. I see a question from Udo ADHD.
I'm gonna let people give their takes, and then I'll drop some folks, and then I will bring you up. But if you request, that lets me know that like you're in my queue, and then I can bring you up. So, and I'm sorry, y'all, I'm trying to keep up with all the comments and pay attention to the panelists. But yeah, I agree, Tata. I think that, and I said this before, she's accustomed to men being very, like, I'm a person that, so y'all don't know what I look like. If you go to my page, I have a post pinned at the top of my page that's talking about how I'm a hoochie because I'm crazy. And you'll see what my body looks like. And so I'm very accustomed to being sexualized by men, literally since I was 11 years old, by grown ass men. Okay. So I know what it's like to feel like I want you to be interested in something more than just what my body looks like. And I think that that definitely was happening for her as well. So I agree with that. And I think that she thought it was something more because it was not so physical so fast. And she just didn't realize that really it was that he wasn't physically attracted to her. She's already come out and told us she still didn't even know that until she left the villa. So I agree with that. Okay, Azaria, I thought that I'm gonna drop you so I can bring somebody else on. I have like 5 people in the queue. Azaria, I think that you also had thoughts. I'm gonna put you on and put a timer on you, babe.
When it comes to like Taylor and Olandria, I think people don't also realize that like when Olandria was like on a date with Jalen was also making comments about her body. So I think that also influenced the way that she felt about Taylor, because it's like Taylor never really brought up like, oh, her body, this, like all that other stuff, versus with Jalen, it was like kind of like a main driving factor. So she didn't want to like sacrifice like choosing Taylor over like choosing Jalen, who's like a new connection. It's already like talking about her body. So I think it's pretty fair for her to like not make that assumption and think that, wow, like Taylor actually likes me, because he's willing to explore other conversations besides just being my body. And even when she walked into the villa, like everyone was like, oh my gosh, like look at her body. Like that was the first comment that was made about her with the Islanders, and then people on TV, that was like the only thing people were commenting about when it came to Olandria. So it's like it's very hard to like focus on her personality or like judge her extremely harshly, because they have these high expectations of her when it comes to her body type and everything else.
Exactly that, Azaria. Exactly that. Who else had thoughts about this? Kalisha, did you have thoughts?
I do.
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Let me go to Bora first, and then Kalisha. Azaria, I'm going to drop you to bring other people on, but you can request again, okay, babe?
Thank you, no problem. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Bora.
Regarding like Olandria, I do think at first, like during the beginning, I don't think it was very obvious for her to be able to tell that he wasn't like attracted to her physically. Just because, again, like you guys said before, she's used to people being physically attracted to her body and just constantly talking about it. So I think she wants to try something new for once, like someone who's not talking about her body constantly, but is like actually getting to know her as a person. And so she was taking that into consideration. And then I think what for me, when I realized, was their kiss at first in the photo booth. Me personally, I've seen like a lot of kisses on TV shows, and that one was just very awkward to me. I didn't think it looked natural. It kind of looked forced from his side. So I could tell that it wasn't. But probably to her, she's like, okay, he's getting physical with me now. So he's probably like, getting out, like trying to like get to know my body physically, or just her overall as a whole. But I do think like when it came down to the end of the season, when it was like Clark came in, it became very clear and obvious like that he wasn't as interested in her as he was towards Clark. So I definitely think that at first she had every right to still believe, because he was giving signs. He was taking her out, like doing dates, doing like cutesy things that would make her be like, okay, maybe he's just not talking about my body, because he's just not that type of person.
Yeah. Someone said, I think you're making completely valid points. I'm sure that you know that I agree based on what my take was. Somebody said Taylor just can't kiss in general. And yes, somebody said that Taylor kisses like a toddler kissing a like window. And that is the most accurate fucking description I've heard. Like it's so bad. It's so bad. Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts, Bora. I'm going to go ahead and put you on a timer, Kalisha, and I'm going to drop you, Bora, just to bring somebody else up, but please feel free to request again.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Of course.
Well, I want to go next after Kalisha, and then
Okay, definitely. I mean, I got you, boo.
Are there any other questions I missed that I need to write down?
There's so many. I don't know.
Okay, let me go back to the comments.
Thank you, Amina.
So
Okay, go ahead.
I don't actually think she knew. I don't think she knew at all, and it's twofold for me. One, because very early on, she asked him, "Hey, everybody else's relationship is progressing a little bit faster and further than we are. Why is it that we're not progressing?" And he told her once again that he was a slow burner. I just don't think she knew, because she was consistently saying, "Oh, I'm ready to be a farm wife. Oh, I'm ready to do this. Oh, I'm ready to do that." I don't think she knew. I think she was very caught off guard when he actually chose Clark. And I think that the part of her that wanted to be appreciated for her mind opposed to her body might have kind of, blurred her vision just a little bit. But I honestly don't think that Alondria knew. And even in her interviews after, she said, "Hey, I had no clue. When I came out and saw that he said he wasn't attracted to me, I said, well, this doesn't feel good." I really don't think she knew. When she was very caught off guard. And so was the rest of the villa. Because judging by their reactions when he chose Clark, we could tell that they did not expect it. Even the host, I think, came out at some point and said he thought they were the strongest couple. So Taylor was obviously doing and saying things in that villa that made people, especially her, believe that he was into her. I really think she was caught off guard. He might have said it to his friends, but he definitely, what he was saying and what he was doing were two totally different things. That's what I
agree.
believe.
I agree 100%, especially because she did that interview with Variety where she was like, she basically said in so many words, like, I had no idea. Like, I did not see what y'all saw. And she's like, we were very affectionate. I didn't know y'all didn't see that. She was like, there were things, like all the things apparently that he did with Clark, he was doing with her, but production didn't show us that. And I have a theory that it's because production could tell that it wasn't gonna zing the way that I think that they thought it was going to zing. And so production was giving us a narrative of how they were perceiving them, but she didn't know that. So yeah, I think that you're spot on, Kalisha, especially based on what she has said.
Yeah, even Shelly said that, "Oh, Taylor always came to me for advice about him and Alondria," and she also said she didn't know. She had no one had a clue except him and his friends.
Team Candy always, yeah. Thank you, Kalisha. I'm gonna drop you. Please feel free to request again. I'm gonna let other people come up. Thank you. Yeah, I would say Team Candy always said, so was Taylor the real love bomber in the villa? Did he manipulate the villa and Ola? I do think that Taylor is a love bomber. I actually had a video about him and Clark and the abuse cycle that we're watching between them. And I know that that makes people uncomfortable, but I do go into detail about how the behaviors are the beginning signs of DV and how he goes and does like love bombing things in order to keep her in that cycle. So I actually I buy that personally. Okay. Who has not? Amina, you wanted to go next, friend? Go ahead, babe. And then I'll do all my new people.
Okay. So I watched Shelly and Alandria were on the very first, like it was the beginning episode. I don't remember the episode, but it was something within like the first 10 days when they were in the villa. So they were asking them obviously how they felt about their couples, and Alandria was talking about Taylor and saying like, oh, he makes me breakfast every morning, blah, blah, blah. So there's clearly stuff we didn't see. And she's even said it. He was very sweet to all the girls. He was, and like, obviously she didn't see what we saw. And she was like, that's not how it was. He was always carrying my heels, blah, blah, blah. And I want to like bring up some other things that she said that like, I don't know her, but they pinged in my head for certain things. So when people were like, oh, she's being desperate when she's telling him in the beginning, like, oh, it's okay for you to touch me, because we're not being as physical, but just in case you're waiting on an okay for me, I'm letting you know. And people were like, oh, she's being desperate. She's trying to force him. And I'm like, no, for me, what that reads is like somebody who may have experienced maybe even CSA or something like that. And they're trying to let a guy know, like, I'm okay if you're okay. Like, I'm letting you know, like, you don't have to be worried about me. Because you can also see when guys make a reference to her body, like the light leaves her eyes just a little bit. Because she even did that when Taylor said something like their very first conversation where he was like, oh, good teeth, nice feet, a big booty, and you got that. And so she was just like, ugh, you know. If you go back, so I think, so back to the original question, do we think she knew? I think she knew, but there are certain things, like I describe it as things you don't let go past your head because you don't want to admit it to yourself. So like, it's maybe something she knew, but I don't think she was attributing it to him maybe not liking her, like being physically attracted to her. I was like, maybe she just felt like he didn't like her at all. But it was she had no idea about the attraction because, like she said, he was doing everything else. And like I would always say, like I don't think she really liked him either. I think they were just trying to convince each other that they liked each other because that was their only option. But I don't think she knew about the attraction part because he was putting in the work to shock everybody else. Because maybe I don't trust Helga's reaction to things, but I would trust Amaya because she was hot. Amaya was hot. She was ready to fight. The way she stood up and she was like, Taylor, are you serious? Like if you look at her face, she was mad. So I think he fooled everybody, including Alandria. And everybody ain't stupid. Like the old folks say, everybody ain't lying about you. So
right, yeah, valid points. Okay. I have new people on here, Violet, Lydia, and Connection, and Udo. I don't remember who I brought up first. I'm not going to lie. So, Violet, I'll just go from the top. Violet, Lydia, and then Udo, and then Connection. Do y'all want to add some thoughts to this?
First off, thank you for creating this space. I really enjoyed the conversation. I feel like the other spaces I've been in have been a little bit more chaotic, and this has been really nice. So thank you.
You're welcome.
So on Alandria's situation, I think there's like a lot of layers with that connection with her and Taylor. I think Taylor has a lot of stuff going on personally that has nothing to do with his relationship to Alandria or Clark that it's not my place to talk about, but he has some stuff there. And I think it's hard to have a conversation about him because I think there's things within himself that he has not been able to reconcile with, and it shows up in how he interacts with romantic relationships. So Alandria, I do think in a lot of ways, she comes off as a really pretty girl who happens to be extremely smart and has not been in the world and dating in the way that you would expect a girl who looks like her to have been, right? And I think that plays out, and I get it because like in some ways I experienced that when I was in my 20s. And not to say I'm really pretty or anything like that, but I do know people approached me in a way that didn't always reconcile with my experience, right? Being dark skinned, being a Black woman, being raised in communities where my aesthetic was not appreciated, and then moving out into the bigger world and then all of a sudden having all this attention that felt confusing. And I can see for Alandria, the way that she moves is that she does want to be approached for her other qualities, which is one of the reasons why I think her relationship with Nick has looked really beautiful to watch unfold, because his approach has been very much rooted in all of her qualities. He appreciates her beauty, but he also really appreciates her character, the way she carries herself, and her intellect. But with Taylor, I think it was it was like fresh air for her to have somebody who wasn't immediately on her body. And I think she took that as a good sign. And that's why she kept bringing it up. Even when Clark was like, oh, we are a little bit more physical. She was like, yeah, but physical doesn't mean anything and stuff like that. Like, because for her, physical has not meant anything. And so and I do want to also throw out there, like outside of her experience in the world, I do think there's some class stuff with her and Taylor that we are not acknowledging. Like Taylor comes from a wealthy Black family. Like Alandria's family, although they have made it and have done well for themselves, like it is not the same. Like Taylor seems to have generational wealth. I think there's a way in which as women, we can sometimes give ourselves a story and hold on to that story instead of actually paying attention to the reality that we're experiencing. And I think for Alandria, in some ways, Taylor really is like on paper what she aspires for. Like, she is a Southern belle, but she has not gotten the same type of Southern belle treatment that a family like Taylor's could offer her. And so I think I could see myself, if I was her at her age, in this situation where low-key, there's not a lot of options in this villa. It's like the only other guy she seemed to show any like slight interest in was Ace, but he was going hard for her friend. And then Nick, but he was going hard for her friend. So like she's stuck here, between a rock and a hard place. And I think in a lot of ways, she latched on to Taylor and then wanted to make it work because there were no red flags to her. And I feel like a lot of times we kind of gloss over that. And I also think it's important that we name that, because you can see in her interviews that she gets riled up on this topic. And I think because it feels so like a slap in her face, that she did not see it. And I think when we keep pushing this narrative that she should have seen it, she should have seen it. I'm like, low-key, I don't think I would have seen it. I don't think most women would have seen it with all of these other things happening. And Taylor's low-key weird. And so like, she's like, okay, this weird guy likes me. He comes from a good family. Let me try. Yeah, so those are just my thoughts. Sorry if I was rambling.
You're okay, Violet. I think they were fantastic thoughts. I agree. I think that I like that you brought up the class piece. We talked about it a little bit in there. And I see your question about colorism. Amina, if we could talk about that a bit too, if you could just like help remind us. I'll probably only do a couple more questions, y'all, because I know it's getting late. Like, y'all don't want to be on here with me all night. But I would say that like I do think the class piece like potentially plays a part, if nothing else, I think in the way that Taylor moved in that villa. My husband and I were on live last week together, and one of the things we talked about was how, thank y'all for the follows, and thank you for the likes, and thank you for the gifts. I appreciate all of it. I be trying not to speak when the people are speaking, so I just like do a little heart for you so that you know that I see it, and thank you. But like, yeah, people with one of my mutuals in here mentioned it too. Like black elitism is a thing, and I've talked about that in my videos too. Oh, Ivy did. Like that is definitely a thing, and I think that he definitely moves through the world conscious of the fact that they're like black rodeo royalty, right? He's conscious of what that means, and I think it definitely colors how he shows up in the world, even if it doesn't necessarily color Olandra's experience of him directly in that way. Like the way that he moves, right, then impacts her experience of him. I hope that is making sense. It makes sense in my head. But and I do think that too, like there is I agree that I don't think that she saw it. I don't think it's fair to ask people, and this is me being a therapist for a second, I don't think it's fair to ask people to read people's minds. I tell my clients all the time, you cannot expect your partner to read your mind. It is not fair to hold people to expectations that you are not willing to clearly communicate. And so I agree. I do not think it's fair to say, well, she should have known. You know what I mean? Because it's like, how could she? He's doing all these love bombing behaviors, even though they didn't show it to us, right? From what she's said in the interview since leaving the villa, he's doing all these things that would make her believe that he's interested in her. The whole fucking villa believes he's interested in her. Why would she think something different than that? She doesn't know the private conversations he's having, you know? So I just feel like it's an unfair expectation to put on her. So I agree 100%. Lydia, I'm going to come to you, friend, and I'll put you on a timer, and we want to hear your thoughts.
Hi, thank you for having me. This is my first time like jumping in to a live stream and seeing my
I'm
thoughts.
honored.
So thanks for having me. No, I feel like everybody had some really valid and solid points. I think for me, just as a viewer watching it and even going back and watching certain clips, I think that Olandria didn't have any inclination of him not being physically attracted to her, but I think that there was a part of her that knew maybe he didn't like her. There was a scene where, you know, she was talking to Taylor on like one of the docks or piers or something like that. And she told him, she was like, hey, I like you. I'm invested in this, but I'm not confident. I'm not secure. I don't feel reassured. She vocalized it to him and he was dead silent, like literally just stared at her. And that was earlier on, like in this season. So I feel like there was something in her that knew like this isn't where I'm meant to be, or this doesn't feel safe, or this doesn't feel secure. And then in her interview with Keke Palmer, she said that she went to Shelly and she was like, hey, like I still don't feel secure. And Shelly encouraged her to continue pursuing that and to continue to see if there was something there. And so I feel like just kind of the precedent that everybody set earlier on in the show just made her whole experience in terms of like navigating that relationship with Taylor really wonky. I feel like, you know, Helga doing the girl code thing, everyone trying to save friendships, save face, save just like this continuation of things just made it super messy for her to have a clear mind in terms of this is how I really feel and I'm going to move based on that accord instead of like taking into account everybody else's thoughts on how I should move, if that makes sense. And so I feel like there was a lot that was going on, and I don't think that everybody was honest with her in terms of like either validating her feelings or letting her know exactly where Taylor stood, because even Ace in his like press run was saying how like how many times Taylor came to him and was vocalizing how he wasn't attracted to her, and he was just telling him like, hey, this is outside of your comfort zone, like continue to push it, like you're just not used to this, you're just not, whereas a real friend would have been like, why aren't you attracted to her? And if you're not, like that should be a sign, like we're on a show where it's about attractive people and your connection is based off initial attraction. It's not off the conversations that you have. It's I see you, I want to kiss you, let's explore that kind of a thing. And so I felt like earlier on it just was set up for Elandria to potentially fail, and that breaks my heart for her. I'm glad it like worked out at the end, but I just think that everyone moved super like fake and against kind of what the show is supposed to be about. So that's kind of like my little piece on that.
Lydia, that was such a good take. Thank you for everything that you said. I do want to acknowledge, I see your comments, Peter. I see your request. I will bring you up in just a bit. Somebody said, so Udo ADHD, will you make sure that what you put in the comments that you discuss that when you hop on to share your part? Because I think that's an important thing, and I definitely want to add additional thoughts to that. Someone else mentioned like Elandria being the ultimate people pleaser. I definitely will add more thoughts to that, but I want to let my panel finish saying what they need to say first. Am I hopping to Udo next?
Yeah.
Let me hear all my new people. Yeah, Udo, will you go for me, babe, please?
Okay, yeah, and whoever was saying that it also upsets me when people say that Elandria should have known and should have acted on such knowledge. That also annoys me, because I just feel like I wish I could say to the people saying that, you also wouldn't have known. You also would have stayed in the relationship. Like, come on, you're telling me that you never stayed too long somewhere, like, so that just annoys me so much. Like, they have way too much expectation of her, and I think because she is such a beautiful woman, poised and intelligent, and so I feel like people just in general have very high expectations of her. And even somebody told me, not to bring Hilga into it, but they're like, well, Hilga has low self-esteem, and somebody like Elandria, like, she's confident in herself, but she's not. And we see that she's not, because she requires, when I said she requires outside validation, what I mean is that she feels like it's like she needs other voices before she makes a decision, instead of just relying on what she thinks, what she feels. So like, I felt uncomfortable about Nicolandria, because in the beginning it really felt like you're only pursuing this because you see Twitter comments telling you to pursue this, and so and so said to pursue it, and this, and the producers pushed you. And so I noticed that with Nicolandria, and when I think back to her relationship with the guy, Dreads, what's his name again?
Taylor.
When I think back to her relationship with Taylor, it was kind of the same thing, even for both of them, because Taylor is expressing, he is literally saying to his friend, I don't find her attractive. And the friend is giving tips that leads to what I think is love bombing. You're love bombing this girl by doing over the top actions that make somebody else so jealous because it's so going above and beyond. And also lying to her, stringing her along when somebody new comes in, and lying to her, saying that you're going to continue to pursue both of them and you're not. So I feel like I'm just really excited for. I don't know. I hope Alandria from this experience starts to realize the power that she has inside of her, the power that she has for herself and also her influence on other people. So she can, be more of a self-actualized person because she has so much in her. So I hope we get to see that more.
Oh my gosh, Tina Martin that joined. Sorry, y'all. I got very distracted for a second. I'm gonna speak to you, Udo, in just a second. Tina obviously is my nickname, why it's on here, but Martin is my maiden name. You literally have my name. Hello, Tina. Okay. Um, okay, yeah, Udo ADHD. I agree that I feel like I want her to be so something I've talked about in my other videos, right? This is why I like to go live so we can expand on the thoughts. But like it is very common for women, especially Amina, to your point, if there is any history of SA, which we know is very common among women, 1 in 4, right? It is very common for us to feel disconnected from our bodies and to have a really hard time trusting ourselves. We live in a society that tells us to not trust ourselves. We're too emotional. We're not logical enough, right? And it disconnects us from our power. And so I agree that I do feel like she needs, I'm
Wait,
not a very,
can
wait.
I add something about her like when she got dumped, the thing that she said before you like expand on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so when she was saying like I've been single for 5 years and I thought I was doing it right this time, and then if you go back to the first thing she told Ariana, she's like she's been single and she thought she overhealed. So to me, and if you look through her Twitter, she is very religious. So to me that pinged as like I said pinged, meaning this is woke something up in my head. Not saying that this is true for her, but as somebody who's raised Baptist and she's from the South, so most likely she was raised very religious, that reminded me of like 25 years ago for her is 22. So that reminded me of somebody who maybe went away to college, maybe wilded out and felt a little, guilty or like, like I always say purity culture worked on me for sure. It's still whooping my ass. So that reminded me of somebody who maybe wild out in college and then she got serious, started her career and was like, okay, I need to calm down and be now I need to start dating seriously. And then maybe she found out there wasn't stuff out there, and that would also tie back in. So yeah, Tina, you can go. So that's what pinged in my head when she said that.
Yeah, and now you're making me think of all these other things, Amina. But but I will say that we are taught as women to definitely disconnect from our intuition, to disconnect from our trust. When you couple that with religiosity, again, I don't know enough about her background to like know how religious she is, but definitely like I grew up Christian. I grew up within like a non-denominational Christian church. I was in church on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sunday for all the services. So it definitely teaches us to like rely on something external from ourselves, right? And so it doesn't shock me that she needs a lot of reassurance. It doesn't shock me that she needs that like outward confirmation. And I feel like it's every woman's journey in their lifetime to learn how to reconnect to their intuition and reconnect to trust of themselves. That's like the work that I do the most with my clients is around like identity development and really leaning back into the trust that you have of your own self. Because a lot of times we know the answer, but we just don't trust ourselves around the answer that we think it is, right? We're taught to disconnect from our gut. And then to your other point, Amina, about like the college experience, I think about, when we've seen the childhood pictures of Alandria, she is probably in the South in Alabama. She's talked about what it was like to not be attractive to the people that she grew up around, like the boys that, like Nick would have looked like, right? And so I can imagine that in college, she's really coming into her own, and who knows what her experience was like with men at that time. And so it doesn't shock me that she then was single for those 5 years afterward, right? I can imagine that she potentially had a lot of very interesting experiences. And to her being a people pleaser, she's definitely the eldest daughter, which is why she showed up as like the therapist in the villa, right? She was comforting them as she's leaving rather than her crying for her own self or grieving for her own self. She said, I've always had to be strong. Hi, Ryan. So yeah, like I think you all are making fantastic points. Okay, Connection, I'm going to bring you up, babe. Go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Hello there. Good morning. Where I'm from, I always say that my name's Connection Queen. I really like connecting with people. I have an opinion. My opinion is not the best, better, or correct opinion. I just like sharing and I love hearing difference of opinions. I thoroughly enjoy this live. I live streamed Love Island this season and I encouraged everyone to share just respectfully. So it's nice to see another creator doing that. So thank you for that. Absolutely. Some of these live streams are really toxic. So it's nice to hear everyone share thoughtful shares. I have a question. I'm a speech pathologist, not a therapist like you are, but I definitely do a lot of informal sidebar chats about behaviors that I see. And something I noticed about Huda this season was anytime, it didn't matter who she was with, after something would go wrong or happen, she went right for some physicality. And I'm just curious, what is that denote, or what is that maybe linked to? It was a pattern. Like anytime something stressful came up or there was some sort of tenseness, that was her first go-to, was some sort of physical attention.
Can you say what you mean more about that? And Udo, you have like a thought about it too.
Just that, like, okay, especially, I mean, she did it with Jeremiah for sure, but she also did it with Chris. So it was like they would, get into an argument, let's say, and then like literally directly, and again, we're not seeing everything, guys. We have to take that into consideration. So it could have been, a half hour later or whatever, but it's within that conversation. She then is like being physical with touch, with wanting to, I feel like, give herself sexually to them. And, obviously she did discuss that she had SA. So I don't know if that's related at all to.
And to give more context, it's often after some kind of an uncomfortable
Yes.
conversation, or she'll bring up something that makes her uncomfortable, or she notices the guy is now uncomfortable. She will start touching, fawning,
Yes.
kissing. Yeah.
So yeah.
So that for me, I was like, I don't want to obviously label any like traits or any characteristics of a certain diagnosis, but I'm just wondering informally, could you give any like clinical insight on what that could be related to?
I will say, like, yeah, I definitely have opinions, but I'm also very clear that, like, I'm getting a 1 hour edited version of this woman. But I will say to what we're talking about 404. Or no, we're not talking about 404. We're talking about 304 ZL. All the code names are hilarious, y'all.
I know, I'm like, wait, I don't know these code names. I'm
We're
new.
talking
I'll
about
learn quick.
Huda connection.
Okay.
So that's ZL calls her 304 because she went to Chris and said that she feels like a side hoe. So,
Oh my God, I'm dead. That's so funny.
so now
Okay. I love a code name. I'm here for it.
okay, so I will say it definitely, from what I can see, definitely looks like some level of fawning behavior. It also is not uncommon for me to see people use physical connectedness or intimacy as a way to reconnect when they feel like there's a disconnect. Does that make sense? So like if they're feeling disconnected from their partner, using smex or some level of like physical intimacy is very common in order to feel reconnected to that person. Definitely can be a trauma response. I don't know enough about her trauma to like know if that's like what's happening for her, but it definitely could be a trauma response. I know that she's alluded to, she alluded to some things with her dad. She didn't say anything directly except that she felt uncomfortable with him, but she did talk about him being very physically abusive, but that he would like shower her with gifts and shower her with like he would definitely do nice things for her in order to get her to like be okay with behavior. So this could be very much a learned behavior of like, this is the way you get people to not be upset with you anymore, is by giving them something, right? Giving them this intimacy. This is the way that you make things better. That definitely could be what's happening for her. I don't know her enough to like say that that's actually for
Sure. No,
true,
of course.
but that definitely could be happening.
What
It
was
was like, how
also
can you, sorry.
well, I wanted to quickly add, like, what was interesting about it is sometimes the thing that was making the guy uncomfortable was the sexual stuff, and it was still her go-to fawn response, even though that was the very thing that was making them uncomfortable. Go
Yes.
ahead, Connection.
I was just about to say that literally. Also, I have ADHD too. I love it. But yeah, that was the thing. It was like, but that wasn't like, in my opinion, it wasn't the right time because you could tell that they were still uncomfortable. And it was like, it's like a double negative almost, if that makes sense. It's like, that's not me. Like from the viewer's point of view, it wasn't making it better. Like I was uncomfortable and it wasn't even me in the situation.
Yeah, I mean, so Ziella's asking, and I'm gonna bring you up, Peter. I'm gonna drop somebody to bring you up. I'm gonna let SG share whatever thoughts you have, and then I'll drop you to bring Peter up. But Ziel said, I read that it's a maladaptive pain management. Would that be the right framing phrasing? I don't know enough about her to say that that is true, y'all. But I could say that it is potentially a maladaptive coping skill. So I struggle to. So this is my hot take as a therapist. I struggle to call things maladaptive that people would say are maladaptive, because I think that all coping skills are adaptive until they are no longer serving their purpose. So from like a viewer perspective, we would say, oh, this is maladaptive. But I don't think she's in a place yet where she realizes that the coping skill is not actually helping her to cope or meeting the need anymore for her to identify it as maladaptive, if that makes sense. So if she's able to effectively use this skill all the time and get what she needs, then it's not maladaptive, even if we feel like it's not the best choice. Does that make sense? I try not to like stigmatize certain coping skills, which is why I have this sort of like framework around it. But I mean, it potentially is a coping skill for her. I think at the very least, what's happening is that she is, maladaptive sisterhood, suds, good question. Just basically means that it's like not effective anymore. It's not a useful, or I struggle with this, y'all, but like healthy coping skill. So that's basically what it is. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much for having me on. I'll drop so that other people can come on. If you ever want to collab and do a live together, I always tell my live stream I want a therapist in, because I'm like the therapist that you are. So if you're ever open to that, please let me know. I would absolutely love it. I know my live stream would too.
Absolutely, Connection Queen. I just followed you so that we can connect outside of here. Thank you so much for coming up. Shout out to the Sweet Psychologist. Okay, Peter, you just joined us, friend. What do you want to add?
All right, so a couple of things. I think Alondra kind of have an inclination that Taylor wasn't into her, based off of all the interviews that I've watched. But I think the reason why she went with it is almost like the self-sacrifice on her part. It's almost like, okay, I'm willing to try. I'm going to keep trying. I'm going to keep trying. I think the thing with Clark, what really pissed her off is that she was willing to sacrifice what I was saying now, her place in the villa and also everything else. And she couldn't understand why he wasn't willing to do that, as far as I can see. Because I think she kind of have an idea. So maybe he's not that into me, but I can keep trying. And maybe he will get there. But then when he chose Clark, I think that's the thing that probably kind of shocked her. She's like, I think she almost probably expected him probably to keep doing what she was doing and continue building and see if they get there at some point. So I think when he kind of discorded her, I think that's the thing that I think really pissed her off, is that maybe I think she also wasn't really into him like that, but I think she was willing to try, and I think that's what kind of really kind of like got her. Second thing, and I think people keep saying this. I think someone said this. I'm not trying to say that. What you're saying. You're saying this, but what really irks me is people keep saying that they don't think she's interested in Nick, and this is one thing that really like gets my brain going. Is like we keep projecting onto this lady that we know her and we know her type. We don't know her. We don't know her type. We don't know what she likes and what she don't want. So we can keep projecting as if she's doing this to please people. What I think she is doing, she's more cautious of it not working out and disappointing people. So if she's concerned about anything, I think that is what she's was concerned about, it not working out and disappointing people. It's not whether or not she wants to be with him, because I think she does, but I think the pressure would come of it not working out and disappointing people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how people need to stop projecting their stuff onto her and whether or not they think she is or isn't interested in it. Because I think I've watched 2 lives with them and I was shocked based on her personality. Because in the villa she came off very confident, self-assured, almost like there's this aura about her that I think she said people intimidated by her, and I can sense that she has this like really like regal aura that kind of like that would have, as a guy, that would have thrown me off, because I'm like, yo, if I'm going to approach this girl, I really have to come with it, because she just has this thing about her. But when she was the first live with Nick, she was shy, almost vulnerable, I don't want to use the word insecure, but there was just I was kind of like torn off. I'm like, this can't be the same person.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem like the same person. It was just this coy sort of thing that I'm like, okay, that's kind of, this is kind of threw me off because I thought she was this person. Now I'm seeing this person. And then another live, I'm seeing the reason why I'm saying she's super into him because I think she can be her complete self. And I can see where her guard is let down and she doesn't have to be hard in a sense. She can just let go and just be. So this inclination that they don't think she's interested in Nick. I'm like, that's just BS. From what I've seen, she's very interested. She is. From what I've seen between him and Taylor, she's. It feels like she's fully herself, and as it relates to him, it seems like he's also fully himself because he seems mature as well, but at the same time, he's still playful and fun. So it's like their dynamic works somehow. I don't know how it works, but it's like they get each other and they can just fully be themselves with each other. And with that, I'm mute.
Peter, I agree 100%. I think, especially about like her being able to truly be herself. We really watched her, like she wants to be soft. She said that over and over again. Like she wants to be able to be soft. She has not felt like she can. And as the oldest daughter to a single mother in the South, she has had to like, keep up a guard in a lot of ways. And so the fact that Nick makes the space for her to truly be able to let her guard down and be soft, I agree, is very indicative of her level of comfort and her interest in him. And I think you're right, like to people's points in the comments and to also what you said, like lots of people do just keep disregarding what she said. Like, yes, they keep getting stuck, and people do this because it fits their narratives, right? She said she wanted a cowboy. Yes, and then she clarified multiple times at this point that really what she wanted, she even said it in the villa, she wanted a Southern man, a gentleman. She said, I don't want to have to open, but this man is opening my water bottles. He's sleeping on the right side of the bed. He's opening the door. Like she wanted someone that already knew how to do those things. And in her mind, that's like, oh, it's a cowboy. But she said it in the villa, and she said it out, and she said it outside of the villa that she wanted exactly a countryman, a gentleman, someone that has more traditional, Southern practices, and that Nick does that for her. So I agree with you. I think people are projecting what they want it to be versus what she actually is saying anymore at this point. Okay, SG, I want you to speak, and then Bora, you came back on, and I want you to share your thoughts too. So SG, what thoughts do you have, friend?
All right, real quick. You know how Nick started calling her his hard-boiled egg, who was like hard on the outside and soft on the inside? And I feel like a lot of us, especially people that read between the lines or romanticize, whatnot, we hear the thing, like we speak Nicolese at this point. So when he's telling us that she's his hard-boiled egg and she's hard on the outside and soft on the inside, what he's not saying is, whatever the reverse of a hard-boiled egg is, he's soft on the outside and hard on the inside. And so that's a lot of where their balance lies, like that, not too much. Like they have learned like little ways of being able to reciprocate and consider each other while also having fun, being playful, and not disrespecting each other, while also showing up for each other at all times. And this right here, I know no one's talked about this, but this is just something that's been on my mind. And anyways, you know how a lot of people kept saying that they were playing chess in the villa? Like they seen it, like, oh, they were moving chess pieces, and Nick, Taylor, and Ace was like the little leader or whatever, like moving them around. I feel like we missed a lot of nuance because we weren't paying as much attention to Nick when he was with Sierra as we were to when he was with Alandria. But that little moment whenever he was talking to her about hippos and about how he likes hippos because they're the underdog, and everyone thinks that the lion is the king of the jungle, but the hippo is really the underboss. And then it clicked to me one day while I was seeing all these people talk about chess. I was like, Nick was never playing chess. Nick was always the hippo in the villa. And I started thinking about it. I was like, he laid in wait. He took his time. He exhausted his enemies. He found loopholes. He took advantage of every opportunity that he got. He never took his eye off the prize, which was Elandria. He was always goal oriented. He outwitted his competition. He took down apex predators, which he said hippos did in the jungle. And Elandria mentioned when they're in Soul Ties that he peeps a lot of stuff or keeps a lot of stuff. I couldn't understand due to the closed captioning which one she said, but either way, he's listening intentionally, he's perceiving, and I feel like because Nick is a nurse, that damn near everybody in that place was a patient to him. Like, he put them on his patient protocol. Huda was at the top of the list. That's the reason why I feel like he emotionally thought she needed to go for her own mental health. But anyways, I just feel like a lot of other nuances were being missed, and people acted like everyone was always playing a game. But even though Taylor never moved for Elandria, Nick always moved with Elandria in mind. And that was the difference. And when he got the opportunity to prove it to her and actually see that she might reciprocate it, he threw caution to the wind and he chased what he wanted, and he got it.
I agree. I know CJ is gone, but CJ gets mad when I bring up astrology, but I'm also a Pisces like Nick. Our birthdays are a few days apart. And when I tell you that we are perceptive, intuitive people, we are watching all the things all the time. It's part of the reason I became a therapist, right? Like, I'm constantly observing and watching and sort of making some assessments about things. So like, yeah, he definitely was watching all this shit all the time. And I don't think people give him enough credit for that. Okay, Bora, I am going to have you go. And then Just Beebs, you joined us, and I will have you go.
Okay, so speaking on what SG just said just now, I definitely agree. I think that when it comes to Nick, he like, Orlando was always on his radar. Like, even when he told Sierra that he didn't, like, the kiss would never go anywhere, I could tell that he only said that because Orlando had said that she was gonna stick with Taylor. I could tell that if she had said that I'm all in, he would have been all in from the start, just like with her. But when it comes to her and Taylor, I think the reason why their relationship persists so long is because of the people around them. I think Friendship Island, like, this is what people are calling it, it definitely, like, contributed a lot to a lot of the things that happened during this season. I think if Shelly had said to Orlandria that, you know, leave Taylor alone, it would have definitely contributed to her, like, pursuing other people. But I think the reason why Shelly didn't do that is because, as her friend, she didn't want Orlandria to be vulnerable, because that's a very a person who she's very close with. And so if Orlandria had decided to not pursue Taylor, and a lot of 90% of the people in the island were already, like, coupled up with somebody, to not interfere with that, she just told Orlandria to stay so that she would be able to, you know, stay on the island, because if she was vulnerable, there's a huge possibility that she could have been gone just as easily. And they, like, as early as it was, a lot of people hadn't formed, like, bonds yet, so there's not really a possibility that a lot of people would have saved her as much as she got saved later down into the season. And I think that's also another reason why Ace didn't say to tell Orlandria that he didn't, like, feel her that way, because they was just all thinking about the fact that if you do that and you become vulnerable, that you can very much be kicked off the island, and then it'd be like, but what if I did stay with her and we pursued this, you know, in that kind of way. And I also think when it comes to Huda, just to mention that if the girls had, like, from the start told Huda how you're acting is unacceptable instead of enabling it, it probably would have contributed a lot to how, like, the episodes were too.
Okay. Can I say something about what you said, Bora? Because yes, I agree so much with that, especially that last part. I feel like it was on the Islanders to let Hilga know that her behavior was unacceptable. I think that this goes back to somebody had said way earlier in my live that they feel like Shelly is neutral sometimes. And I think that happened, like, to their detriment on day 2. When Elandria says to Hilga, like, not too much, you know what I mean? Yes, Violet, I'm going to put you on a longer timer and let you share your thoughts for sure. She says to Hilga, not too much, you know what I mean? And then Hilga starts crying. Instead of any of the girls really being like, well, the way that, like, instead of them telling her, like, why it was a problem,
they like stroke her and comfort her and are like, oh, I don't think she means it like that. And then encourage Alandria to apologize for something that she had never done wrong. And so from that moment forward, they were coddling her and they shifted the dynamic of that island. And I say all the time that when we're watching reality TV, y'all, it's a social experiment. And depending on who is on the cast, and you can see this with any reality TV show, it's gonna be a different feel every single time. And I don't know what the fuck they was on this season, but we all got terrorized for the first few weeks because of the cast that they put together this time. So yes, I agree with that completely. I think had they handled that very first situation on the second day differently, we would have seen a whole different island than what we did. Just Beebs, I want you to share your thoughts, and then I'm gonna go to Violet so that you can share your astrology thoughts. And then y'all, I'm gonna do final hot takes from everybody. Let me make sure I don't have anybody in my queue. Hold on. I do have one person. I'll do final hot takes from everybody, and then Amina, I'll bring you up to share your thoughts and do final hot takes, and then I will close out the live. So just Beebs, please go ahead, my dear. Let me restart your timer.
Hi, this is my first time on anyone's live, by the way.
Oh, welcome.
I just started following you because I love your takes, so this is awesome. I did want to say a little bit about the Huda situation for a little bit and then go into Olandria. So I think I'm like a Nick Landria and Shalace fan. I love both of the couples. I think with Huda, the dynamic that they set, that she set at the beginning with Jeremiah was a real caveat. Outside of Yalissa's exit, it completely shifted the whole entire experience for all the Islanders. With Huda, because even after her whole interaction with Alandria where she cried to Shelly about, you know, saying, oh, she should have came to me in private and stuff like that. I think maybe a day or two later in their time, but I guess in our time, episode wise, the third episode, Ace literally pulled her to the side and had a similar conversation with her and told her, you do know that we've only been here for 4 days, right? And she literally told him, you do realize I don't care. So I don't think that whether they went to her, she would have been receptive to it anyway, especially had it been Shelly or Alandria, because I think I've noticed that when it comes to those two, she tends to have a more reactive response as opposed to with Hannah and like Iris, she's more receptive. Even with the guys, like with Ace, she's quick to change up her speech. With Pepe, she's different, even with TJ. But when it came to Jeremiah, she was very reactive. So I think either way, if it came from anybody else, she wouldn't have accepted it. And then when it comes to Alandria with Taylor versus Nick, I think people forget that Alandria was interested in Nick for day one because she literally kissed Nick on day one. And I think with Taylor, I believe that when it came to his interactions with Alandria versus with Clark, I think I think I have like an interesting take as to him being like a Southern man. His kindness was just innate within him. However, how he behaves with someone he likes, to a certain extent, it becomes very like almost like the telltale of a guy who, how you know when they say, oh, a boy who likes you is mean to you, because like when he told Clark, oh, you probably stink because of like the flies that were flying around her. Same thing with Alandria, you know, being mean. So I think with Taylor, he's very weird when it comes to women he actually likes and doesn't know how to like handle it. So I think that's kind of my take on it.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I and I'm not pushing back on you directly, just Beebs. Wait, is that, what's your actual name, or do you want me to call you that? Because I want to call you
Yeah,
whatever.
Beebs is fine.
Okay. So Beebs, yeah, so Jada is saying like Taylor is a pigtail puller. I made a video about this, and I just like to push back on this a little bit because a lot of people are like, oh, Taylor's childish. Oh, he acts like a middle school boy. I have a middle school boy who does not fucking act like that and has never acted like that, because my middle school boy is raised in a household where he knows that when we like girls, we're kind to girls.
girls. When we like people, we treat them nicely. My middle schooler boy in the 6th grade was buying his girlfriend gifts on his own, not prompted by me, for Valentine's Day, for a birthday. Like, that is, so I like to not let us get into this rut around this being attached to age. I think that Taylor is just raised in a way that is like piss poor about the way that he interacts with women. And I've said it before, it's not that hot of a take in my opinion. I don't think he likes women as people in general. And so I think that that's why we see him act how he acts a lot with the girls, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because I personally, I just want to clarify, I don't,
No, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
don't follow the rhetoric of like I believe that a man should, if you do not like a woman, you should just be honest about it and leave it alone. I do not agree with the rhetoric that like you tell young boys or young girls per se, if a boy likes you, he's going to be mean to you. I do not subscribe to that ideology whatsoever. But I think that's how he tends to come across because of exactly what you said. He just is very piss poor to women that he actually likes. And we can see it with unfortunately, in the lives of recently that he's had with Clark. We know he likes Clark because he's made it clear, but his behavior kind of contradicts that in a way. And we saw that with Olandria, where like even for me, I thought because of how the editing was done, like I knew in my heart of heart, like I said, something about Alandria doesn't give me that she will chase a man. Like if a man tells her he's not interested, she would back off. So there's clearly something that Taylor was doing that we weren't seeing that was giving her the impression that he liked her. But to me, what kind of like raised a little flag, like a uh-oh to me was, and I think people, I think this may come across as overreacted for other people, but to me, it was like a red flag when they were having that conversation at the dock when she made that date for him and they were talking about their favorite fruits and she said her favorite fruit was pineapple and he got so reactive. He was like, "Oh, I fucking hate that." Oh, I'm sorry for cussing. Sorry.
No,
But
you can cuss out loud. It's okay.
but he's like, "Oh, I hate pineapple." Like it was like a visceral reaction. Before she asked, it was like, "Whoa, okay." Like you could just say, "Oh, pineapples are not my favorite fruit, but I like
Right.
apricots." But it was just like his reaction to her was very weird. And then even someone mentioned like the way he kisses, which I say he kisses. I think he's just a bad kisser, period. But like the way he kissed her, there was a scene where after he kissed her, he kind of put his head out of the photo booth. So it was like little like nuggets here and there that gave me like, okay, something. I don't think he dislikes Alandria, but I do think like romantically he never saw anything with her and was just using her to stay until something better came along. Because as was mentioned before with the whole conversation with Ace, yes, Ace could have said something, but also Ace doesn't seem, perception wise, doesn't seem to be the type to keep pushing if you make it clear that you don't want to pursue something. And there were many conversations where Ace brought up, do you still see yourself being with Alandria? And especially like during the Jalen situation where he was there, sorry. And Taylor said, yes, I do see myself having a relationship with her possibly outside of the villa. So there were many times where like Taylor would say something to make it seem as if he really is interested in her, but then just do something with her that kind of contradicts what he says to other people.
Yeah, no, I agree, Beebs. And I just want to clarify, I didn't think that that's what you were suggesting about subscribing to that. I just always like to make sure that I'm super clear so that
Yes.
people in the comments and stuff know. But yeah, I agree that there was definitely, I'm looking at all of y'all's comments too. He definitely was mean to Alandria. He definitely said things that were like him lapping in her face. I actually have a video. I think I have one or two videos. I think I have two videos about Taylor and Clark and their interactions on live. I don't think that he actually likes her as a person, even if he is attracted to her. And I think that what we're witnessing with them is an abuse cycle in real time. And it actually concerns me that more people are not able to pick up
on the fact that that's what's happening. And a lot of people are chalking it up to like, oh, they're just being playful or whatever. It's like there's a way to be playful and not do it like that. You know what I mean? And so it gives the fact, to me, it gives him feeling jealous of women, especially because like when he was in the villa, his perception was that we hated them. And then he came out and he's like, oh, they hate me. And so I'm not gonna like diagnose anybody, y'all, but he does have some behaviors that make me very concerned or curious about certain diagnoses. And I think this is why he acts this way. Okay, Violet, I want you to share your astrology thoughts. I'm gonna give you a longer timer so that you have time to do it.
Thank you. Thank you. This is a great conversation. I would love to hear more of your thoughts on Taylor. And low key, I'm like, maybe I should pull up his chart. But I pulled up Nick's chart, and I'll just preface this, like, I'm not going to talk too deep on his stuff because I don't have an accurate birth time, so I can't really go that deep. And also, it sometimes feels kind of irresponsible to speak on people who I don't know based off of their chart. And so I'll just flag that. So this will be really superficial. But the main thing that jumps out about Nick to me in his chart, he has a Mars-Pluto conjunction. And it's in Sagittarius, which makes it softer. But like Mars and Pluto, that energy conjoined is, it's powerful energy. Let me put it that way. Like if he wants something, like Mars is how you assert yourself. Mars is how you get the things you want in life. And Pluto is oftentimes about like obsessive power. It is really a strong, like everyone has Pluto, everyone has Mars. We all have these things in our chart. That energy being conjoined means like when Nick wants something, he's going to get it. Like it's not a question of if he's going to get it, it is when. And it's like long-term singular focus he can have if he wants something, right? It's in Sagittarius, which Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is oftentimes seen as like it is one of the best benefics in our charts. Like Jupiter's having any type of impact on our chart, wherever it touches, it's good. So like Sagittarius is oftentimes seen as like our ideals, like how we think about the world, how we like think about like our grand teachers. So when you look at Sagittarius energy, it can oftentimes be linked to like our guru, right? Like how we like how we create our own personal philosophies, right? So that energy is there with his Mars and Pluto. So in some ways, if this was in like Scorpio, I'd be like, he might be a serial killer. This being Sagittarius, it is softened, and with his Jupiter being in Gemini and has mutual reception with his Mercury, it helps him with how he communicates the things he wants as well. So it softens the blow of this energy. But I will say, when I saw that in his chart, and I didn't look into his chart until much later in the season, and I saw how he moved around Elandria, especially during that recoupling, I was like, oh, we've been played long term on this show. This man has been doing a lot more behind the scenes than any of us could have known. And I really wonder why production hasn't shown it. Like, and it also speaks volumes about his relationship with Sierra. If he really, really wanted her, he would have had her. Like, he would have left the show if he really wanted her. The other thing I've noticed in his chart, he has a moon in Aquarius. Like, he is eccentric down to the bone. Like, that is his nature. Aquarius is ruled by Saturn, so oftentimes people think of Aquarius as just being really like out there and all over the place. Saturn is still very much focused on boundaries. Saturn is still very strict in a lot of ways that we don't perceive, and it shows up in Aquarius in like the ways in which it can be forward thinking but almost dogmatic with it. And so his desire for being free and stuff like that can be rigid in a way. I don't know how to articulate it better, but it's not always that. Like Aquarius energy, people think of it as just like, you know, you're out there, you're almost like an alien. And like, yeah, but like aliens, when you really think about how they're portrayed in film and movies, can also be really detached. They can be kind of inhuman in some ways. And it's not to say that he's inhuman, but the way his moon is your, like his habitual patterns, his inner emotional world, the parts of him that is really shown when he is in his most intimate ways, can be a little detached, can be a little eccentric, can be a little out there. I think I don't have I don't have Alandria's chart up. I think she also has an air moon. So I think that energy can be really nice for them to be able to complement each other, which is like a little like it's not as nice for them to be able to complement each other, which is like a little like it's not as wanting to give people a little bit more breath, a little bit more space to be themselves when you have like an air moon. And it can sometimes make it hard for you to connect with others though. So like it goes both ways. His Venus is in Aries, which it's Venus does not like to be in Aries, but when it's there, oftentimes it shows up as a really passionate form of love. So like when you are into somebody, when you are in love, when you're the way you show that type of affection, it can be extremely passionate. And so I feel like I'm rambling. If people have questions, please shout out. But yeah, those are the things I've noticed. Those are the big takeaways. I agree, T. I think with his placements, he was going to pursue her if she gave him an inkling that she wanted that. And you can hit me up if you do want chart readings in my DMs. I don't do this full time. I'm an attorney. That's what I do full time, but I've been doing astrology for about a decade, so I don't have Taylor's chart. Yeah, please feel free to DM if you would like to do a reading. Oh, I would say Olandria and Nick, from what I see, they are really compatible actually. One of the things that I find interesting in Olandria's chart, she has Mars opposing Pluto, so she has a similar energy to what Nick has going on with his Mars conjunct Pluto. Um, and so she can actually manage that energy from him. So when he is like, because Mars also shows how you fight. So like if they get into an argument, she's not going to be like a shrinking violet. So even when people, I think we've discussed this earlier around some of Nick's yellow flags around like kind of possessiveness and territorialness, Olandria can actually handle that energy because her Mars opposing Pluto and her Mars opposes his Mars Pluto conjunction. She's used to being able to balance this energy of like over external power coming at her. So I'm not as worried about her based off of her chart. And she also has like, they have like their Jupiter's. So her Jupiter is in Sagittarius. So it actually softens that energy from him for her. Because Jupiter, like the benefic it is, it kind of gives like a little sunshine wherever it touches, right? It can expand it, but she's already used to that expansion because she has the opposition and sitting in the same place. Like her Pluto's in Sagittarius, her Jupiter's in Sagittarius. So she's used to having that energy softened as well. So I do think there's a compatibility there. They both have Venuses in Aries. So like when we see them kissing, that is their Venus Aries showing up. They're passionate. And that's what they desire. They actually need that for them to have like type of like a romantic feeling for other people. They need the passion. They need it to be heated.
All right, so I'm going to go because I need to get some sleep. But before I leave, there are a couple of things that I found interesting as it relates to Nick and how he describes the girls them that he wants to get to know. Will Beldasha when he first met her, he said that she was his type, that he was physically attracted to her. With Sierra, he said he was sexually attracted to her, which leads me to believe he wasn't physically attracted to her. With Iris, I think he said she was his type, but I think with Iris, it's like she was probably more vanilla for him. I think the more he talked to her, is like she was basically probably a lot of girls that he knows. So that she probably wouldn't do anything for him. And with Alandra, I realize he's very clear with his boundary, with his boundaries. Like he doesn't.
Y'all, I don't know what happened. It just kicked me off. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. Can we get Violet back up here to just finish sharing? Y'all, I was so confused. I didn't mean, no, it kicked me out. It kicked me completely out of the live. So I was like, what is happening? I told my husband, I'm like, it said that I'm live somewhere else. I don't know what was going. No, I don't know what's happening. I was, y'all. Okay. Okay, yes, Peter, y'all just request and I'll bring you back up. Oh my God, that was so weird. I've never had that happen before. It was like, girl, get the hell off the live. It had enough of me, child. Okay, hold on. I'm putting everybody back in. Oh, okay. I figured it out. Okay, Peter, it sounds like you were in here giving the business to the live. Will you please pick right back up?
Yeah, so I said that to go, but like I was saying, with Nick is people have said that he's very intentional with how he speaks. And I was saying that with Belle Dasha, he always described her as his type, but physical type. But I think I'm not gonna say she has no brain cells, but I think he would get bored with her. He got bored with her because she has no substance, so she's just basically a shell. With Sierra, he always said he's sexually attracted to her. He's never once said that he was physically attracted to her. Anything to do with Sierra is always something about sex. It was never anything about how she her physique or anything. With Iris was the same thing where I would say that he said that he was physically attracted to her, but I think with Iris it's probably like I was saying that she's vanilla. She's probably I'm gonna say she's basic. She's like the basic California white girl. So I don't think she would enter. I don't want to entertain. I don't think she would fascinate him in any sense of the word. It's just like probably with a lot of the girls that he grew up around. Iris just represent that. And with Alandra, I was saying that he's very careful with how he moves with her, even when they're kissing. He with other girls, I realize he'll grab their butt or something with her. He's very careful. He doesn't push anything too physical with her. He says that's just something I kind of realize a lot of when he's with and he's never talked about her body. Alandra, he's always talked about her beauty. That's one thing I realized. I think he's only described her body once, and that was in the cabin challenge, and he said she's very sexy, to say the least, as saying like, yo, it's obvious that she's sexy, but it's always about her beauty and never about her body, opposed to everybody else. How that I mute? Oh, you should record your live though, I'm saying, because I really enjoy this live. Trust me, the rest of the lives I've serious headache with a lot of people, but I really enjoy this one. So you should really record your live so I can really go back and listen to it.
We can't hear you.
On mute.
Okay, I gotta get off, y'all. My phone has had enough of me. It's now kicked me off twice. It wants me to get off of live. I want y'all to give real quick. I love to end my lives by people giving us their hottest takes before we leave. So give me whatever your hottest take is about Love Island, and then we are going to hop off, and I will see y'all next time. We can start with Violet.
My hottest take is I feel like Love Island producers were actively trying to demonize the Black cast. And I am questioning whether Black people should still invest in the franchise.
Period. Okay. Udo ADHD, give us your hottest take.
It is abusive.
Ooh, I love it. Peter, give us your hottest take.
They need black people, black persons as producers on a lot of these shows. They're annoying.
Period. Amita, give us your hottest take, babe.
Okay, I thought I didn't have a hot take, but hold on. One thing I wanted to tell you is like, remember that conversation I DM'd you about like just like the difference between like how Alandria acted with Taylor versus Nick. I think we should talk about that next time. Just like the kind of like how she was always alert versus like her being able to relax with Nick. That's what I was going to talk about before. My hot take is like I think we should honestly boycott Peacock because I did cancel my subscription because I'm still mad that they did not release a statement about the racism. Like I don't think people should go on there next week, and I think we should all boycott them so they know like it's serious, because they basically subjected these girls to like psychological torture. To like I'm still pissed about that George Floyd photo. I'm mad. I've canceled my Peacock subscription twice. I'm getting it back for the reunion because I got FOMO, but because the illegal sites don't upload fast enough for me. I'm sorry, but I'm boycotting next year. I will vote, but I'm not paying them no money.
I feel you. SG, give us your hottest take.
They need better vetting practices, obviously, and I think that Nick played his game and Taylor's game and allowed everybody to think that that Ace was ruling them all when he was just letting him roar and basically throw himself under the bus. And as sad as it is, Ace is the one that actually got him and Shelly kicked off because of this whole deal with Amaya and then going back in on Amaya and then not getting the apology caught on camera. So... and then going after Shelly in the Stand on Business challenge, because why would you bring up y'all's personal stuff in front of everybody? Because that was just wild. And Taylor never standing on business. If he would just told Alandria one good time, like, boo, explore, then he wouldn't have had to embarrass, humble, and humiliate her in front of everyone. And I was really disappointed in all the men for sitting there and allowing him to even get that off out of his mouth about his wife or his mama could only talk to him like that when he only gonna have to be worried about one of them because the wife ain't never finna come. But anyways, that's it. That's all. Y'all have a great evening. It was a wonderful live. Appreciate you.
Beebs, give us your hottest take, babe.
I just want to say that I agree with what everybody says. Also, without the core four, Nicolandria and Shalace, there is no Love Island season 7.
These are hot ass takes. My hottest take, the one that I always give. I think it's less of a hot take these days, but my hottest take is that Amaya, Sierra, and Huda are the same fucking person in different fonts. All right. I've loved having y'all on my live. Y'all were super lit. I think I followed everybody on my panel. If I didn't follow you, I didn't follow you, Beeps. If I didn't follow you, will you follow me so that I can follow you back? I did request you, just kidding. So I do want to have, I know I was supposed to talk about it this time, AB. I will have another live. We will definitely, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not really like a content creator like that, y'all. I just be yapping on the internet. So I don't be having like content creation schedules. I can definitely try to record my live. I think, Peter, that was a great idea. Because people have asked me before if they can see them. So maybe I'll start like a YouTube or something and put them over there. I don't know, y'all. I just be winging it, to be honest. So, but I think I definitely will try to go live maybe tomorrow. Definitely at some point next week. Y'all, I'm pretty good about posting in my story before I go live though. So if you follow me, if I have a story, it's probably me saying that I'm going live because I typically don't post stories. So thank y'all so much. I appreciate it having all of y'all here. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the live. yeah, I enjoyed y'all. Okay. I will see y'all next time. Bye.